ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Never call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, am I calling late? I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama,
but I can't help it,
I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I
Didn't want no baby. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
Gravity.
everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all of them. Cause I need you to look at it before you go touch and taste and feeling on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go taste it, I need you to breathe. Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you want to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and I bust down. Shock him out the clutch and then bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, on the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, cause the time costs. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, excel like POTUS. and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest. Crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, then it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it step like clutch. Team G6 in the league, say ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do is win. 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 Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do is win. 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 I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, they catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it, yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, oh, hot, first out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom, below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff arm you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do is win, all we do is win. All we do is win, all we do is win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do is win, all we do is win. All we do is win, all we do is win.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. Rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cop shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on a fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey. Head so good, he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
Musiker.
If you wanna dance, now's the time.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
Bye, 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 bye.
I bring this will never end. I know your dreams. I have my heart open wide.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
Now's the time.
I bring this will never end.
Das gebrauchen.
I never let you know.
Welcome one and all to the LPL. It is week 7, day 4. I am Penguin, and today I am joined by the superstar substitution that is, in fact, Dan Ox Harrison. How you doing, my friend? Good to see you again.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm happy to be casting with you again. I feel like, I say this every time, but it's an absolute pleasure.
That sounds like
Your
a sarcastic
smile brightens
comment.
up
It's
my
like,
life.
with you, Penguin, again with you.
Yeah, we got a day ahead of us. We have our first series, which will be a series, and our second series, which will be hopefully a banger.
Yeah, well, they will in fact be League of Legends play today. That is all we know. But first, before we get to today, we gotta talk about what happened yesterday, because it's the LPL, everybody. You know that games are happening every damn day of the week. We had Suning versus LNG, with Suning getting a very, very clutch win to kind of drag LNG back down into the depths of the playoff race. And FBX, in all honesty, kind of smashing OMG.
Yeah, FPX really looking on form. There was a shaky period during the middle of the split, but they look really on point once again, and a dominant win over OMG. The Suning vs LNG, particularly that game 3, was a long one. SOFM playing Kazakhs, getting 297 vision score with the Humble Glaive, which I think must be some sort of a record. So if you did miss those, I'd fully recommend watching that one back when you get the time. We can start to see how that's affected the standings. And honestly, I've been saying for weeks, right, we're deeper into the split, the teams are more spread out, we're starting to see separation. It's completely backfired on me, because we have 5 teams tied at 7 wins, and it's just like everyone's so close, there's so little ground to distinguish yourself, and it just feels like every game still matters so much. There's teams who aren't in that playoff cutoff, like RNG, who are on a 4-win streak, IG, which, as much as they don't look like they might make playoffs at this point, it'd be ludicrous for them not to. I think it's just so much can still happen, and we're closing in on the end of the split.
That's it. There's between 12th and 3rd, about 3 games of difference between those teams. So everything can still happen. Everything can still be shuffled around. And a couple of things that might impact the standings today are going to be the matches we have. Ultra Prime down in 3 and 8, really going to try and get themselves a win. But the high-flying RNG, going to be difficult for them. And then later on, we have a massive bout between BLG and RA. Winner of that could decide so much at the end of the split.
Yeah, both of these teams in a decent spot, but you can see, both on 7 wins, but that loss difference meaning RA is 3 places above BLG. But these teams are close in the standings, even if they both make it to playoffs, having that confidence, having that win against the other side, definitely impactful.
Yeah, but before we go jumping into our first series, before we start looking at how RNG and Ultra Prime really stack up against themselves, you wanted to talk about the meta, and specifically mages in the bot lane in the current meta.
Yeah, so we've seen a ton of Ziggs, and since he got his buffs and the changes to the mage mythics, we've seen a lot more introduction. We haven't seen too many of the bot lane mages. SMLZ played Swain bot and he played Brand bot, and that's about it. But I think there are more picks available to be played in the bot lane. I think the cheaper mythics makes a massive difference. I think the fact that a lot of these champions can contest priority after the first back heavily, you can then use that priority to rotate up towards the top side for Herald. It kind of allows your team to be ahead first on the map if you can destroy your wave first. And on top of that, I just feel like having the AP damage profile is super important, because one thing we have seen since Rumble got nerfed, since Diana is being banned all the time, you're kind of struggling to get AP from your jungle a lot more. And that means if you're running an AD mid, there's a risk that you don't have enough ability power in your team. And I think that the Mage's bot lane can cover a lot of holes in compositions because of that. And the thing is with Ziggs is he's great, don't get me wrong, but he's being banned pretty frequently. So I feel like we may end up seeing people branching out a little bit more. We are heading onto a new patch tomorrow, but again, these cheaper mage mythics was the big change in this patch that I'm hoping we'll start to see things shaken up a bit.
We will keep an eye on it, of course. You're looking a little bit further into the future. You've got 11-15 coming in with Syndra and Cassiopeia buffs. Maybe they sneak themselves back into the picture as such. And I think the big thing that we have to recognize with Ziggs is not only is he good to add in that AP like you mentioned, but his passive, his satchel, so many great turret-taking abilities to be able to get that trade, get yourself a cross-map play if you so need it. And we'll see how that meta finds itself into today's games. But we got to talk about RNG, because the king still reigns. RNG smashed EDG last week, and it was so good to see if you're an RNG fan.
Yeah, I mean, I think The 4-win streak obviously is great for RNG. The fact they're making up lost ground to get towards playoffs, again, great. But I don't think any of that means more than this series against EDG. EDG looked on top of the world. They looked almost unbeatable, and RNG just made it look easy.
They really, really did. You can see just they found their mojo, and they haven't really changed their style that much. They are still pumping resources into Xiaohu, a lot of priority into him, but you'll see in these clips, it's about Wei and Cryan syncing up together, setting up Xiaohu for success, and then just being able to completely out macro and out team fight your opponent. You even saw it more so in the second game with Xiaohu taking this very interesting Mundo build where he built the Stride Breaker into the Sterix gauge, which was curious to see if he'll bring that one up out again. But they only had about 5 kills at about 24 or 25 minutes, but they were just slowly but surely suffocating EDG out of the map, out of resources, and honestly just out of the game.
Yeah, and it's honestly scary for a lot of teams, because if you have RNG on your match schedule towards the end of the split, it is looking like a rough one. And on top of that, you know, they're not currently in those top 10 spots for the playoffs, but they look like they're going to be contesting one of those. If you're on the bottom end, you are not in a safe place.
No, especially when you look, as you said, towards RNG having only played about 10 games. They still have 6 games left to play. They have one of the longest schedules coming into the back half of Summer Split, as they did have to miss out on the first weekend a little bit of the split starting due to MSI. And we got to look at Ultra Prime. There's not really a lot to say about this team, but I think when we all came into the split, we expected a lot more. And it feels like this side is a little bit all bark, no bite. They had the roster, they had the setup, if you will, the pieces were all there, but it just hasn't really come together.
Yeah, and it's kind of sad because you've seen moments, right? You've seen those little glimmers where, you know, certain players will step up. I've seen some good map movements from Xiaoxi. I've seen SMLZ have some good performances when he's on the right champion, you know, particularly Aphelios. And Hacker had a really solid performance you know, on the Jin Zhao where he went the tank build, but it's that carry through, it's that consistency across the series. I feel like the way I'd personify Ultra Primo, they're a team who could take a game of a strong roster, but I'm not sure a full series is really going to happen against a team like RNG, but we'll have to see what they bring out. They definitely like to think outside the box a little bit, especially Zhao Sabao is brought out his Vladimir quite a few times, who's been successful, but this would definitely be a massive upset if they could claim this one.
Absolutely, RNG on the up and up. Ultra Prime really still figuring out who they are and what way they want to play the game. And for RNG, I think we could just expect them to do exactly what they've done so far in the last few games. They're on a 4 series win streak, excuse me. They are just going to pool resources in the top side. And ZS, I've actually had a lot of praise for ZS. I thought in the first few early series for Ultra Prime, I think he looked good. I think he was one of their top performers. But you're going against Xiaohu, which I'm like, as Munchable said in one of his previous casts, I think it's disingenuous to call him as a mid laner in the top side. He is a top laner who is just honestly looking like on the form of his life, really coming into this post-Uzi era as the Xiaohu era.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to think about what can be done in this series, because I think if you try and contest topside, I don't think you win. I think you have to try and play to the bot side of the map, but it's like, can you warrant enough of advantage that you're able to shut down Xiaohu later on? It's a big ask, but I'm hoping that Ultra Prime come in here with a clear strategy, they try and execute on it, and whatever happens, happens. You know, you just got to put your best foot forward.
Really do. As you see now, RNG coming out onto the stage. We are in Shanghai for both our series today, so there will be no bottom, lower third pick and ban graphic. We are just joining there. As we can see, Iris is going out onto stage, the host of today, ex-English interviewer or at least translator interviewer for the LPL English, and up onto bigger and better things is she. But we can now see what we want to go. And looking at, we talked about RNG. We don't expect them to change much in their playstyle. What do you want to see from Ultra Prime? What way do you feel like they can approach this game that will give them a fighting chance?
I want to see Hacker on a proactive early jungler every game in this series. I think, you know, there have been games where he's popped off with some successful early plays. I think that has to be the win condition. Things even like level 1 invades are successful if you have the composition for it. Find that early momentum, get mid priority, lean that bot heavily. You know, you have ZS on something that can sort of weather the storm on the top side of the map, and you just funnel resources into your bot lane. I think if SMLZ can be put in a position of power, it's the best chance you're going to have in the game. And obviously, you know, we've seen teams before playing through bot gives you the advantage on dragons. You can swap that top side for Herald. If you get that sort of momentum advantage, there's potential for you to take a game. So that's what I'd be looking for from the team. But ultimately, there's a lot of things that need to go right for it to be successful. You're going to start from that step one in the draft, get that early agency.
And like you said, it is possible for Ultra Prime to take a game, but to take a series, that is a different beast. Best of 3, of course, something that we love having in the LPL, really does show the draft differences. And Ultra Prime already recognizing that RNG love putting Cryin onto that Twist of Fate. They're taking that off the board. They will not have that global available to them in this first game.
Yeah, I think it's important to shut that down. That global threat really, it limits the impact of you making plays, but also if they want to lean more pressure topside with a Twisted Fate, ZS's life will just be absolute hell. RNG banning with it down in the Nocturne, 2 really powerful picks on the current patch.
Slow pick of ban as we're coming into it. Most teams tend to fly through the OPs, but it is only really RNG who've been flying through them themselves. They ban away the Diana, the Nocturne, and the Viego, so a lot of that early skirmishing power being taken away. And for Ultra Prime, they're trying to take away comfort. We've seen in the last series, specifically against EDG, it was the Varus and the Twisted Fate that made RNG look so good versus EDG. And Ultra Prime, they feel compelled to have to take this Lee Sin pick away from anyone on RNG, so they pick that one up first.
Yeah, and I'm really a fan of the Lee Sin first pick. It's often not prioritized enough to be banned away as frequently as some other things in the first rotation, but it's a great first pickup, has that flexibility between 3 lanes, obviously strong early pressure, but also scales far better than it used to. Now, on the other side, I don't see too many surprises. The Leona going to be picked up really strong engaged support, but also Wei getting his Olaf, which has been just a massive pressure point for the team, able to take those early skirmishes and establish pressure. I feel like for Ultra Prime, you know, into both Olaf and Leona, Braum is pretty strong. I'm not sure if you're going to prioritize it this early, but again, we're looking at that early pressure. Renekton's another flex pit. It's something that gives power. Might end up being a bit vulnerable if left alone, but they are going to lock that one in.
They are locking it in. I will say, Xiao Bao's champion pool tends to be more on the major size. The Orianna, the Rises, of course, you mentioned the Vladimirs, and that's exactly where they're going to go. So that is a Renekton top with the Orianna being picked into mid lane. This actually opens up RNG to put Cryin onto a mage, something he's very comfortable with, and there's so many available to him on the board. He's got the Karma, the Lulu is still there. Those things combo great with the Olaf, as well as enabling something like a Jace, which Xiao has shown he is massively proficient on.
Yeah, and this is one of the issues I'm feeling already with Ultra Prime's draft. Is that this feels like a sort of draft where you would lean heavily towards that top side. You know, Renekton Lee Sin, really strong top jungle 2v2, but again, RNG's top jungle, you've got to look at the nameplates. Jace, Olaf, really powerful as well, so potentially some concerns there, but either way, we'll see how it pans out. RNG ban away the Thresh, makes complete sense, limits the impact of that Aphelios pick, and obviously a good matchup with Leona. I think Braum, or even the Tom Kench, could be decent follow-up bans from them. For Ultra Prime, I feel like you can target mid laners here if you really want to. LeBlanc, a good ban, obviously applies a lot of pressure in that mid lane.
Good start up here for Ultra Prime as they look to just solidify themselves a position towards that playoff spot. A big win here if they can get it, but of course RNG still on the ascendancy, and RNG, they haven't really changed anything. I actually really like the Leona priority they've put in onto this right now, because they basically said, we know what we're trying to do. We're trying to put Gala on an island where he doesn't really have anything to worry about, and let Ming roam around the map is what made them so successful in spring. It was the combination of Ming and Wei roaming up the top and mid to impact those lanes that got them their spring championship, and as well for the MSI 2021. So with the Kalista ban, they are just kind of getting rid of all those very powerful combinations in the bot side, and now RNG, they've got themselves some pick priority. I imagine they go with the AD carry here and leave for the mid lane for that last pick.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they have options. They could take mid lane, as they've already seen what Xiao Bao has taken. They could take AD carry. I think it really comes down to whether you have a pick you're looking to prioritize instantly, and they are going to prioritize that Ziggs. We talked about the major spot lane before, and he is the one who's been super present. And this makes things a little bit difficult because, you know, I was talking about the Braum being good into the Leona, into the Olaf. It's not good into the Ziggs. It really struggles because he can just harass you down from a distance. Although AD carry pick can be a massive factor here. We can see SMLZ toying with the Sivir. Spell Shield is a good tool against the Ziggs, and also you kind of match the wave clear later in the game.
I think that's the big thing. The Sivir does a very similar job to what this Ziggs wants to do, but the Yuumi, the Rakan, you're looking for a utility engage here for the side of Ultra Prime, something that can just attach itself to some of those divers like the Renekton and the Lee Sin, jump all the way into that back side. We won't talk about it until it's locked in, but it is the Yuumi here for Ultra Prime.
So I actually saw this in the LCK, NS Red Force against T1. They left the Ziggs open for Gumiashi, which, you know, he's been a monster on that champion. And they picked Yuumi into it. And the reason this worked is because level 1, the Ziggs just doesn't have the consistent damage to deal with you. You can step in front of the wave, you can harass him, Leona can't do anything level 1, and you apply that pressure. The poke from Ziggs can't hold up against the healing of the Yuumi, and then you're essentially in a scenario here where Yuumi should just be able to freely scale up and get out of lane. You know, it's a really powerful late game pick, and that's where the counters come from. So it's great to see Ultra Prime using that sort of counter that's been developed and finding a window for it here. I was a little bit concerned about some of the draft features for Ultra Prime, but I think they've secured themselves a good bot lane. That being said, it isn't going to be the most aggressive bot lane, so I expect to see them looking to try and contest on the top side, and the question still is, are they going to be able to hold up against Wei and Xiaohu?
I mean, the big thing I look at is going to be that R button from the Sivir, the go button, if you will, to get Renekton, to get Lee Sin on top of this Azir and Ziggs, and even the Jace as well from Xiaohu. But you got to be very, very careful. We talked about how RNG are just so smart and so good at not taking unfavorable trades, choking you out of the map and out of resources. And I feel like the Sivir is great in the late game for clearing those waves, but is very, very dependent on if she's just left on an island.
Yeah, I think, you know, the thing with the Ziggs is that his wave play will spike sooner, right? After first pack, when you have, you know, typically something like a Lost Chapter, at least some extra mana, and you have a few points in your queue, that's when you can really start just annihilating waves. Sivir needs a little bit longer. Something I'm wondering is if we'll get to see the lethality Sivir coming out. I actually feel like this is a good place for it. The long range damage from the Q obviously is a pretty big threat to these squishier members. The only person you really need, you know, sustained damage against is that Olaf, but ultimately I don't think it's too much of a concern, especially when you have an Orianna. So we'll get to see how that turns out in the game, but you know, I need to see SMLZ and Xiaoxi applying pressure from the early levels, from that level 1 point onwards. And what I think is really cool is that SMLZ has been a player who's brought out more of those fringe picks, you know. We talked about the mages earlier. He was the one who brought out that Swain with the Tom Kench. And I just like the innovation that comes out from Ultra Prime, especially when you're going up against a team like RNG.
Absolutely. We'll see if Ultra Prime's little adaptation is good enough to net them a first win in this best of 3, or if RNG are just too damn strong, as we jump onto the Rift for game 1 of this best of 3 between Ultra Prime and Royal Never Give Up.
Well, to see if any level 1 shenanigans come out. One thing that is a fact is obviously Olaf very threatening in that level 1, so always potential for invades to come through. Could end up seeing something like a map split if they want to invade on the top side, which would obviously leave ZS in a dire position.
Do you know what I love? I love that shenanigans has caught on. Everyone seems to say it now as like the level. It's the terminology for level 1 like fights or anything. It's like shenanigans, and it's just a curious little thing there for me as we see Xiaohu just checking that blue buff, seeing if anyone was starting it up. But nope, there's going to be Hacker spotted on the red. And Wei starting on his blue. So mirrored starts here for the RNG and Ultra Prime junglers. They're going to be pathing up towards that top side. This is almost always what we see from the side of RNG. They tend to just work towards that top side, give Xiaohu priority. Even if Wei doesn't get anything or do anything in top side, they know on the side of Ultra Prime that he's going to be around.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they know exactly where Hacker is, they know they're matching on that side of the map, it makes it very difficult for Hacker to really find a window to do something. So should be able to sort of, as we expect, put those resources in the top side. And already Xiaohu having a bit of fun on the Jace. I'm not sure ZS is really having fun right now.
Always difficult. Jace known to be a lane bully, and of course we're seeing the stigma of him not being so good into the later stage of the game being quashed and really not unfounded. Realistically, he's still a monster throughout most of the game. You just have to be very, very careful of those accelerated shock blasts. And just looking at the items here, actually to say that we're going to see them being straight onto Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi in a lot of trouble. He can't reconnect, and first blood goes over to RNG. Disaster in the bot lane for Ultra Prime.
It's just a massive mistake, you know. SMLZ has cleansed and is the safe one in the matchup. Xiaoxi just can't be caught out sitting outside of the Sivir and getting engaged onto. RNG finding a window to punish this lane that was sort of picked as a counter for Ultra Prime, and when that starts to fall apart, it starts to feel like a bit of a disaster. SMLZ going to be able to apply some pressure back, and now we're seeing a gank mid.
Oh, I love the pathing there from Hacker. Doesn't get anything apart from the flash, but he uses his safeguard to avoid the ward on the banana bush, so he's in total secrecy of going into a secret agent mission. Let's have a look. Xiaoxi just trying to be a nuisance. A great satchel charge to disconnect him from the server.
Yeah, really nice from Gala, honestly, to find that angle. And when you've been CC'd as the Yuumi, you can't reconnect to your AD carry, puts you in a really vulnerable spot, and just really good execution from the bot lane at RNG. But again, this shouldn't be happening for Ultra Prime, and the fact that they're slipping already in this lane, it is going to make things more difficult, because there will come a point where Gala can kind of just clear the waves endlessly, and then that allows Ming to roam. And the thing is, Xiaoxi, he's not nearly as effective as roaming. It's something he's been pretty solid at throughout the split, but when you're playing Yuumi, it just doesn't really open up that possibility.
It does not. We've seen how Leona going back. Ming just getting himself his boots and ruby crystals to set himself nicely in this way. And this is the beauty that you get with the Ziggs. You can just leave him on an island. There's no real kill pressure. You mentioned that when we saw the Sivir Uni locked in, it was all about those team fights in the mid to late stages of the game. And this early game is going to be a little bit more difficult now for SMLZ and Xiaoxi. Your cat has lost all three of its summoners, the Ignite, the heal, all down. And SMLZ is just kind of sitting there knowing that they have to be a little bit more wary of an all-in.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you start to get threatened by these all-ins, if Wei shows up, things will be really problematic. And actually, we've seen a really rough spot for ZS here. If you look at the wave state, this is heavily pushing towards Xiaohu. So he has to TP back in to kind of cement this in. He's just getting harassed down by ZS because he really needs this wave to crash. And I think he should be able to do it. You know, Wei's not on this side of the map, so Xiaohu doesn't have support, has to be a little bit wary of the jungle presence. But, you know, it puts you in a difficult spot when you're against a matchup like a Jace, when you're being harassed, when your wave needs to crash, and you could actually see Hacker making a great decision to move up and just be there to support his laner. It's not necessarily going to be a gank, you know, unless the opportunity opens itself up, but it means that now ZS feels confident to push this wave in and should be able to just break that freeze.
That's exactly it. It's, you know, the idea that there is no vision right now for Ultra Prime on that top side, but with the Hacker being up top end, they know that he's probably up top end because you saw some deep vision being put down there by Ming and Wei. They now can take themselves a very early Drake. So first Drake of the game goes over to RNG. Next one in 5 minutes will be a Cloud. So we're heading towards a Mountain or Infernal Soul in about 10 minutes time, and this is where RNG tend to be very, very strong. They know exactly how to play the map. They're so smart with their plays around it. And yes, they're not gaining anything in terms of kills. As I say that, shouts about force to flash away is crying. Almost gets the Shurima shuffle going for him. And RNG, again, small little moments where they look like they might find an opportunity. If you're not up for the task, you will be punished.
Yeah, and I mean, good reactions from Shouts to flash away from that one. Obviously crying with no flash himself. Can't follow, but that's kind of one of the powers of the Azir and these mage against mage matchups is you can really easily set up a gank as long as your jungle's there in a position. But now Crying, he's pretty low on mana, no flash, and I think they might be fishing for a shockwave combo here. Hacker could just safeguard into a sonic wave, but Crying senses is able to back off in time.
Yeah, exactly what you said. They were looking to try and see if they can land the shockwave, and you know, no flash on the Azir, no ultimate as well, key enough, and very, very little mana. So you wonder if that shifting sands was even possible for the Azir at that point. As we go back and see exactly that it's about a 500, 600 gold lead here for the side of RNG. Got that dragon, obviously, as well. We can see the spell shield being used by SMLZ, not really to full effect, and this is the annoyance of the Sivir. It's why we saw it picked so often by SMLZ into Varus, which, unfortunately for him, were 2 losses the last 2 times he played this in summer, but it is something that can have that same level of wave clear once you start stacking up that tier, which, funny enough, SMLZ did go with first.
Yeah, it gives that extra mana pool, and I think a big factor here is just the harass going down to Gala and Ming, and it's very hard to trade back because Ziggs doesn't have that much sustained damage. The healing from the Yuumi and the spell shield from the Sivir means you're blocking a fair bit of the damage coming out from this bot lane 2v2, and the thing is, because SMLZ is permanently at full health, the threat of an all-in is pretty low, especially with that cleanse. So until Leona can all-in, she's not doing anything in this lane. She's kind of just standing there and offering presence, and allows SMLZ and Chelsea just to harass, continue to shove endlessly. And right now, you know, Gala doesn't have too much of a mana pool. He's only really got the Doran's Ring and the Dark Seal. He's starting to get to the point where he can contest waves more easily, but, you know, he has a limited mana pool to work with, and the fact of the matter is that Sivir has done a great job of being able to contest that.
Absolutely, and I think for SMLZ specifically, like, you can't really all in the Sivir, cleanse, flash. Not only that, but Chelsea has heal, ignite. You've also have the spell block. So it's just, there's so many tools at your disposal here. As RNG now looking to see if they can contest this Rift Herald. They have not got priority just yet, but Rift Herald down to about 1800. Smites are available for both junglers. Shouts about takes a accelerated shock blast to the face. There is going to be the Rift Herald taken as he jumps straight onto Hacker. Shockwave does not land onto anybody, and Hacker loses his life in favor of that. The Super Mega Inferno Bomb down onto ZS, who uses Slice, the Dice, and the Flash to get himself out. They do gain themselves the Rift Herald to go on to ZS, but they lost 1 kill, and now RNG, where do you want to try and make a replay kind of reactional play?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they can really do too much to capitalize on this. And honestly, Ultra Prime, I think you'll be happy with that one. One death for a Herald, you will take that. It is unfortunate it's the Jace who ends up getting it, but I think in this situation, Ultra Prime know they can't really contest this one. Their bot lane a little bit late to this play compared to Ming, who was able to move earlier, and that's one of the issues with Yuumi, is that obviously Yuumi can't really move alone before the AD carry. And then this fight comes out, the Shockwave whips, they end up just knowing they have to disengage. But again, Herald for a kill, you're fine with that, and now they're looking for a kill in return.
They are looking for a Xiaohu on this top side, who has no flash. He used it to engage to the skies and to the base with you, as Jace does get taken down. Nice response kill here for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and it potentially opens up a window where they could throw down the Herald. A big fact is ZS was the one who ended up grabbing it, so any Herald play kind of has to be around him, and as a result, you might just see it thrown down top, although I think not really willing to go for it right now with Wei there and clearing out the wave. So may just wait a little bit longer before they want to throw that one down. Jace doesn't quite have that TP available, but it is coming up soon. So maybe if you're going for this play, it does need to be now.
I don't know if they really feel comfortable with it. This is the weird moment, if you will, from we see from teams that do pick up the Herald and not onto their jungler. They want to try and have the most optimal use of it, but sometimes that's just not possible. Sometimes you just have to take your win, get the 2 plates, and back yourself up. It's really something that we have to see as we come in now. SMLZ force a cleanse, flash, one more auto attack will do it. And without the Yuumi, the Sivir is a sitting duck to this bot lane combination of Gala and Ming.
Yeah, the heal from the Yuumi, not there to be used. The ult from the Yuumi, just the general healing from a kit as well. All these things would have meant RNG would have had to land more damage to find that play. As a result, they capitalize on the fact that SMLZ was left alone, and Chelsea will use the ult to kind of clear out that wave and ward them off, but can't really do more to punish them in this situation. And it's just, again, a slip-up from the spot lane of Ultra Prime. I kind of praise them for bringing out this bit of innovation we've seen in the LCK to counter the Ziggs. But if you're making mistakes like this, RNG are going to be completely fine. And right now, thanks to those plates, Gala is about 900 gold up in the matchup.
Yeah, and this is the big thing. Now they know that the Lee Sin is on top side. Great Ward just spots him out there. Xiaohu playing so respectfully, and now with that information, the Dragon goes down. It's going to be an Infernal Rift, so RNG stacking that one nicely. And I think Ultra Prime, they're feeling like they have to force this issue in topside because the Rift Herald is here. They're trying to get as much use out of this as possible, but Ming has already found himself back up here. So with an Ignite, this is just a really hard play to make stick. At Ultra Prime, they're floundering a little bit.
Yeah, at this point, the Ziggs is pretty self-sufficient, has the Lost Chapter, so can just kind of demolish waves. And you see Wei coming down, but will just scare off Ultra Prime's bot lane. And yeah, Ming being on the top side meant that they couldn't really go for that play. I think they were trying to find a pick onto Xiaohu before they go for it, but ZS might be picked himself, is able just to slice and dice away.
Oh, but the Shurima shuffle there. They do get the Emperor's Divide. Shockwave does not land onto Cryan as he flashes himself away. Rift Herald does crash into mid lane, but again, they only really get 2 plates off of it. And that all goes into ZS's back pocket. So RNG, they respond to the Rift Herald. They do not lose anything else. A couple of flashes burn, but they won't be unhappy with that trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best Herald. It's just the 2 plates mid, but I kind of prefer them using it mid rather than top. That was one of the limitations with it being ZS having it. Obviously, mid tower, pretty important one to take down, especially when you're up against the Ziggs and Azir. It's going to be problematic later. Now, all in top.
TP, there's a TP though coming in. That's going to be Xiao Xiaobao joining in on this fight, but Xiaohu doesn't know, and now Xiaohu might be in a lot of trouble. Those clockwork auto attacks doing so much damage. It's going to be Xiao Xiaobao nearly getting turned on, but does survive all of the burst damage from Xiaohu and gets himself a kill.
And honestly, that looked like it nearly could have been ZS fighting the solo kill himself. But I respect the fact that they commit the TP. They don't look for a skill check against Xiaohu, which I think anyone who's watched RNG will agree would be a bold one to go for. And they commit to it, the TP, to find the play. The downside, though, is that RNG are very quick to respond. They're just applying that pressure mid, getting those plates with that extra attack speed from both the Olaf and the Azir. And so, yes, they lost that 1 kill on the top side, but in terms of gold, they're probably actually trading, you know, pretty evenly with extra waves as well, probably trading up.
Yeah, there's going to be Cryan, as you see, and engage down this bot side, and Mega Inferno Bomb has been used, as has the final chapter. So both big AoE ultimates down here for the support and AD carry of Ultra Prime and RNG respectfully. But yeah, look at the gold now on the right-hand side. It's pretty even in the top, in terms of the top side, the mid lane, jungle. It's that bot lane where RNG are getting the most success, where they do end up having about a 700 gold lead there for their AD carry.
Which is a bit of a disaster, considering that was kind of where I felt pretty confident for Ultra Prime when they came with the draft. But mistakes happen. I think the big thing for me is looking towards this dragon in 2 minutes, right? It's an Infernal Soul. Infernal Soul with Ziggs and Jace is honestly it's a bit self-indulgent. It's a bit overkill. Like, it is just a very egregious, I would say. It's going to be insane, and especially when Ultra Prime's composition isn't the longest range, it's going to be very difficult to deal with. So Ultra Prime very likely going to have to contest this dragon in a minute 45, and that's the thing, is whether or not they can do that. Oh, engage comes in.
Xiao Xiaobao does lose his flash, but does gain Mings for it. But why would you walk forward into that? You know they're around, and that's just going to be a very easy pickup as Hacker and Xiaoxi look to try to defend this mid lane turret. And like you mentioned, with a minute and a half until this dragon, RNG are in no rush to try and get that objective. They can take everything else they want. They can put up the Shurima's legacy and now rotate towards that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and this makes it very difficult for Ultra Prime to contest mid priority. Obviously, with Xiao Xiaobao losing flash as well, he's a vulnerability in the next team fight. And RNG, not only do they get fierce tower, but because of that pressure mid, they can translate that into a tower top for Xiaohu. So what went from being a 2k gold lead and Ultra Prime being like, yeah, they pretty much need to fight, has now gone to the 3k gold lead. Second Herald's going to get picked up here by RNG, and I'm starting to feel a little bit concerned. It's 50 seconds till that dragon, and one thing I can praise is that Hacker is moving with Xiaoxi to get some aggressive vision, but I just feel like if RNG won this dragon, they should be able to contest it.
Oh, Gala in a lot of trouble, gets kicked back, dropped down the Mega Inferno Bomb, but he is dead to right. Xiaoxi taking a couple of turret shots for that play in the bot side. He will be available once this dragon spawns, but he has no TP, so it's going to be a little bit of a walk here for Gala. It's going to be onto RNG to delay Ultra Prime for setting up around this dragon, and exactly what you said, they are looking to try and contest it. Ming is around this corner. Cryan might be in a little bit of trouble. He has to use his ultimate straight away. The final chapter does get the lockdown, and Cryan has fallen. Great combination by the support and jungler, but SMLZ gets jumped on by Ming and Xiaohu, and this is so scrappy, Ox. Both teams just taking chip for chip off each other.
Yeah, really good answer from RNG, but Hacker is just finding kill after kill. They're looking for more here.
They're jumping on the main. That's a shockwave committed onto the support. Will he go down? Yes, he will, but it's going to be committing so much. Now you can see them turning back onto this Renekton. Where's he going to go? He's going to be totally okay, though, with the Gore Drinker and the Q to keep him sustained. But now Gala back onto the map. Does he look to try and get some more kills down? Doesn't land any of his poke just yet. It's just Xiaohu and Gala. Cryan has a TP available should he want to use it, but this is a risky play to go for Ultra Prime. Now we can go back into the Dragon Pit. TP coming in. It's going to be going down. No smite available. They're going to bring it down to about 400. Secured by Ultra Prime. RNG going to back away. They don't want to take any more casualties.
Honestly, beautiful play from Ultra Prime. I cannot praise this enough, particularly Hacker. We had a 3,000 gold lead for RNG. I was concerned about the team fight, but you know that they can't give up this third dragon freely. They've managed to close that gold lead massively, and it's on the back of these picks. They picked off the Ziggs. Great moves from Hacker on that one. They then follow up with the Zig kill. And RNG, they aren't sitting around. They managed to go for a play onto SMLZ and take him down. But again, Ultra Prime are like, we need to very confidently have an advantage on this dragon, so they keep looking for more. They commit the shockwave here onto Ming, and it forces RNG to either let the support go or commit to the fight. And the thing is, it's a numbers advantage for Ultra Prime. The Yuumi giving a ton of value to the Renekton here with that healing, and then as a result, they're able not only to get that one kill on the Leona, but onto Wei as well. It secures them the dragon, it closes that gold gap a bit, and it keeps them in this game. Really good play from Hacker there.
You can see here from RNG picking up 2 Oblivion Orbs, knowing that the healing reduction on the Grievous Wounds is very, very much needed. They still have about a 2,000 gold lead. They're not out of this game just yet, but for RNG, definitely going to be a little bit more careful when it comes to this later fight. They did lose the dragon, so it's a 1 dragon in the lead for them, but not really in a position to get much else out of it. You can see with the top side now being firmly in the control of Ultra Prime. They'll trade bot tier 1 for top tier 1, so the map is opening up that little bit more. Ultra Prime getting themselves their first dragon, but we completely forgot there is still a Rift Herald, and they could push this into an inhibitor turret, because honestly, no one from Ultra Prime is resetting.
Yeah, assist pings coming in from Zelaz. He's seeing this as a bit of a problem, but I don't think there's really much you can do. He's just going to get Shurima shuffled back if he tries to go in here, so they end up taking the inhibitor tower as well. And with how threatening Xiaohu has been in the side lane earlier in this game, this is a little bit problematic for the side of Ultra Prime. I think they looked for a trade, and RNG just took too much.
Wei is getting jumped on. Final chapter has been used. We're going to see Ming jumping in. That's going to be the Olaf taken down, dead and buried, but a great amount of burst damage here. But here's the Shurima shuffle, all on top of everybody. Now you got to try and run away. There's nowhere for you to go, Xiao Xiaobao, and Ming will survive. 4 quick kills. Baron spawning in 20 seconds. I think RNG are looking for it.
I think they can just rush it, honestly. It's only ZS up and available. Xiao Xiaobao had just used his TP as well, so he's going to be nowhere near. And again, this team has an Azir, has a Jace. Even a Ziggs actually does decent damage to Baron, just with how quickly he can spam his Q. So this thing is going to go down fast.
It's going to be so quick, and you don't even have Wei or Ming with you. You don't even have your smite there available, but look at Hacker. He's a man on a mission. He already just put down a ward and safeguard straight away towards it. Xiaohu taking a little bit more damage than he probably would like. Ming flashes over the wall just to commit to this. There's no smite available just yet. That was a little bit risky, and now do RNG look for the fight? No, they get themselves out. They know that they've used majority of their abilities, and they need to get back and spend some of this gold.
They got what they wanted, and they got away with it. Now have a 6k gold lead in this play. You know, Hacker's been good at finding these picks, but Wei is a hard target to take down, and they didn't respect the Azir flank. They commit heavily into this. They deal a ton of damage to this Olaf, but then Cryan beautifully slides in here, right onto the minefield with the Shurima shuffle. And then Ming doesn't even actually end up going down somehow, but even if he had, it's still just a massive win for the side of RNG. And credit to Ultra Prime for keeping things close to that point, but RNG just do RNG things and give themselves a massive gold lead and the Baron off the back of that play.
5,000 gold. Baron at a power play now hitting up. They are a little bit behind. Of course, they did have to take the Baron and immediately reset, so they're only really getting onto the map now. And you'll see once the items pop up as well, the Ziggs and the Azir pretty much on identical build paths right now. Both have the Leandri's Tournament, both have the Morello Namicon, both with the Sorcerer's Series, even both have 5 stacks on their Dark Seals.
That's the question for you, Penguin. Who copied who, right? Is Cryan copying Gala? Is Gala copying Cryan? Because it seems like someone's been looking at someone else's homework in this one.
Yeah, just change it up a little bit so they don't think you copied. Okay, I'll pick a corrupting potion, no problem. I'll swap that out, it'd be no issue.
You're not wrong, you're not wrong.
It's literally just the smallest little detail that changes it up. It's like, you be 214, I'll be 213. Okay, got it. You know, you think you're being smart as a 12-year-old in class. Just like, there's no way they'll see us copying this. But SMLZ now in a little bit of trouble. Does land the slow. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb down onto him. Does pop out both ultimates from the Sivir and the Yuumi. So now, RNG, they can push in. There's very little that our Ultra Prime can do about this. And with the pressure that we're seeing with Shouts Out Bow in bot lane, is actually going to be the base cracked open again and again. We're seeing RNG just so quick and so smart with how they move around the map.
Yeah, and with the Ziggs, you have that tower taking power and very quickly able to establish that pressure. And as much as Ultra Prime, you know, they didn't have the Orianna, the rest of them were there, but they kind of just got routed. The poke that came onto SMLZ forced them to take a very safe route, and RNG are now going to be able to move another dragon. I don't think a contest can come through on this one. Hacker's looking for a window, but it's just going to be gone. Now 3 dragons for RNG on that soul point, and I mean, you're already seeing how much damage the Ziggs is doing whenever he lands, you know, a bouncing bomb. Add that Infernal Soul, and it's going to look rough.
It is pretty damn rough right now for Ultra Prime. We kind of go back to draft a little bit. You know, we mentioned the Yuumi and the Orianna, but tend to see the Orianna and the Yuumi work exceptionally well when you have a draft like, say, a Kog'Maw Lulu, or, you know, something that can be a hyper carry towards that late game. With the build direction SMLZ has gone with the Prowler's Claw and the Manamune, it's not really the same level of hyper carry, the big crit ADCs that we have seen in the past, and it doesn't really lend itself to that late game scaling. So even looking at this right now, I feel like the Ziggs is just going to have a lot more power in these later game team fights, just because he's going to have a lot more damage at his disposal.
Yeah, I think the thing is, you know, if SMLZ full lethality hits a Q onto Cry and Agala, it is going to do a ton of damage. But it's just not going to happen that often, because Gala can stand 5 miles away, you know, and he can throw a bouncing bomb out every, like, couple of seconds. And if one of those hits a target on Ultra Prime, they just get chunked heavily. And I think this is the thing, is that the range on RNG is so hard to deal with. I think Ultra Prime came in with a smart draft with, you know, the bot lane Yuumi counter. I think, honestly, they had some good early to mid plays. But now that they've fallen behind on the back of that excellent team fight from RNG, it kind of feels like they're in a bit of a hole. They need RNG to make a mistake. They need someone to overstep and get hit by that boomerang blade. And I'm sorry to say it, Penguin, but it looks like the homework copying is in full force, because they've sold the star items.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You keep your ward trinket. I'll use blue trinket. It's golden. They won't know. No one will have an idea. But speaking of having an idea, it's RNG have the idea of pushing into this mid lane. Perfect segue. No one noticed the thing as they now push into this inhibitor turret, or even just the inhibitor. ZS is pop the dominance on the backside. We can see there flashing by Hacker, but he stopped immediately there. I'm going to try and take the consolation prize, though, of the Jace, who does get shut down. And that's a good little start now to this fight, but there's no real objective up at the moment. So RNG just going to back themselves away. But for Ultra Prime, a defense of your inhibitor is a win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good fight, it's a good win. You can see Hacker doing his best to try and find the kick on a Gala, but he ends up flashing, and credit to them, they actually get the flash from Crying and Gala, which will both be down for that dragon fight. But you can see, even though they get that initial kill, it's so hard to continue chasing into the Ziggs, because he'll just throw down minefields or throw down bouncing bombs, and as soon as one hits, you just get massively chunked, and you'll see that here. So Hacker, credit to him to try and make this happen. Dashes in, goes for the Woodhop. He wants to get the kick, but the stun from Ming stops him, so he has to move further into the fight just to finish off Xiaohu. And as a result of him not being able to kick Gala back in, he's not able to really continue things after that Jace pick. Now, they have found Wave. Ragnarok up in a second, but not quite yet.
Oh, Shouts Out did TP up the top side as well, so they're going full onto Wade, so he is dead with 20 seconds to this Baron. This is a great pick, but with so much damage from the Ziggs coming in finally as that death capping can pop down the minefield as well. It's a jungle for jungle trade, but this time round, RNG are getting revenge for their top laner dying in the last skirmish. They are now throwing out the poke, they are now throwing out all these bombs, all these accelerated shock blasts, but you have to respect the damage that can come out from this Orianna and this Sivir. SMLZ a little bit on an island. Shouts Out just getting healed up right now. No shockwave available though. So much being put in here onto Shouts Out. He needs to back himself away, and with Baron live, I don't know if RNG want to go for it just yet. They want their jungler here.
Yeah, I mean, they might actually be fishing for it now. It seems a little bit risky. I think SMLZ has to stay. But no, the Yuumi and the Orianna go back to base. This is now just up to the Sivir to try and stop this. We do have TP from ZS, but it's going to be too late. The Baron is gone.
Baron is gone. SMLZ just had to play so defensive. You can see just the vision control around that pit, around that river, just not really able to put himself in a position to throw out the boomerang blade. And we'll have a look at the replay because this was Ultra Prime trying to be proactive. This was Ultra Prime looking to try and kill off way before that Baron spawned to put pressure on RNG, and it just totally backfired.
And the thing is, we've kind of seen that before, where Ultra Prime find a successful pick, but then they try and continue the fight. They try and overchase, and RNG are so good at punishing that. You can take out one member, but they will end up returning fire. Now, they're setting off this dragon in 20 seconds. We've already seen how disgusting the poke is from this team composition. It's gonna get so much worse if they get the Infernal Soul. And a big thing to mention, Rabadons for Gala, Rabadons for Crying. Copy him once again, but both of these just gonna be doing so much damage off the back of that massive power spike. And Ultra Prime trying to move through this choke is very risky.
It's so difficult. Hacker just gets obliterated. 2 spells and then a Mega Inferno Bomb on top of it. That pops the Sterix Gate, so his survivability in this contending team.
He's
He's dead. He's gone. He's deleted. Popped like a pimple on the face of RNG. They did not want that blemish anymore. And now with SMLZ running for his life, he will flash away. The final chapter goes down. And while that was all happening, Wei stayed on the dragon, gets the Infernal Soul, and RNG may look for the end right here, right now.
It's so hard for Ultra Prime to stop them. The poke is so insane. They just kill Hacker before this fight even starts, and he was one of the tankier members of Ultra Prime. The spell shield coming in clutch there, but Xiaohu just kills him.
God, that chase damage is disgusting. Shockwave comes out, but it's not enough to kill off Gala, and that's going to be 2 quick kills here for RNG. Infernal Soul, 9,000 gold. They're pushing into the Nexus. There's nothing that Ultra Prime can do. Even with a little Shurima shuffle, the tankiest member gets taken down immediately, and there's Hacker trying his very, very best, and Yuumi will fall as well. Triple to end it all for Xiaohu, despite being targeted, still ends on 9-3-3. And RNG decisively take down Ultra Prime.
And you know what's the saddest thing about this? There were definitely mistakes, don't get me wrong, but I don't think Ultra Prime played that bad in this game. I think RNG are just insane. It's just like, you know, they kept finding those good picks. That setup for that 3rd Dragon Denial from Hacker was really good, and I really enjoyed seeing that. And I think there was a lot of positives, but then RNG decided they want to win the game, and every time that pick was just answered with those beautiful team fights. And then again, the composition just scaled so well. It felt like, you know, Ultra Prime needed a bit more early momentum, because when it hit those later stages, the Ziggs poke, the Jace poke was just, there was no way of dealing with it.
That's the thing. You had healing, yes, but when you have so much at such a frequency being thrown at you, it's just, what can you do about it? Like, you had Xiaohu, despite having a, like, again, I think ZS started off really well. He was 3-0-2 at some point. He was having a great game on the Renekton. Xiaohu was 3-3-2, I believe, at one point as well. So they were able to keep Xiaohu down, but he's still putting out 26,000 damage. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and my kind of question is the value of this Renekton pick, because, you know, it held up okay in the top lane, but in the team fights it was just pretty underwhelming. And then the other problem was that there wasn't too much strong engage from the side of Ultra Prime. You know, Hacker was doing a great job of filling that role, but, you know, there's a lot of other picks you potentially take on the top side that could have done more of that. And I just feel like when it came to those mid to late game points, there was no way to deal with Cryan or Gala. Well, I mean, even Zhao, who was very hard to get on top of, and them just being able to play at such a distance made things problematic for the side of Ultra Prime. So definitely is criticism to be levied, definitely things they can do better looking at this game too, but I think this is very much the RNG that we are seeing recently, and then delivering a convincing win in game 1.
This is our 12th place team, Dan. This is a team that aren't even technically in playoffs right now. Obviously, It's a little disingenuous to say that because of how good they are, and we know they're the MSI champions, but the LPL's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think that there's 2 sides to it, okay? I think it's been such a competitive season. There's so many rosters who I feel that I have a lot of confidence in. And it kind of shows from the fact that RNG had a rough start. You know, they were competing against these other rosters who are strong, but on the other side, they were slow to start. Obviously, MSI kind of delayed them being able to prepare for the start of the split, and it feels like they are here in full force. So irrespective of their current scoreline, I think the play we're seeing now is truly indicative of RNG, and really it's on Ultra Prime if they can answer back after this game one. I'm hoping that the positives in that one mean they should be able to bounce back, at least with a good mentality.
We'll see if they're able to do that. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we return, picks and bans for Game 2 will be happening very soon.
Opt out of this one, but Knight moves in, gets stunned, gets eradicated here by Tian, who just destroys him with his giant bear force, but the fail flash! Oh, it's all gone wrong for Tian, and after it looked so good to start, he gives over a double buff, and now...
I mean, that was so spectacular to see top esports in that team fight. The way they were maneuvering around Karsa fighting the angle. This is quite a camera angle. Yeah, Draven and Mundo, but point is,
At least that's how they make it look. On tries to combo Abel, true shot barrage from Angel onto the Ezreal himself. That's going to be a stylish win there from Suning. It was slow, it was steady, it was precise.
最近刘少身体不适，住院治疗。与 LGD 的比赛由金一替补出场，但是金一打 AD， 强哥打辅助。
我感觉到我们要赢了，有吗？开看，有感觉。我上路counter，中路counter，打野 OP 英雄，打野结合，打野结合。真的假的？真的假的？真的假的？辅助也是绝活哥，都是来看我的，都是来看我的牛头的。 辅助金一牛头干嘛干嘛？等下跟我联动不？我带你，听我指挥啊，小哥弟。我求求你们两个真的千万不要来中路，我求求你们了。我一定会来的。离我远一点就行。你放心，我真的我来帮你。我们321，我喊321，小哥弟。你喊321，我直接开团。
什么可以把俺击退？
Close your eyes, children. He's not going to see this. He's just not looking. He's not paying attention. Oh, dearie.
The thing is, he levels E, fails that, fails the...
Oh, no!
Nobody can be punished here, as the top lane tier 1 will go down.
Yeah, and they're trying to cross-map here, but there's really nothing that they can cross-map for. Oh my, that was the longest Lee Sin Q I think I've ever seen in my life. Jesus, connecting onto the Yone when he takes his E back. But, yeah.
You're not too worried as RNG caught out. It's just crying though. Wei already went back. They know he's in there. They know. And Bid's played with the wave. Wait. Oh my God. They don't know. Oh my God, no.
Yeah, not doing too well. Is going to taunt up Fofo.
Yeah, it's Fofo did take a fair bit of damage. The Rift Herald has been dropped now into the mid lane, and they will not get a charge off. So Liam, big mistake there from him, not able to get any of that plate gold whatsoever. And
I mean, your only real options playing around your Camille, right? Your bot lane doesn't offer that much. If you look for your own bot lane or commit Galio ultimate to that, I feel like RA still should be able to win out, or you have the disengage coming in from the headbutt from Alistar. And yeah, that one did work out once again. That's twice in a row.
That hit, but does cost them there, and it shuts down a bit of the pressure that Rare Adam have had. Now, should be able to get this charge still off. JDG not going to be able to force that. Oh, they just get it. Holy moly, that fourth shot doing work, but there you go.
带小天吧，毕竟清华打野应该他的学识、他的知识应该能用上。我想跟牙膏回话说，就是怎么去都不会跟你去的。
Lee Sin solo killing Gwen. Lee Sin is like 10 years older than Gwen. This is not how it's supposed to be. It's like if Quickshot was somehow able to beat me in a 1v1 in League. You just do not expect it to happen. And yet, some of them just destroys that poor Gwen.
They have good vision control. They can't spot him. I wonder if he's going to be found out.
They don't know. For now, we can have a Pepe laugh. But we know how deep the wards are. Huanfeng's backing away.
Go to the right, go to the right.
Oh, he needs to go right.
Is he
goes
right?
left.
Is he going right?
Or he's gone
no,
back.
He's still there.
Oh, well, this really is like a first date, isn't it? I mean, have I used that analogy enough in the LPL? I don't think so. What are they wearing? What are they going to do? What restaurant are we going to? We haven't really organized things too well. And so everything is up for debate. Will I marry this woman? Am I never going to see her again? You know, maybe it's a man. It doesn't matter. It depends what sex you are. It doesn't matter.
All right, enough projecting. Now, Huanfeng, he's moving forward now, I think. There he is. He's behind him.
Okay.
But Angel, he's going to... Angel is just around. He's the guard dog.
Angel, he spots it. Oh, he's going for the distortion. He flashes immediately. Angel matches as well, looking forward, trying to end the game. But there's still an Elder buff there. But into the pit, Betty's joined too. Sooning are outnumbered. The Nexus getting hit down. The heroic entrance. Betty needs to hit it.
No, they did it.
They've got it. The stunful charge to secure. And Rogue Warriors, yes, I'll say it again. They're bloody going to Worlds. An Elder buff there, but into the pit. Betty's joined too. Sooning are outnumbered. The Nexus getting hit down. The heroic entrance. Betty needs to hit it.
No, they did it.
They've got it. The stunful charge to secure. And Rogue Warriors, yes, I'll say it again. They're bloody going to Worlds.
Entice me, no way I see PJ, cause your body the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, am I calling late? I wanna be up all night, you keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time. Go slow and don't rush. I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing. I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing. I didn't want no baby.
But you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick, cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama,
but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time. Go slow and don't rush. I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
在 LPL 的比赛当中，我们还是需要更加注意一下自己的英雄选择吧，对。然后选好英雄，打好自己的就可以。其实我现在就是一直韩服打的排位就是挺进破坏者削弱的版本嘛，然后确实对一些类似纳尔、梦魇这种英雄都是有比较大的影响的。然后比赛的话，就趁还没改版之前再爽一下吧。
Gotta use it before it's gone. Thank you for that great interview there, and I'm loving to see RNG really feeling the momentum coming into this game. But the guy that we gotta say was a big part of that win was Xiaohu on the top side. If it's RNG, he's always going to be a massive factor for their wins. And he, despite having a relatively quiet early game, was just massive in team fights.
Yeah, I mean, he just completely came online, and our big focal points are kind of the Ziggs and the Azir in the later stages, but Xiaohu was just on fire. Shock blast after shock blast, picking off Hacker around the Dragon fight, and then demolishing SMLZ in that final push to finish the game. We've highlighted Xiaohu so many times, and I think it goes without saying, this guy is on top, and not just his role.
I was just about to say, he's on top a lot of the time nowadays as he's finding himself in a really good position. And this was just him playing to the champion's limits. Yes, it didn't work out all the times. Yes, he got caught out a few of them, but the shock blast, the ability to know when you can flash in with the To the Skies and just immediately obliterate someone, it's just such a joy to watch.
And the thing is, I feel like Wei didn't really give him too much attention. It was Hacker really helping ZS out, but it didn't matter, you know. Moments like this, picking off the Lee Sin, just guaranteeing that soul, and here, just deleting SMLZ, making him regret the fact that he woke up this morning after that play, because he's just doing so much damage. And, you know, I think it's a worrisome issue, because this was Ultra Prime doing a decent job of trying to sort of mitigate his impact, and it just didn't matter.
No, it really did. 35% of his team's damage, and that was with his team having a Ziggs and a Nazir doing poke damage. This guy was just so good, and really is just pushing himself to the upper echelons of the LPL top lane pool and saying, I'm here, I'm a top 3 top laner right now, and you want to try and be the best, you got to beat me, as we jump into picks and bans straight away for game 2. And for Ultra Prime, what can you do to try and stop this? They are going to be on the red side this time round, and RNG, that means they get first pick priority.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's one issue, is obviously that first pick priority going over to RNG, but, you know, at least there's going to be a change of pace, potentially some adaptations coming in here where we can potentially see, Ultra Prime look for an advantage. We do see the Olaf actually banned by RNG, so Killy not wanting to prioritize that early and don't want to give up to the other side. They could take the Lee Sin themselves in this situation if they so wanted. It looks like that's what they're going to do.
I think I like this from the side of RNG because they leaned away from the Lee Sin after the start of the split. They didn't really get much success from it as they were playing their first few series, but now they've obviously practiced it. They feel more comfortable with it, and they're wanting to see, I can see, relatively lower end opponent, that they can play this pick, and it is still a flex. We still generally see it with Xiaohu, but it can go away, and of course we don't know if Cryan will be able to play it or not.
Yes, we see ZS coming out with the Renekton once again, looking for that early pressure. You know, we'll have to see. We could see Xiaohu just answer with the Jace once more. Obviously, he was fine in that match for the previous game, and it comes down to what Ultra Prime want to secure as well in this rotation. Again, Ziggs hasn't been banned, and if open and available, it was kind of clear that although the theory was there behind the Yuumi counter pick, although we've seen it in the LCK, execution wasn't quite lining up with expectations. So Ultra Prime are going to be the ones to secure that Ziggs.
They do secure the Ziggs, but this gives an opportunity now for RNG to secure that bot side, or hell, even the Twisted Fate for Cryan, give that massive power pick to them. But no, they're going to go with the Jace, and this, I feel, has to be going up to Xiaohu, which does mean that Lee Sin potentially could go mid, potentially could go into jungle, but I feel like it's going on to Wei.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like if it ain't broke, don't fix it with regards to the Jace. Leona as well for Ming, obviously a really big factor in that early pressure in the matchup where we felt, you know, it should be favored to Ultra Prime. Ming was able to find a window. So I think RNG, they should be happy with the picks they've taken so far. And it really comes down to what Ultra Prime want to sort of round out with. They are going to take the Alistair, so something that can actually stop disengage quite effectively. Just a pretty good job of like knocking Leona away, knocking the Lee Sin away. But obviously, you know, a little bit weaker at that level 1, potentially giving a window over to RNG to contest. And we'll see what they want to ban in this next rotation. I think maybe limiting 80 carries is going to apply that pressure with the Leona. Kalista coming out as one of those. For RNG though, jungle pool still open for Ultra Prime. So if you wanted to start to pinch that, definitely not a bad idea.
Definitely not. I do like the adaptation we're seeing here from Ultra Prime. Again, I don't think the Renekton was a terrible pick for ZS. I thought he did very, very well, but just fell too far behind as a team to really make it have that big mid-game flanking impact. And RNG, they're just recognizing the fact that the Jace is still good. The Leona is still a great pick for Ming. Last split, it was Nautilus. This split, it's Leona. It's something that Ming tends to do in his career, is just pick a champion, and that is the one we want to use.
Yeah, and you know, it worked for him, and I feel like it's probably going to be pretty fine here as well. Gives them that engaged potential. RNG can ban away that Trundle and the Volley Bear here, and you know, in terms of providing some extra AD for team, Lucian makes a lot of sense in that regard. A pretty good blind pick in the mid lane, and good at applying that pressure. Sets up Hacker for a jungler with a lot of agency. For a jungler sort of to rely on that priority to have a lot of agency, but instead they're actually going to lock in that rumble. So making sure they have enough AP if they want to go for that AD mid laner, and obviously is a pick that has a lot of team fight potential with the Ziggs. Can throw down those ults together, absolutely melt people.
If they lock this in, which I don't think they will, I do believe it is the Jason to the top side. I would be very surprised to see people forgetting about Xiaohu's Lucian. Of course, Frosker and saying last split he is the best Lucian top in the world, but they do land onto the LeBlanc, knowing that they are going to be picking in blind into the mid lane. Could still be a Renekton for Xiao Sao Bao, but has plenty of picks to go from at the moment. The Ezreal locked in here for Gala. Another pretty damn safe pick in that bot side. So when we're looking at the side of RNG, we should just see Ming on this Leona roaming around the map once again.
And you know, I'm honestly going to say, I feel like Ultra Prime have kind of went out in the draft in the bot lane here. I feel like Ziggs, Alistar is going to very much mitigate the Leona pressure. And also, you know, something to be said for the statistics of it. When Ezreal was super overpowered with Divine Sundra, one of his worst matchups in solo queue across all ranks was that Ziggs. And there's good reason for that. It's just the fact that you can't contest the priority at all. You just get shoved endlessly under tower, and he is one of the few champions who does match your range. So I feel like this is a pretty comfortable matchup for Ultra Prime's bot lane. My concern is the mid jungle. Lee Sin LeBlanc is a tried and tested old school combo with a ton of early pressure. You have the CC with the change from LeBlanc, the damage from the Lee Sin. I am really concerned for Hacker. If they manage to apply pressure onto the solution, I feel like it's just going to bleed into the jungle, and as soon as we start to see the Rumble fall behind, I think they can take over the map.
And this is the big thing. When you pick something like a Lucian, you are assumed to have that priority. You are assumed to be the one looking aggressive, getting those trades in. But you take one step too far without full knowledge of where the enemy jungler is going to be, you can be punished. And for RNG, that's what they're going to be looking for. But I do agree with you. I love what Ultra Prime have built into this game. I think they have a lot more late game insurance alongside some decent early game opportunities to try and make this composition work into game 2.
And I think it's going to come really down to how they navigate the early levels, particularly making sure that Hacker can have a safe laning phase and a safe early clear in the jungle on this Rumble. Because obviously with the nerfs to Rumble, he is way more vulnerable to invades. I mean, he already was pretty vulnerable to invades, but he doesn't have that much on that level 1. He needs really a leash to help him out since he can't overheat by himself. And essentially, I want to see Ultra Prime look to stabilize that. I want to see them look to be able to find an opportunity for Hacker to make his way in this game. And I think for Hacker, it should be a path from top to bot lane. Get the leash from the Renekton, he's losing priority anyway. Path down towards the Ziggs, towards the solution, where you should feel a lot more comfortable. And then you'll be in a good spot to take that first scuttle and just scale up until you hit that level 6 point.
Let the Gyos roar. We can't hear them, but you guys at home can. That's all that matters. It's all about the viewing experience as we come into game 2 of this best of 3 RNG 1-0 up in the series. Looking to make it a sweep of 2-0, or unless Ultra Prime can put a spanner in, that works. And we do see the double corrupting pot in the mid lane for the Lucian and the LeBlanc. It is pretty common. That's what you want to be doing. You're looking for early skirmishes. You're looking for early push priority, and just having that extra mana regen just helps you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, big factor is just be able to trade abilities and use those to push the wave. Do expect just about to have priority in the early levels of the matchup, and we do see Hacker start on the top side. So one will be pathing away from the Lee Sin, which is always good when you're not wanting to contest that jungler early, and on top of that, we'll be pathing towards his lanes with priority, so you can kind of lean to them. The only potential vulnerability is ZS is kind of going to be on a bit of an island on the top side. Do you actually see Hacker just able to solo the Raptors though?
Ooh, Ignite went down. Yeah, they go forward on this. 2 more auto attacks will do it. 1 more. Yes, the Mystic Shot is good enough to hit, and Ming still survives. Again, in this bot side, we are seeing RNG punish Ultra Prime.
And this is just raw outplay. This, you know, Xiao Xi is not the strongest level 1. Alistar just isn't a good champion level 1. I feel like he can kind of, you know, mitigate a bit of that pressure and then fight back afterwards. And it's just the fact that because they're contesting so early, he ends up getting punished for it. I mean, here, walks up to Leona, gets stunned, and then just is tanking so much damage from the Ezreal. And here's the thing with the Ziggs, level 1, he doesn't have enough sustained damage to kill a target. He's pretty close here on Ming, but the bouncing bomb missing. Critical to not finding that. And I just feel like it's disrespect from Ultra Prime's bot lane. They've been given the tools to succeed, and it's ended up backfiring. And now we actually see Ming going for a very early roam on the top side on the back of this reset. Not sure if he'll actually be able to find anything, although he is pinging, he's looking for the ZS, and Wei is moving over as well.
Honestly, if Hacker was on this top side looking to contest for this scuttle, there's no way in hell that Ultra Prime are prepared for this. Ming did get the reset off. Maybe they go for a dive. And with ZS having himself underneath the tower down to about half HP, still has a flash available to him. This is a full commit now for the side of RNG. They are waiting to see if they can get this one going. I don't know if ZS really has any inkling that this one's going on, and be curious to see if they can make this one work. No Ignite available, but Wei is already around the top back end of this. They're going for the full dive. Minions coming in, the TP comes out. RNG just going to back themselves away. They got the objective they wanted, and now SMLZ is the one who has to get himself all the way back to bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, you stop the dive, but ZS is still going to have to reset here and TP back in. And now you've been your TP, you've gone to the other side of the map. It's going to miss some time on the bot side. It's, you know, I think it's the right play from Ultra Prime, but it doesn't feel good.
It really, really doesn't. And something we didn't actually mention at all is that Gala went with the TP himself on the Ezreal. So he's going to be able to match this Ziggs. And now you're at a tempo disadvantage. You've had to use one of your globals to get yourself back into position. And speaking of another global, Xiaohu just TPs into this top side. He's got to try and see if he can get a Selectory Shock Blast to try and deny this back. And oh, so close, but not close enough, as Xiaohu will not stop ZS's back. And ZS should be able to soak up this wave on top side.
But the scary thing is now ZS pretty far behind in farm in this top lane, so we kind of expected, you know, the less agency early in this top side, that Jason the Renekton matchup is going to cause problems, but already it's looking to be a sore point, and we saw how much Xiaohu was able to do when he was ahead. I mean, when he was behind, sorry. We just seen all in here.
Yeah, they do knock him back into the tower, so Ming takes a turret shot and trades roughly the same health bar as SMLZ, but Gala with this poke, with the tier already picked up, he's just pushing himself so much further ahead than the Ziggs, and SMLZ, he's going to struggle for the first few levels until he gets those multiple points into his queue.
Yeah, until he gets the mana as well is definitely a big factor that sort of helps the Ziggs out and is able just to annihilate the waves, but this discrepancy in terms of gold is problematic. You know, it is something that's going to give that early agency to the Ezreal a bit more thanks to that kill, given the CS advantage, and that's the concern, because I don't mind Xiaohu being ahead of ZS. It is going to be a problem later on, but you hope that you can deal with it. But for Ultra Prime, you were kind of banking on your mid and bot doing well. Mid, Xiaosabao's doing a pretty good job, but the fact bot lane again is making a critical error that's costing them, it's concerning, and it can kind of change the plan for the entire game. But we did talk a bit about the jungle matchup, how we kind of wanted to see Hacker just able to scale up and remain safe. He's been doing that, so that is definitely a shining light for the team.
Yeah, he has just been not involved with absolutely anything. He's like, no, guys, I'm sorry. This is post-nerf Rumble. Not as strong as he used to be, so I need time and I need resources to get up to my level 6, to have that equalizer, to have an impact potentially around these fights. And now we see the bot side basically being controlled by Ultra Prime. They're going to try and use this priority now in mid and bot to push that deep vision in. Hacker will find Wei, and it will be a trade of a pink ward here for the information. Now with Xiaoxi roaming up as well, very difficult for RNG to really make a counterplay off of this. They're just going to push in the bot side, probably go for a reset. Actually, they just went for a reset and they got back into lane. Xiaoxi, let's be a little bit careful. Luckily, the Hacker is there to keep him alive. And again, we're just waiting to see how they're able to use this priority. But the TP advantage here for RNG in that bot side does mean that Gala's going to get a plate or two.
Yeah, and I think it's actually down to... No, it's down to just 4 for now. But that Sheen coming in clutch, the extra gold generation, meaning he's able to do more damage to the tower, push the wave a little bit faster. At this point, SMLZ has been able to pick up a Sapphire Crystal on top of the tier, so can kind of match the priority a decent amount. But, you know, it's still not ideal. But we do see Ultra Prime feeling more confident. You know, Hacker's at that level 6 point. Wei's still only level 5. He's found a bit of momentum on this Rumble, and all in all, as much as the bot lane didn't go swimmingly, I think Ultra Prime can be pretty happy with the state of the game right now. This is where we can feel a bit more confident in them. There's still very much a lot of power in RNG. And speaking of power, Xiaoxi will just get blocked out by the clone, but looking to really pressure Cryin here.
Yeah, I like Cryin using the clone there, something that's unsung, I suppose, is that you do have a pseudo control over the LeBlanc passive, so you can make it work for you, as we now see that Xiaoxi without his ultimate, and not looking great on the mana front. Cryin trying to just bait him out just a little bit, way off to the side, but Xiaoxi knows. He knows something's got to be up. He backs away all the way underneath his turret and he's going to say, look, you know what? You want to take that tower? You want to go for that push? That's fine by me. Wei will leech some experience and gain himself the Dragon's Kick, and Cryin just going to be left to push out mid.
And they're looking for a topside invade on this red buff, and Hacker might just be deleted off the back of this. Goodbye.
Oh, he doesn't even have to use anything to get behind Hacker, and there's the equalizer as well. It does 0 damage, and now ZS gonna see if he gets locked up, but pushes himself back, drops down a ward, not gonna face Shaq into that one just yet. And Wei now using this priority to take himself the Rift Herald and maybe look to try and push somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, really good execution there from Wei. Finding the window to invade, has a rough idea of when the red buff is up and when it's going to be contested, and so he's able to push straight in and take Hacker down. Now, they're moving to contest this, and actually, Cryan's in base, so maybe able to find Wei here.
Well, they flash in on top of him, and they will trade the Rift Herald for Wei's life. It is a not-so-clean moment, but ZS needs to be a little bit careful. They will not have the Lucian just yet. He does turn, though, and Xiaohu respects that. The Lucian might be coming. And that's a good turnaround for Ultra Prime. They still do lose the objective, but at least they gain something off of it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, overall, it's a 1-for-1, and RNG get the Herald, but all things considered, it's good to see Ultra Prime looking to punish in that regard and able to take a kill in return. It does go to the direction, which definitely helps. His CS gap has closed significantly as well. So, can't complain too much overall for the side of Ultra Prime, but it's looking to see where RNG use that Herald to kind of snowball and look for that advantage. For now, though, looks like Ultra Prime has started the Dragon, taking this window where they're able to get on the map a little bit sooner. But SMLZ just reset, so it feels like, kind of feel like there won't be a contest, but I think should just be able to get it in time. But Cryan's fishing.
Cryan's looking for Xiao Xiaopao. He will get locked up despite the flash. You can see Ming just hovering around, not quite able to hit the Zenith Blade. And even if he did, Xiao Ti was prepared with the Pulverize. And now RNG gaining a summoner off it. They will get their own little win off of losing the objective.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take those windows. Unfortunate, Cryan not able to land the second change, just slightly out of range. But either way, it's kind of this idea both teams are like, okay, you got the objective, but we'll take something in return. Even if it's not as big, even if it's not as vital, it's at least trying to find that window to punish in some regard.
We come back into a little bit of a lull. Again, this is very much what RNG like doing. They're not an explosive team. They are not your standard LPL blow everything up and look for those massive advantages. They are more methodical. They are more slower in their approach, but that doesn't mean they're not as deadly as they really do look to push and prod around from these teams and just try and suck the life out of them if they possibly can. As we can see Gala just roaming with Ming to see what vision they can take care of, knowing that they're still safe, to now let Ming roam around the map.
I'm looking for this mid lane play. The Cullen going to come out, just clear the wave. Really heads up from just above. He might still be in trouble.
Oh, a little bit of trouble. They do land the Sonic Wave, and they will pick up that kill. That one gets donated over to Cryan. It was a bit of a risky one. It was probably as good as it could be from Xiao Xiaopao to clear the wave to make it as difficult as possible, but no real way of him getting out without his flash. And now on top side, we're going to see the Dominus pop. Xiaohu going toe-to-toe with ZS, but I don't know if ZS really wins this fight just yet. He's going to wait for the last rotation of his spells and should be fine now after using the Q to heal some up, but needs to be a little bit careful as he comes with the Xiaohu, who's going to have his first item soon.
Yeah, I really love the play from RNG to punish the lack of flash in Xiao Xiaopao. Very much, we took a summoner, we're punishing the summoner. The top lane, though, we just had kind of constant scrapping between these two. ZS doing pretty well in these trades overall against the Jace, but cautious about overstepping without the rotation of cooldowns. Both junglers have made their way up to the top side. Wait, you're alone, by the way, dude.
Yeah, you are by yourself, and there is nowhere you can really go. There's the lovely insect kick, and away picks himself up a kill. Nicely done here by the RNG top jungle duo. And again, these are just small moments that just give up massive advantages to RNG. Gives them time, space, and resources to make the plays that we see them do all the time now in the mid-game.
And you know what? Pretty clean from Wei, I'll say that much. Kind of was a bit like you're... Not sure if he's going to be able to take the Connect and isolate it. Thought ZS could just dash away, but finds a really nice execution in the kick. And now able to use that Herald to take that first tower. And Xiaohu is going to be rewarded with so much gold off the back of this. And again, we saw how much the Jace did in game one. You're now giving that Jace all that extra income to work with. It's so scary.
all of this extra income. And look at this. This is what we talk about when we say that RNG are just such a smart team. Does he need to take the turret right now? No. Can he deny 10, 12 minions before that wave crashes? Yes, and that's exactly what he does. It's just such an incredibly smart way of playing the game. He still hasn't even taken that tower, and ZS can't walk up to it. Now he'll lose it after using 2 waves of minions of XP, gold, and everything. Just such a good way of playing the game.
And there's now just such a massive gap between these two top laners. It's a 1,600 gold lead. ZS is trying to start a fight. I mean, I guess now is the only window before he recalls and gets more items, but he's still already got an Eclipse on you. ZS just needs to back away, and his chase is an issue. Now, Xiaosabao is just going to go down.
Oh, just not respecting that he didn't know where Wei was. He had a false sense of security because he was like, it's fine, Hacker is here, and Hacker does absolutely nothing. ZS, though, getting so much damage put down on top of him, not baiting out the dominance just yet, but really nothing he could do. And like you said, this is before the Jace goes back and buys.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse from this point, honestly. Pretty massive goal discrepancy built up, and Wei done a lot more, been a lot more proactive in this game on this Lee Sin. We can see here the dash in from Xiaosabao, chains come, and it's like, that's the power of this combo. The CC from the LeBlanc guarantees the Sonic Wave from the Lee Sin, and the damage is there just to carry through onto the Lucian. And now it's a 3,500 gold lead for RNG, only 40 minutes in the game. This is a much more snowbally than game 1, and you know, they need that from the composition. We talked about how there's a lot of scaling elements from the side of Ultra Prime and how RNG wanted to put down that early pressure, but even so, this is kind of rough for Ultra Prime to be dealing with right now.
This is very rough for them. As you said, 3,500 gold lead. It's 1,000 gold, sorry, 1,500 gold into top lane, 1,000 in the jungle, about 1,000 in bot side. It's only really close in mid, and even then we're seeing the power that this LeBlanc has over something like a Lucian, which we mentioned. If they step too far forward, they are going to get caught. And this is the trade we're seeing now from Ultra Prime. They're looking to try and maybe make this dragon a win condition. We'll get an Ocean or a Mountain Soul available to them. It's going to be the Mountains, so not the best in the world, but RNG don't care because they're looking for power and gold now.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is I don't hate the decision from Ultra Prime to go for these dragons. I actually think it's the correct one, because by doing that, you're delaying the soul, right? If RNG want to get a dragon soul, it's going to be 35 minutes at the earliest. But RNG are finding advantages. Ultra Prime trying to answer back. We'll find Ming.
They get 1 kill onto the support. A lot of ultimates had to be used there. They do land all of them, so the damage was enough to keep it going. But with the Rift Herald spawning over the top side of the Raptor camp, you can't see that being pushed into that mid lane. So we'll take it down to about half HP. Not quite in a position to take that fully, as ZS did roam down from the top side. Realistically, he does not want to be anywhere near that. Serpent's Fangs has been finished up now for Xiaohu. And yes, it's good against shields, but even just as a penetration item, this Renekton has negligible armor right now, so he's just going to be blown up regardless of wherever he goes.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have a complete item, and Xiaohu's on 2.
Oh no.
It's pretty worrying. Oh, what is that damage?
Oh my god!
What is this champion, honestly?
We can see why RNG just putting such emphasis on this, and you called it in the first game, but I think we got to call it in the second. You're blinding the Renekton with the Jace still available, and it's just not working. This Jace is able to deal with you so easily, and straight up just scales better.
I'm just gonna say, I don't know if they could have picked something else that would have done better. I feel like with the way RNG have played around top, and also just, you know, I think a big factor is that the player is called Xiaohu. I think that's just such a massive factor here.
Might be
something
something to do with it.
A problem you can't really deal with, and the fact he's so fed now already in this game is pretty scary. I'll say that much. It's kind of like, especially as he spikes so hard right now, Ezreal is coming up on his spike when he has his 2 items. We have Cryin, who's in a pretty good spot with that Luden's finished. This is where RNG are really strong, and I want to see them continue that momentum into this game. Keep applying the pressure, keep controlling the map. They slow down, that's Ultra Prime's only real route back into this one. Oh no.
You see Xiaohu just pushing forward. The flash has to be committed there by SMLZ, and they can't defend turrets. Even with his Ziggs, they can't step near it. No one can deal with this poke. Oh, as they go in, now we can see the equalizer put down. The tower has fallen, but now Ultra Prime maybe looking to try and turn this one back around. They've used all of their ultimates. No flash there for Hacker means that he has to use it after the solar flare. And that's 4v5. RNG are just smashing Ultra Prime.
I feel like I wince whenever the shock blast comes through the acceleration gate. I'm like,
feel it.
I know it's going to do so much damage. Yeah, I mean, it's visceral at this point. They are going to try and look for Xiaohu here, see if they can fish him out.
It's a lot of damage here.
If you can get on top of him.
Yeah, he spots ZS, and they know. Yeah, he's been spotted, so I think Xiaohu has a bit of an inkling, so smart about the game, and that means that the bot lane is free to be taken here by Cryan with his teleport available to him. And important to note, in that last skirmish around mid lane, not only was it 4v5, but RNG didn't use any summoners. Gallows was already down. He used it a while ago, so it's just advantage over advantage over advantage here for RNG. And Ultra Prime, they're up a creek without a paddle right now. They have no way of kind of dealing with this. Xiao Xiaobao going to find himself between a rock and a LeBlanc right now as he gets to go in, try to dash away, use the Gale Force and the flash. Has all of his mobility used, and he will keep his life, but I don't know, Chief. I don't know what this is for Ultra Prime, but this ain't it.
Yeah, I just find it funny that, like, just about dashes, Gale Forces and flashes, and Wei, it just kind of, like, walks through and leaves the tower. Now, ZS, the ult comes down for Ming. That might be enough to catch him out, but he will just flash to get away. But again, we've just seen mid laners flash burn side of Ultra Prime. We've seen top laners flash burn side of Ultra Prime. These are major, you know? It's not necessarily like you're getting a kill, you get an extra gold, but this limits the effectiveness of Ultra Prime being able to take a fight. If you're trying to get on top of Xiaohu, stop him shock blasting you from a mile away, Renekton having flash is pretty important. And the fact that Xiao Xiaobao doesn't have his just means he's more of a vulnerable target who can be picked off potentially. Dragon is going to spawn in 20. I think Ultra Prime, they secured those earlier dragons. That was definitely a massive advantage for them, and it sort of slows the game down. But I think you have to give this one over.
Honestly, I don't even think they can. I think if they give this one over, they just, resign themselves to dying a death of 1,000 cuts. They have to get this. Their win condition is the dragon at this point in time. They're just so far behind. Xiaohu coming in. You see the poke going down just on the Xiao Xiaobao. He has no flash. The only person on the side of Ultra Prime who has flash right now is Xiaoxi. And even now, I'm looking at it, just seeing him walking forward. I don't know if he can survive the damage. He has to pop his ultimate. Now we can see that the Ultra Prime, despite putting all their eggs in this dragon basket, have to back away. They can't even contest it anyway.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is the right call. As much as, it'd be great to get that dragon and play for that win con, Ultra Prime's comp has scaling elements, and RNG are spiking. They are so strong right now at this point in the game. It's the 2 items there as well. It's the 2 items for the Jace. It's the sort of similar point for this LeBlanc. As much as it feels bad, RNG are nowhere near a Mountain Soul themselves, and realistically this gives you more time to scale, it gives you more time to move past those spikes. At some point in this game, SMLZ probably going to pick up his Zhonya's. The extra armor going to really help out and mitigating the cut coming through from Xiaohu's damage. I think, I respect the fact they tried, but at this point you just need to play damage control. It's so difficult for them to contest RNG right now.
Oh, and Xiao Xiaobao getting jumped onto and deleted. Solo kill for Cryan, and this Lucian pick is not working out. As you can see, just using the distortion. Pop in, say hello, pop out, and you have pressure in all 3 lanes. You've got top lane pushing in, Ming's able to roam up from mid, you've got the Jace on the bot side, ZS can do nothing about that. RNG have the pick of the litter, they can decide where and when they want to fight, and we're just going to see this replay of him just getting utterly deleted.
Yeah, the distortion, really nice here because it actually plays on the minions. You managed to get the... Yeah. I mean, everything just hit. That's all I really can say about that one. A lot of damage from the LeBlanc. And, yeah, going to be able to apply that pressure. Take that tier 2 as well, which is a big influx of gold. And, that whole scaling up thing only really works if you have a game to sort of come back to later.
I was gonna say, it's like late game's great and all, but if you don't ever get there, then it's never gonna happen. It's just you gotta survive until that point. And Xiaohu just playing so smart, recognizing that if all of his team are pushing on top side, he's on the weak side on bot lane, so he backs up before the Cadral weak side police roam up and put him into the weak side jail. And this is just RNG. This is a team that is just becoming slowly but surely back into their 2021 spring form. This is a team that are showing that they are still well capable of taking a LPL Summer Championship, to making themselves the Spring, Summer, and MSI champions, to repeat the 2018 success and maybe go for another go at that Golden Road like they did in 2018. This is just so good from them.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking on point. And again, Ultra Prime, not the biggest competition in the league for them, but they've had some really strong results. And the thing is, we've seen from Ultra Prime that they're capable of taking games from stronger teams than them in the standings. And I kind of feel like that was what Game 1 felt like. That felt like the game Ultra Prime against maybe a weaker opponent would have won. This one kind of feels like where the inconsistency kicks in and they're kind of just getting wiped. But it's not over yet. They still have scaling elements, but... Ow. Ow!
Just ow. As you can see now, Cryan might be in a little bit of trouble. Has flash available to him, does use a double distort, and he's not going to even invest his flash right now. Just knows he's dead, but instead of giving that kill to Xiao Xiaobao, gives it over to Hacker. I do like that little change. He sets him on C. He's trying so hard to just be like, I can still stay, but he's just getting poked out so much.
He is so scary. I mean, there's just too much damage on the side of RNG right now, and I'm trying to present the win con. They need time. They need time, honestly, and they need RNG
miracles
to, you know, if Gala misclicks and accidentally sells his entire build, great, right? If Xiaohu does that, even
we're
better.
in the money.
Yeah, we're in the money. Rabadon's now picked up for Cryan. But again, these are the sort of picks you need to play. You find a numbers advantage, you find a window. It does cost you your mid-tier 2, but realistically, I'm not sure how defendable that was anyway against the strength of RNG right now. So you'll take any win you can get. Any minor advantage.
Anything at all, and that's the thing we always say. Oh, Xiao Xiaobao needs to be in a little bit of trouble as he flashes away, but he gets flashed on top of. There's going to be the equalizer now committed by Hacker as they do get a shutdown onto the Jace. The TP comes in, ZS just being enough to keep this guy away as LeBlanc just joined in on the fight, but that's a 30-second death timer now, while a 40-second death timer, while there's a 30-second timer on this Dragon. So important to note that they still might have a chance. Ultra Prime, they might be able to get on top of this.
Jasper has TP. This could actually be the window, and because Xiaohu was higher level, he actually has a longer spawn timer and survived a bit longer. So, you know, this could be Ultra Prime's opportunity to take a 5v4, but they have to be fast about it. I want Jasper to TP in instantly, and I want them to look for this fight.
Oh, Xiaoxi looked for something, but just couldn't find it. Cryan baiting it beautifully. Now Hacker taking so much poke from Gala. He's just putting out these mystic shots time and time again, just chunking people out. ZS over the wall, trying to see if he can go for something. But again, Ultra Prime, they're just not in a position. Even 4v5, I don't think they can go for it. The equalizer's back up, but it doesn't really hit its mark. You'll never notice a good equalizer. You'll always notice a bad as Cryan, again, taking more damage, but RNG are not afraid. They know that they are in the ascendancy, and they've got themselves their second Drake.
Yep, and RNG able to close and latch that window Ultra Prime were trying to find. Just really struggling, even with the chase down, not able to find a window in on that Dragon, and Ultra Prime, oh my lord.
God damn, and he didn't even use the Dragon's Wage. Holy moly, Wei and Xiaohu still nutty with their damage. TP on the back end of this, going to be ZS, but ZS, I don't know if you have a way of getting back into this. They do land the Q there as Wei goes in, jumps back out, trying to keep himself as annoying as possible. Ming goes in, he's a tanky boy, and Ultra Prime are dead to rights. They will be deleted, sent to the Shadow Realm. RNG will take everything from them and give nothing back.
And they should just look towards the Baron right now. Not quite long enough on the death timers for them to be able to end the game here, but Ultra Prime, it is looking dire right now. I think RNG showing the caliber we expect from them. Game 1, you know, it was clean, but it was a bit slow. There were windows from Ultra Prime where it started to mess things up, but this Game 2, Xiaohu has just been an absolute monster.
Xiaohu and Wei have just been at the core of everything, and Crying as well, this top side of the map, and it's just done so much work. They only need 3 people to take the Baron, and this is just them being opportunistic and knowing where they can fight. Good God.
And it's just, you know, it's kind of disrespectful from Justifier. You know they're going to be setting up on this side of the map for the Baron. You don't have vision there. You kind of want Xiaoxi to be the one to face check, because at least he can ult and then maybe combo someone, but here, They end up losing their primary carries off the bat, and then I can't really fault them for this because they're never winning this fight 3v5, but they're kind of in this mindset of if we let them get Baron, the game's doomed. So it was kind of a doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. Speaking of doomed,
yeah, well, they got the Baron, so Doom Eternal here for the side of Ultra Prime. They do commit both ultimates to try and survive. It will be Hacker getting away, but Chelsea not going to be so lucky. As I say that, we can see Wei just feeling so confident going in, looking to try and get that flash kick going again, but not quite able to find it this time round. While that's all been happening, we have seen Jace pushing in that bot side with the Baron of minions, trying to get themselves into a position to get these inhibitors down.
And I feel like it's just so hard for Ultra Prime to contest. You know, we're going to see another Shock Blast in a second, and once again, I'm going to feel severe pain just from the amount of damage he's going to do. No armor picked up from...
Oh my god! It's not even just Xiaohu. And the Shock Blast! What is this damage? Look how far ahead RNG are. Gala, unafraid, goes in with the Arcane Shift. And they're going to be able to land so much poke, and they haven't even fully engaged yet, Ox. They haven't even fully committed to it, and everyone from Ultra Prime is quickly running back to their fountain saying, please, give me help, give me the healing, I have nothing. Oh my...
Crying is too good. Crying is too good.
Crying is too good. Xiaohu and Crying with these kills right now, and there's just nothing Ultra Prime can do. It will be about 30 minutes by the time this game goes out, but RNG with a statement win over Ultra Prime, 2-0, and they are firmly on a 5-game win streak, pushing themselves further and further up the table as we go into the latter half of the split. They'll pad the KDAs just a little bit to make sure they get as much as they possibly can, but it's not going to change the result. It's not going to change how this one ends. And RNG 2-0, my word.
Kind of the outcome we expected, and I think we got to see some of Ultra Prime right in that game one. It was kind of like when they had the early agency, when they're able to get, you know, contest those earlier levels, they looked okay, they had some good moments, but ultimately RNG were really punishing. Game 2 was kind of the other side of the coin, where it felt like there wasn't really too much contention from Ultra Prime, and RNG just in full form. This team looks honestly scary. I feel, you know, they haven't quite had the greatest split thanks to that rough start, but right now they're gearing up towards playoffs, and it is so hard to sort of work out how to deal with them. The fact they took down EDG, the fact that you see a game like this and they just annihilate you, even when you come in and you're like, okay, you know, we have a good strategy, we're going to do this with the bot lane, we got the Ziggs or whatever, it just does not matter at all.
It really doesn't. And 5-game win streak, the last loss they received was a 2-1 against them versus Suning in week 4. That before that, it was obviously the same week, 2-1 against Top Esports, so they were still very close series. And for RNG fans and for the faithful of this team, this is so good. They're back. This is feeling like a top 4 team. This is feeling like a team that can make the run in playoffs, that can make it all the way to the finals once again and come out as the #1 seed.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we can just say that they're back. They are back. They are looking on form. I think after the EDG series, everyone was feeling it, but now on a 5-win streak, and I don't see where this is going to stop. It just feels like no one really has a good answer to this lineup. It's so hard to kind of scope out anyone who can sort of match up to this.
Honestly, you look at the teams they have to play in the coming weeks. They play JDG on Saturday. They play RA. They play TT. It's not exactly the greatest of teams. They all still, you know, apart from TT, they are still playoff level teams, but if they're able to take down JDG convincingly, if they're able to take down RA convincingly, and then WE and then BLG, that's 4 wins. That brings them up to, you know, 10 or 11 and 5. Not only that, but they're at playoff level teams. These are teams that are going to be teams you play in the postseason, and if you're able to smash them like we've seen them smashing so far, like I don't know. I just don't know who takes down RNG, and I'm really loving them coming back.
You know what I would have said? I would have said EDG. EDG will be the team. They are on form this split. And you know what? They got 2-0 by RNG, so that was kind of out the window. Yeah, I mean, they are looking absolutely on fire. And the hope for any RNG fans is they continue this form, but at the same time, you know, we will see teams step up to contest them. We will see teams, you know, adapt, develop strategies for this. So you know, as much as they are very much looking like one of the top competitors, I still estimate that they're going to have a lot of challenges to get through before they make it to that top spot. And they're still not even in the playoffs technically yet. They still need to keep fighting to make it there. So definitely can't let the foot off the pedal yet.
Well, actually, technically, and this is a technicality, with that win, they go to 6-5 with a greater game score than everyone else on 6 wins and more losses. So they actually move up into 10th position. So they have finally crested into playoff position for the first time this split for RNG. So it's been a slow climb, but as we ramp up towards the end of the split, they are picking up more and more wins, climbing back up to the top end. And we got to talk about our MVP, our man of the Rift. It was Wei on this Lee Sin, and what's surprising me the most about RNG is that you can't let them have blue and you can't let them have red, because they're either going to get a priority pick or a counter pick, and either are still so good for this team.
Yeah, and I think Wei's been playing beautifully. I think the way he facilitates Xiaohu and plays around him is so good. And this LeBlanc Lee Sin, we've seen this before in the LPL, not always going super successfully. Sometimes just not able to find that pressure. I believe we even saw it up against Ultra Prime and just about brought out Vladimir, and the pressure just wasn't there. But here, you know, RNG consistently finding these picks onto Xiao Xiaobao. His KDA looked pretty atrocious at the end of the game, and honestly, I don't even fault him. It's just way flawless on this Lee Sin, and the follow-up is always there. He's not making just the isolated individual plays. They're coordinated, the setup is there, they know when they have a numbers advantage, and as a result, we didn't see what happened in game 1 with Ultra Prime, where they make a good play and then they get collapsed on and die. It was like, we make a good play, we win the play, and then we translate it into an objective.
Honestly, just great from the side of RNG, and unfortunate for Ultra Prime. Like we said, all bark and no bite, and we were going to see an interview now. We're going to send it over to Wendy's talking to Cryan.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and now I'm standing with the mid laner from Royal Never Gave Up Crying. First, congratulations on your 2-0 victory, and after this victory, you've got a 5-win streak. So, in which aspects do you guys think you behave well? 那么，首先恭喜 Crying 说你们今天能够2-0干净利落地拿下比赛的胜利，同时在这一场比赛胜利之后，你们也是拿下了常规赛的5连胜。想要问一下，在最近的这段时间里面，你们觉得你们的队伍的状态在哪些方面表现得比较好？
我觉得在赛季初经历连败之后 ，BB 然后还有队伍状态调整的话都比较大吧，然后最近也是状态都比较好。
So I think after we got a loss streak in the early phase of the summer split, the Bambic phase and the team momentum all got quite well now. So I think that's the reason why we got a win streak. And the second question is for you that in the pre-game interview, Xiaohu said that against UP, you must behave well in the Bambic phase, and in game 1, you chose Azir as your last pick. I want to ask that why you choose this quite unusual champion for the Bambic phase last pick. 那么其实在今天的比赛赛前，小虎在预录制里面也是有聊到说，觉得今天对阵 BP 会非常非常的重要。那么今天在第一局的最后一选是给你选到了沙皇这个英雄，想要问一下你们为什么会选沙皇这个？其实在当前版本的赛场当中并不是很常见的英雄。
我觉得的话，沙皇是因为我是觉得沙皇对阵发条是一个不错的选择嘛，所以就选。
I think Azir against Orianna is a quite good pick, both in laning phase and in team fights. So I pick Azir as the last pick. And in game 2, you've got great mid-jungle coordination with Wei, and including a tower dive. So I want to ask that who made the call in the tower dive, and what is the reason for the tower dive, and is it the pre-game strategy or the in-game decision? 那么其实今天来到第3个问题，就是想问到说第2局比赛当中，你和小威的中野的联动其实做得很漂亮，包括说许多波对上对方卢锡安的这个击杀，包括说一波越塔的击杀，想要问一下，这是在赛前就准备好的，还是说在队内当时临时的一个沟通？
这个我觉得可能是要看当时的游戏的实际情况嘛，因为游戏的情况出现了那样的机会，所以我们才会做的。
I think it is an in-game decision, and it is the reason that the Lucian gave us a chance to make the tower dive, so we made the choice. And the last question for you is that RNG had the 600 matches in LPL today. So do you have some words for the fans that are always by your side？ 那么今天也是 RNG 在 LPL 迎来了自己的第600场比赛，想要问一下小薇，想要问一下 Crying 说你有没有什么想要对一直陪伴着你们的粉丝要说的呢？
感谢就大家一直以来的支持嘛，然后就接下来比赛的话，我们也会努力争取更好的成绩的。
I want to express my thanks to all the support by the fans, and we will fight for more in the future. 那么再一次感谢 Crying 来接受我们的赛后采访，希望你们能够保持好状态，迎接接下来的比赛。Back to you guys, bye bye.
Thank you so much, and my deepest apologies there. I'm just so used to Wendy being our interviewer, I was not aware that Sam was taking over the interview duties today. Of course, doing a fantastic job and good insight there. You know, knowing that the Azir was a good pick, Crying's confident on that pick, and 600 games in LPL is a lot of LPL.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know what the win rate across all those is. I feel like probably pretty good for RNG, you know, as an organization. Yeah, I'd expect it to be, but you know, today just another win in the books. 5-win streak now, and I'm feeling confident for this team, and I think a lot of people are at this point.
I think you have to, as we see, is how far RNG can go. But that is all they had time for in that particular series. We're going to throw it to a break, and when we return, we will bring you our second series of the day. It is going to be Rare Adam versus BLG at a top 4 bout, and you do not want to miss it.
Let's talk about another top team, or another potential top team, who are actually the 12th place team. RNG. What do you reckon, guys? Are they back? We all saw on Twitter, they managed to beat EDG, and then like 100 different people on 100 different accounts tweeted, RNG is back.
Just expanding on, like, RNG alongside FPX are two teams that I always, just based on like their play styles, two teams I always like to see represent the LPL, just because I think they're very interesting. I already mentioned this before, but like, it's really hilarious how RNG struggled in this like melee assassin like run at you meta, which is like supposedly easier, and then is coming out with these Jace Varus combinations that like pretty much only them and FPX have the coordination and the like map awareness to be able to pull off. You know, for FPX it's because there's join B. For RNG, in my opinion, it's because they have Xiaohu and Ming. So I just really love the way that this team plays. I love the way that they challenge you to think about what makes a good trade, because some things that might not seem particularly good in the moment end up really paying off for them, and you can tell how much they're actually thinking about the game itself, which I always find super impressive. Obviously, I think that one really key component of this team is the fact that they do have to have Cryan on something, again, that he's comfortable on, so that they can either, when he is not in lane, really have the coordination to mitigate the wave if he's going to side lanes, and then additionally, something that he just is not going to get absolutely blasted with in a laning matchup. But other, like, that with the meta shifting away from them would be my, like, greatest concern for them making worlds and being quote-unquote back. But I think as long as there are a few champions out there that Cryan is going to be able to perform well on, then RNG are going to be a top team in the LPL. So, yeah, yes, they are back. Part of it is, I think, due to the meta shift, but I don't see anything on 11, 14 that would derail that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Xiaohu can play anything. Yeah.
That's one of the things that I saw on the Chinese forums is like quite a popular opinion was that Xiaohu should just go back to mid lane and they bring Xiaobai in. Another one of my favorite random Chinese opinions is that Teachama should come back for WE because the biggest issue is shot calling. Screw the mid lane, just have a shot caller instead. I don't know whether that's a good idea, but I think it's a funny take anyway. And speaking of, maybe not a good idea, but it might be a funny take, let's move into our last segment of the day, which is going to be unpopular opinions. Now, if you live in the UK and you listen to Radio 1, you'll know that I'm pretty much just stealing this segment. But for the sake of a bit of banter on the LPL podcast, we're going to each bring forward an unpopular opinion, and we're going to see if the other two people agree with it, disagree with it. We'll have a little bit of a discussion, have a bit of fun to round out the episode. So, Emily, as our guest, I'll give you the honors. I'll let you go first. What is your unpopular opinion about the LPL, League of Legends, whatever topic?
So I feel like this is kind of a weak sauce unpopular opinion, but my unpopular opinion is that Invictus Gaming are not going to make playoffs. I just don't see it. I feel like that's such a weak take, but honestly, like, I do not, like, this team, they beat Victory 5, like, a few hours ago. Like, great. You beat the worst team in the league. But, like, I just have, and this is, like, putting Rookie aside, because I still think Rookie is, like, a phenomenal player. I think in the series that we just watched, the Shy was completely fine as well. But yeah, I don't see this team coming together enough to even make playoffs, especially with all of the teams that we have jockeying for playoff position. Like, yes, I realize 10 teams make playoffs, but, like, if you're looking at, like, I mean, it's not like I have a ton of confidence in LGD, OMG, BLG either, but, I do think RNG is obviously going to make it up there. So that eliminates one. And then IG are going up against BLG, I'm assuming BLG, OMG, Suning, who I have a little bit more confidence in than the two teams I just named. Despite the fact that they have, like, obvious issues, I also think they have very obvious strengths, and with the fact that Bin has been performing a lot better, it just changes the fabric of what that team can do. With Rogue Warriors able to at least, like, no, Rogue Warriors aren't going to Worlds or making playoffs probably, but they do have, they are a legitimate threat now. Like, you do have to at least recognize how they play and counter that. I don't know, man. Like, this Invictus Gaming team, like, I want them to make playoffs because I always think IG are, like, super interesting when they get into best of fives usually, but, like, man, I just don't see it coming together. I'm sorry, IG fans. They're gonna come attack me on Twitter now, but I just don't see it. Is it not? Oh, okay. I didn't know.
I think it's one of these things where, like, I think in terms of fans and sentimental opinions, I think it's an unpopular opinion, right? But I think logistically, though, I'm not sure it's that unpopular because, like, when you look at the matches, they already have 7 losses. They still have to face top esports, BLG, WE, RA, and then TT, who apparently is actually kind of good because they beat Rogue Warriors, who are apparently the best team ever. So, yeah, I don't think it's happening. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Emily. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on. It's been awesome to have another analyst who I think you're super underrated as an analyst, and I think it's really, really fun to have you on more long-form content like this where we get to really dig into some of your opinions and you get to flex that knowledge because, it's been a pleasure having you on. Okay, it's time to wrap things up. Thank you very much, guys, for joining me. Thank you, everyone at home, for listening, and we will see you next week. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.
to be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all of them. Cause I need you to look at it before you go to just tasting and feeling on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go tasting, I need you to breathe. Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you want to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back.
일단 아이보이 선수랑 이제 한국 선수가 되게 라인전부터 이득 보는 걸 되게 중요시 생각해서 그 점을 잘 받아쳐야 될 것 같아요. 일단 제가 이제 그 오브젝트를 되게 중요시하게 생각하기 때문에 오브젝트를 더 잘 집중하고 오브젝트 쪽에서 더 많은 말을 해야 될 것 같아요.
Finding the counter-strike in the early laning phase and looking towards those neutral objectives. That is the key to victory, according to BLG. I am still Penguin. I am still joined by the illustrious Ox, and we are still going to be bringing you some more LPL action today. We got ourselves BLG versus RA, and we got to talk about BLG a little bit because they're kind of becoming a little bit of a dark horse. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would. I think they've had some good wins under their belt over the course of the split. Now, it hasn't all been clean sailing. There has been a bit of an inconsistency, but they've been steadily rising up the standings. And I feel like they're coming in this matchup potentially even favored against Rare Adam, which, you know, I probably wouldn't have said a couple of weeks ago.
Yep, they're brought in 7-5. We have a look now at what BLG have done so far this split, and we really do want to look at their more recent results, and even the ones where they lost, but they lost in very, very close matches.
Yeah, like the loss, the loss against Top Esports obviously a bit rougher, but WE was a close one. They won against FPX, won against Rogue Warriors, against JDG, against OMG. Some pretty convincing names there, and I think we've seen positive play, and even when they are losing, we do see within the individual matches they are putting up a good contest, they are making it a tough match, and I think there's positives to be said for this roster.
Honestly, it really does feel it. I think particularly you look at the most recent one of form, 4 wins out of, 4 wins out of the last 5 games. They're really feeling, even 5 games out of the last 6. So really coming into their own and creating a cohesive unit that can move forward. And honestly, the match against JDG, one of our perceived top-end teams, was a little bit of a stomp. They kind of came in and just, absolutely smacked them about the rift and really put themselves in forward towards that playoff spots. And looking forward to see how they can build off of that momentum, if that momentum can continue into today's game. And speaking of momentum, RA, we gotta talk about them. They're kind of losing steam a little bit right now, and it's the question, like, are they actually losing steam? Because they started off the split, so damn positively, and they're now coming into the latter half with just picking up losses, not really looking cohesive, and they're not great losses either. It's not as if they're super close. It's not as if they're looking like they're going toe to toe. It just feels like they're kind of getting smacked about.
I mean, they lost to Rogue Warriors. I don't think I need to really say too much more than that. It was rough, and some of these losses, JDG, FPX, it's kind of, we saw BLG beat those teams, and you can't really transition the properties, but either way, it's like these losses are against teams that they very much could have beaten. But the fact that they lost to Rogue Warriors, it's just rough. We saw Rare Adam with a really good start of the split. It looked like they had a lot of momentum. There's times they were up at that sort of second place spot, and now they're starting to drop down in the standings. They're losing some matches they really shouldn't be, and it's a worrying trend. I feel like at this point, you know, they're still in a very good position to make playoffs itself, but that's only half the battle. You know, you can make playoffs, you get knocked out instantly, you're not able to stand up to the teams there. It's obviously irrelevant, really, that you made it there in the first place. Rare Adam have had really solid run of form early in the season, and we want to see them return to that. We want to see them, particularly in a series like this against BLG, who are similar to them in the standings. They should come out and be able to take this win, and it's signs of good momentum going towards the playoffs. But honestly, on their recent form, I'm not sure they have it.
Yeah, honestly, and this is the big thing that we come into this one now, is that this is a temperature check. This is a litmus test to be able to say, are you as good as some of the people you are probably going to end up fighting in the postseason? This is a great moment now for BLG and for Rare Adam to not only get a leg up on the competition, but also to separate them out. Give them an extra win, put you up onto 8 wins, up into the top 4, if you will, of the LPL right now. And if we're looking at either of these two teams, I'm looking at the mid lane. Fofo versus Zika. These two guys have just been so good in such recent form.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been absolutely on fire. Fofo, I mean, for the whole season has been an absolute monster and is such a dominant player for the team. And on the side of Zika, he's been doing so much, even individually. You know, 10 solo kills so far this split, just constantly pushing the advantage in the laning phase. And an interesting thing as well is the fact that they have so many shared champions in their pool, both in playing Silas, both in playing LeBlanc. And I feel like there's going to be contested picks here, and also getting that counter matchup so important because both of them are players who like to establish that advantage in the laning phase. They're not ones who'll just sit back, take a mage farming matchup. They will look to push the ladder.
And this is the big thing as well. You look at those champion pools, LeBlanc, the Silas, these are going to be hotly contested picks for both of these players. These are going to be two things that we are looking to see if they end up giving them up. Do they ban them away? Do they just do a trade? You get LeBlanc, I get Silas, or vice versa. It's going to be so interesting to see how both of these players now adapt coming into this particular matchup. And I feel like for RA, this is a great moment for them to really cement themselves towards that top side, so top 6, maybe top 4 themselves at the end of the split, because you were able to get that 8 win, 8-4, you're pushing the upper end of the LPL. You're in a great position then to start finishing highly at the end of the split. But for BLG, they're just looking so clean right now.
Yeah, and I think mid's been a really big factor. I think Eamon's been really solid in the AD carry role. I think they have good carries when it comes to those team fights. But as often is in the current meta, it very much comes around setting up for success. And I think a critical factor is sort of establishing that early pressure and looking where you can find a particular advantage. And I think we're talking about mid diff, but mid diff is jungle diff. It's the old rule of the game, and I think it's really going to come down to which teams can apply that early pressure and find the advantages. I think you also talked to me a bit about BLG's top and jungle and how well they work together.
Honestly, I love this top and jungle, and they're a duo top and jungle in the true sense of the word, of that they're both benefiting from each other and giving each other resources. It's not really a RNG situation where Wei just gives everything up to Tauhu. I feel it in a more of a sense of like, as a duo works, it's something that has to work together. This is one of our strongest in the league, and they're just going from strength to strength all the way out throughout the season. And for BuBu and Wei, this is again another fantastic opportunity for them to push that narrative, to push the ideas that we have a strong bot lane. Our mid laner is getting solo kills and finding their own advantages. We can work around the map and keep adding to those wins.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. And I think, when you have two closely matched teams, the draft priorities are going to be really important. And seeing how teams come with a strategy and what they have prepared. I'd be interested to see because I think we've talked about the mid lane, the shared champion pool, but also finding, a proactive early jungler who can make that impact sooner rather than later, finding picks that allow, your top laner to flourish. It's going to be a lot of back and forth between the two.
It really, really will. And kind of moving a little bit more outward as we look towards the future, it's you're an ex-player yourself, and you know, fair enough, it's been a long time since you've played Pro League of Legends, but how momentum-wise, or even just mental-wise, how important is it to get those wins over potential playoff opponents?
It honestly makes a huge difference. I've been on teams before where, you know, certain players on the roster who've gone up against teams and they've been confident that we won't win, you know, which is obviously an awful mentality to have, but even if you're not outspoken about it, it still kind of sits with you, you know. You go up against these big names, you go against these teams on a run of form, these teams who beat you last time, and sometimes it feels really difficult to overcome that. It's a mental barrier that you have to fight, and, you know, it's very easy to say, oh, just believe in yourself, have faith, but it's very different saying that and actually truly believing that and reflecting. I think the human side of it is a massive factor. I think momentum is a big thing as well, because teams, when they're losing, they don't feel confident. You know, the general mood of the team and the play goes down. Those proactive plays you're looking for that you felt confident about, the agency in the game is kind of diminished because you're like, oh, well, you know, we're not winning, so it's difficult to make plays work. You don't feel confident in them. You see, you know, I mean, an example was Wei in the last series. Super confident play on this Lee Sin, just dashing in, finding these advantages, finding these windows. And I think it's so important to feel good as a team and to think you're on form going into playoffs. And again, facing up against those teams you know you'll be matching up there, like this matchup is, you want to be able to feel confident that you can win against that lineup that you've taken the head-to-head before.
And that's exactly it. And even the difference of a game, if you win or if you lose, but you lose 2-1, so you are able to take the big step. At least the belief is there, like you said. And a 2-0 for either of these sides, you feel like would be a pretty detrimental sentence to their mental if they come into the playoffs, as BLG take their seats. They are finally ready to go onto the stage. And now the pursuit of excellence and ceaseless fighting is RA's motto as they come out here. And for RA, this is an important turning point. Like we mentioned, they're 3 losses out of the last 4 games. This could be 4 losses out of the last 5 games if they are not able to pick up a win. And that momentum, that mental fortitude does start to whittle away if you're not picking up wins.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that, again, pretty likely they'll make playoffs, but it's about regaining the confidence, regaining that momentum, and I think this series is a really important one to do so. So look at them to try and put the best foot forward and try and find their advantage in this one.
Well, we'll see exactly how this one goes. Of course, all the players just getting themselves ready and set up for RA. They've had good moments. I think if you look at this lineup, and it's similar to the star-studded lineup of Ultra Prime, where there is a lot of names on this that have been around for a long time. Bofo's been around for a good few years. iBoy, ex-EDG AD carry, which probably, I do believe, the still most viewed clip on LPL's Twitch all time of the flashing away in the finals. So there's a lot of potential carry here, but I think I speak for a lot of people when I say that we haven't really seen it from iBoy in particular weeks. We know that he has it, but is it ever going to reignite? And that question is looming over a player like that for as long as you go and as long as you're not winning, it does end up kind of gnawing at you.
Yeah, I mean, you have sort of a history to live up to. You have that sort of standard you set for yourself, and now is the sort of time where, you know, you'd want to see him step up. And I think particularly in the current meta, you know, AD carries can have a difficult time sometimes having an impact. There's, you know, such powerful sort of earlier impacting bruisers across the rest of the map. But we've definitely seen, you know, EDG are an example of a team where Viper has been a massive carry for his lineup. You can see already BLG looking to target the bot lane a little bit by shutting down that Calista, an AD carry who does have that early impact, that early agency.
Gonna go for that. We see the Akali banned away. Actually didn't see the Akali at all in our first series. Not something that RNG nor Ultra Prime tend to lean towards in their picks and bans, but still a massive carry in its own right. It's getting hit with a myriad of nerfs in tomorrow's patch hits. Good. So good, says Dan. You're a support man, I understand that. You don't feel that kind of same level of appreciation for the assassin arts as it would be. You're more of a tanky boy yourself.
I like assassins with counterplay. That's all I'm going to say on the subject.
We'll move swiftly on.
BLG doing a lot to really target iBoy with the Aphelios ban away as well, which is one of his most played this season. And we see, again, this Lee Sin first pick coming out. Flexible, really strong in the early game, actually holds up well in the late game, which is not how he used to be previously, thanks to all these great bruiser items. And now it's over to RA to answer, you know, see what they can sort of pick up to try and offer some early pressure congestion. And at least, Renekton makes a lot of sense in that regard. It's an answer that we saw consistently in the last series from Ultra Prime, was prioritizing that Renekton in the top lane.
And is something that can work very well should you want to go with a AP jungler. Of course, the Nidalee Renekton used to be the Elise Renekton when Elise was a champion in the game. Sadly, she has been nerfed into the absolute ground and will not be seeing the light of day for a very... Exactly, who's that? But now it's the RA, and this is what I wanted to see if they would go towards. They are opting to take the LeBlanc, so I would imagine we will see BLG look to pick up the Sylas and combo that with the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised, and LeBlanc can have the early pressure in the matchup. Obviously, against melee champions, it's really hard because, you know, she can distortion forward, set up the chains, and you kind of have to be in range of her at all times to, like, contest the wave. So there is that potential concern with the Sylas, but obviously scales very well. For now, though, BLG will just pick up that Ezreal. Pretty safe pick, and I guess with the Aphelios and the Calista down, maybe they feel a bit safe to lean into this one. On 11-13, obviously with Divine Thunder nerf for range champions, it's not quite as high priority as it used to be, but still a lot of players in the league, a lot of confidence on it, and I think aiming is definitely one of those.
I mean, you think of some of the highlight clips from LPL Ezreal's, and aiming is 3 or 4 of them in his own right in the top 10. The one that sticks out to me was how he played against, I can't remember exactly who it was, but he was on the Ezreal, jumps on the back of the Baron pit, able to just throw out Mystic Shot, goes in 2v4, and still comes out with the quadra kills. So really nicely done. And now we're going to see RA deviate a little bit from the plot. They're going to go to an old, tried and tested method of the Nidalee and the Renekton comboing in the jungle and a solo lane.
And honestly, I actually kind of like this because, you know, you have an Ezreal on the side of BLG. It's not the highest pressure laner, limited sort of pressure you can apply in that regard on the bot side of the map. And now RA have a really strong top side that they can play towards. Both solo laners have CC they can set up for. They'll essentially guarantee that the spear from Lian can land. And then once that's the case, it's like the target's dead. It's very difficult to survive, you know, Renekton all along CCing you into a Nidalee spear. So it gives you that really strong side of the map to play for. And as long as your bot lane can remain safe and scale up, you should be in a good spot. Varus is going to get banned away, something like Pressure Ezreal. Ziggs might be the second ban from BLG as well. I feel like that would really allow Aibo to stay safe. But then again, now that I think about it, a bit too much AP on the side of Rare Adam, so I guess they probably will have to pick up an AD carry rather than a mage here.
Yeah, they do need some kind of consistent DPS because you've got a lot of burst right now, but not a lot of long team fight damage available to you. So BLG, maybe they go with something slightly different. We've seen the Ashe slowly making her way into the system of the meta right now, and BLG, they're taking their time with it. They're not concerned with what they want to go for, and actually they're going to ban away the Nautilus, so trying to really put the pressure on this bot side. Nautilus, one of Hong's best champions by far, and something that we really do know he's comfortable with.
Yeah, now I want to see the AD carry pick up here, leave the support for the counter pick. Again, you know, the options are things like, you know, the Jinx, the Ashe, I guess, things that are available. Looks like they might prioritize the Leona instead. I guess it is such a high priority that CC lockdown valuable and means that the Nidalee can really play through bot as well. I'm not the biggest fan of picking a blind though. I feel like BLG may be able to answer it in that regard. But now though, we see, I think Mundo makes a lot of sense. You know, that stun that comes out from Cube, you can obviously just avoid it with your passive, makes it very difficult for you to take down as a target. And then the bot lane Braum, you know, I really like this as a counter pick for Leona. I think as well, everyone on your team is auto-attacking. It is going to be able to block those Nidalee spears. It is going to make RA really have a difficult time if it gets to those later game team fights and they don't have an advantage. And BLG, happy to scale into those with this composition.
It's exactly, yeah. Braum is such a great pick into a team that just wants to be in your face. You look at all of these picks, LeBlanc, Nidalee, Leona, Renekton, all of them want to be jumping on top of you onto your backline. You lock in a Kai'Sa with that, maybe not the best to go full dive, considering you have so much sustain and survivability on BLG. I would like the Vayne, and I think that's something that iBoy has shown again, very proficient in, very happy to take into any matchup, and with the tanks that they have on the side of BLG, should do very, very well in the later game team fights.
Yeah, I mean, they decided to leave the AD carry to last, and honestly, you know, I was kind of critical of picking Leona early because I left the Braum kind of pick open, but I kind of feel like the Vayne was a good pickup. You know, it's good in the Ezreal, you can easily tumble away from his Mystic Shots. He's not able to pressure you too hard in lane. That's Ezreal's weakest point, which means sort of iBoy has kind of a free laning phase to a degree. And when it comes to the later stages, you can actually shred through the Mundo. One of the big problems with a lot of 80 carries in this patch, or the hyper carries, if you're up against something like a Mundo, he's going to build Anathema's Chains. He's going to use it on you. Your damage is going to be really shredded massively. With Vayne, that's not nearly as much of an issue because your Silver Bolts are just going to ignore that 30% reduction. And as a result, you can still deliver as a late game carry. For me, this is that insurance that Rare Adam needed, you know, on the bot side of the map. They have early pressure in spades on the top side, but they needed something that they could go, okay, you know, it's 20 minutes and the game isn't over. We're starting to fall off. What do we have? And the answer is iBoy on Vayne.
We'll see if that answer is enough, or if the BLG will be slamming them down to summer school for the rest of the year as we jump into Champ Select, or excuse me, onto the Rift for Game 1 after Champ Select. And big moment for both of these squads. Like we said, 7-4 for RA, 7-5 for BLG. This is a massive swing if you are able to get the win off of either of these teams. And playoffs are looming. We talk about it so much now. It's 2.5 weeks until the end of the split, and you only have a handful of games left to make your mark.
Yeah, and especially when you're playing a team so close to you in the standings, it has more value, right? If you're playing a team who's far higher than you or far lower, you're not really, like, yes, you're improving your score, and that's great, but you're not drastically changing, like, your main competition. But here, as you said, it's a massive swing potential. You not only take a win yourself, you push the other team down, helps to create that gap in the standings and give yourself an advantage.
Here we are, 1-1. Game 1 of this best of 3. And already we're seeing Hong just kind of moving in with iBoy to get a little bit of damage onto PP God. Has been a little bit of a sore spot here for BLG in in terms of the summer split. Hasn't really seen the same heights as we had him in for 2020, but definitely someone who can improve, who has got the ceiling to get there. And actually curious as well, we can see the bot side, Aiming going with the tier very early, but also a longsword for iBoy. So recognizing that there isn't a mad amount of kill pressure on him early.
Yeah, I think as well that, like, the value of the longsword is it helps really mitigate any poke that comes through. We are actually going to see there was a bit of an earlier play. Oh, okay. So big thing here is that Aiming started his Arcane Shift. So any pressure, as minor as it is, that we're potentially going to see from this Ezreal in the early levels, completely obliterated now. And again, like, having the Arcane Shift means you didn't have the Burn Flash there, but it's still not good. And now it just kind of means iBoy, again, we said already he's going to have pretty free pressure in this lane. It's going to be even more so now, already chunking out PP God here.
Yeah, you take the Arcane Shift, it does give you a little less to work with. Very hard to get that poke down, and of course uses a lot of mana as well. Very important to recognize that as well, as we see now pushing down at that bot side. We have priority pretty much all 3 lanes here from Rare Adam, which is going to give a lot of time to Leyen to farm up his jungle. Nidalee still an exceptional farmer, as we see actually a little bit of a different pathing here from Weiwei. Went from red Raptors straight onto blue, so we'll hit his level 3, but we'll be on the top side much earlier than the Nidalee will be.
Actually, seeing,
we should be fine.
iBoy's just not taking tower hits here. That was so well played, honestly.
Oh my god, I just didn't even notice it, like the level 2, and then he just kited out the tower aggro so perfectly.
And he just, yeah, he kept autoing out of range, autoing out of range. Didn't take a single tower hit, and he got like 3 autos in. Rare Adam's bot lane is honestly smurfing here. And the AD diff right now is pretty monumental. It's a 13 CS lead, and we saw, I mean, it's only assist for iBoy, but still picking that up this early, a massive advantage. And potentially just going to be able to pick up tier 2 boots here if he wants. Does actually just go for the tier 1 boots instead. Actually wouldn't actually have that much money, obviously, you know. The kill gives a lot but needs a fair bit more, but even so, the extra movement speed allowing you to roam, impact the map more. And sort of going back to the pathing you talked about from the Lee Sin, I actually really like it. The reason is, 1, it's a little bit unpredictable. A lot of damage. And 2, it allows you to dodge Leyen, who I think Zika needs to dodge Leyen in the next second, potentially. Although he is just out of vision there, so we'll be safe. But essentially, because he went from red to blue, then looped back round, he's able to be at this bot scuttle away from Leyen. Because obviously, if he wasn't on the top side, I wouldn't be able to contest it. And this is super important in this game, because I can't emphasize enough how tough it is playing jungle with 3 losing prio lanes, right? And it essentially means if Leyen ever wants to invade, Weiwei is going to be vulnerable, and his laners aren't going to be able to move in time to assist him. So you could very much see this Nidalee go unchecked, and I think the fact that Rare Adams got into a situation where they have this triple prio is pretty worrying for BLG. It really kind of takes the early game out of their hands.
I suppose the one little silver lining here for BLG's bot lane is that PP God used no summoners, recognized that the exhaust and the flash were going to do nothing for him. He wasn't getting any tower aggro down and just kept them both. Whereas on the other side, Hong did use the ignite, did use the flash as well. So definitely a little more vulnerable, shall we say. But you're totally fine with that early trade if you're on the side of Rare Atom, as we got themselves about nearly 1,000 gold. We're not even 5 minutes in yet. And like you said, it's just the early prio in every single lane. BLG kind of banking on the fact that they can survive this for the first 15-20 minutes, and then when they hit the 1 to 2 items, they can come in and be a lot stronger. Oh, as we say that, they're going to go straight away. TP's coming in, the exhaust did go down. They're trying to fully commit to this one. It's going to be Zika and Fofo jumping in, but Zika's a little bit on his own. The Xenoblade connects, and that's enough to bring him all the way down. That's the second kill for Hong as he looks into his rest of his team and goes, look at me, I am the carry now.
It's just like the Ezreal is just kind of useless in these early skirmishes, and it's just crazy to me the fact that Rare Adam bring 3 players to a 4-man fight, get a kill, and get away with it, you know? Leon's not even there. He's on the other side of the map, invading the enemy jungle, stealing away camps. This is an absolute disaster for the side of BLG. It's quickly slipping out of control, and I feel like their gambit, where they wanted to sort of survive the early games, is not paying off so far.
Really isn't. It's unfortunate for the side of BLG that both kills have gone over to Hong as we have a look at this one here. And it's just a really good disengaging move there from my boy. Just recognizing, he's like, look, as long as I don't get auto-attacked, there's no way they can CC me down.
I think you can see how scared Eamon is, the minions sort of stacking damage upon him. And it's a very good reaction from Radom to instantly jump on top of the Silas and shut him down. And it just feels like the BLG just can't really take these early skirmishes. In this current meta, what we've seen where early skirmishing has such a high priority, early objective securing is so valuable, it just feels like BLG aren't able to opt into really many of these. You know, we see the next scuttle picked up by Leon. He's going to head to the bot side of the map. Should just be able to contest here, but I think the Raptor's already been taken by Weiwei. Leon just a little bit too late for those ones, but they can threaten this mid lane dive. Zika level 5. Fofo just needs to land a chains and he is guaranteed dead.
Yeah, and there's a good spear over the back end as well, but Zika does hit level 6, so you need to respect that. Leanne's still hovering around, seeing if he can go for something. Actually just going to go and take away the red buff. As we can see now, Weiwei pops down a ward, recognizes that there are 2 people here trying to take away his buff. He goes in, actually smites it away, has enough distance on the smite. Nicely done by Weiwei, doesn't even lose a camp.
Yeah, I mean, Leon not having the smite available also means he's not able to take that, and the Raptors do respawn now. So Leon trying to contest these, but honestly, Weiwei did a pretty good job. I have to credit him. You're kind of in a doomed situation, and he's doing his best to kind of mitigate the pressure. This is kind of what I talked about. The lack of prior on lanes means that Rare Adam are always going to have that assistance sooner, so they can go for these aggressive plays. But I think Weiwei's been pretty smart in the way he's responded to it, smiting away that red buff, be able to secure the mini chickens, but now he's potentially caught out.
Oh, he has to safeguard over. Fofo double distorts in, does have the chains, but not able to land it just yet. As you can see now, Leanne still pushing, still hunting, lands down on the Q, but not quite in range to get the strike down. Zika trying to see if he can do something with it, but there's just no prio for him. He has to pick up this wave in mid.
Yeah, Leon had flash though. I think he got a flash for the kill there. Maybe he was a bit concerned about overcommitting and Zika firing back, but I think flash W would have for sure got him in range of Weiwei and killed him. But either way, you know, playing a bit more reserved and instead opting just to take away that blue buff and then the Herald. But this is really the pressure that you're able to apply. This is the value of the Nidalee pick. It's why it's so important to have those prior lanes, because when no one can come to help Weiwei, he's just kind of in a rough spot, you know. He did secure his red buff, but it's down and unavailable, as are his Raptors. So now he's like considering the option of invading on the bot side of the map. And we'll see if Rare Adam are able to do anything about this to defend this blue buff.
I don't think there's going to be a lot they can do. You'll see Hong just kind of hovering around, seeing if they can just get this blue buff away. Xenoblade not enough to kill it off, so that's going to be Weiwei finally hitting level 6, finally has his ultimate available to him. He is only about 300 gold behind, but it is that XP. It's about a full level's difference between the Lee Sin and the Nidalee as we kind of come back into this game, and this is just RA playing such a fantastically immaculate early game. Leanne understanding that this Nidalee has its power right now and can do so much to just distort everything that BLG want to do.
And the big thing is when you're going for invades like these, you know the camp spawn timers, right? 215 per camp. You can make a mental note. A lot of teams at the pro level even actually time jungle camps in chat. You know, obviously we talk a lot about timing summoner spells, but they will actively put down those timers for when they're going to respawn the minor camps. And as a result, Leon can just chain them together, just find a window for a gank here, and is able to pick it off as well. So, you know, he's able to constantly invade on these spawn timers, pick up the camps, and then here just easily able to translate it into a gank without losing any steam at all. And with the Herald, they might actually look for the first tower. Speaking of boy, taking a lot of damage there.
Taking a lot of damage, which means this dragon should be able to be taken here by BLG. They've got Prio in bot. They know that Leanne is in top side, so they're going to be able to start this one up. And did cost aiming his cleanse, but was able to get himself a nice advantage in this bot side in terms of priority, and that means that BLG are not 100% falling behind, but they are still 5,000 gold out of nowhere, out of pocket, and RA are just running away with this early game.
I mean, you look at the top diff, you look at the jungle diff, it's substantial. Getting that tower so early at 10 minutes, pretty wild. And you know, it means now, engage coming in.
Oh, Hong flash for that, didn't land the solar flare, and with the unbreakable with the stand behind me, not really a lot you can do. So a lot invested there from the side of RA's bot lane. They don't really get any purchase from it. They did have Leanne in tow, so we're waiting to see if they could make that one work. As we can see now, Fofo and Zika just trading in this mid lane, definitely in favor of Fofo. Should be able to pick up this tower plate, no problem whatsoever. And BLG, they're running out of space right now. They're running out of time because it's just running away with RA. They're just pushing forward, constantly being a nuisance into the side of BLG. And now Leanne gonna find Weiwei. They will both land themselves their Qs, but it is gonna be Weiwei backing himself up. He does have PP God in tow just before the Nidalee can pounce.
Yeah, this kind of feels like for BLG, it's like there's 3 houses on fire, and Weiwei's armed with a watering can trying to run between them, but he just can't really do anything, in honesty. It's like the amount of pressure coming out across the board, and I think a lot of this comes to the draft. I feel like RA set themselves up really well. You pick a Nidalee in the context of this situation, and it's hard not to see how you'd find the advantages. It's, you know, we saw this Silas and this LeBlanc, and we thought about the contest and the priority. We see a lot of times things like the Sandra picked into LeBlanc, but Silas just has been struggling. It's a rough matchup. You are going to get bullied out early, and similar with top lane, similar with this bot lane. It's just been across the board. RA taking these massive advantages. Now 6,000 gold ahead. That's so substantial at this point of the game. You know, we're starting to see items completed. Leanne got the Night Harvester, and it's just such a power gap. It's really hard to overcome.
It's so difficult, and you're looking at all the CS leads, all the CS deficits as BuBu tries to steal away the Gromp. Not going to be able to get the timing on that just right, but the CS deficits in every single lane, it's 10, 20, 30, it doesn't matter. And Leanne just owns 90% of this jungle. Like, that's including the side of Weiwei's. Weiwei's just going to be such a poor man, and we talk about Lee Sin having great priority. This is your first picked champion. This is the thing you put such massive priority on, and it is just being out-jungled completely, as we see a flash there to dodge away from the spear, but now Fofo might be in a little bit of trouble. They flash forward onto him. He flashes away. Does have the distort to go away from that one, as Weiwei cannot get behind him and cannot get the kick. Leanne picks up that one, and oh, it's a disaster.
Yeah, BLG try and find a window, but are punished massively. Fofo with the fancy footwork to dodge away from everything there, and now I'm just going to continue applying pressure. They have a minute before those plates are down. They're not going to be able to find anything more mid, but I mean, we've seen 3 taken in the bot lane, 5 top, 1 mid. It's a massive amount of gold, and this is why you're seeing this substantial gold lead. And again, Leanne, I swear, I don't think I've seen Weiwei get a single camp from his top side in the past 5 minutes at least. It's just been Leanne chaining together the Gromp, the Wolves, and these blue buffs endlessly. And now, again, you know, talking about the plates and the bot side, iBoy gonna be able to pick up another one there. Will take a tower hit for his trouble, but has the shield bow, so he should just be able to sustain back up if he wants to stay around. But we'll get the replay. Fofo goes in, lands the first chain. A nice flash timing from Zika keeps him alive because spear doesn't connect, and then they go in for him. But unfortunately, distortion up soon enough to get away from Weiwei, and then able to jump back, bait him under tower. The kick tries to hit Lian into Fofo, but just not able to connect in time.
It's just so good from Rare Atom. They are 6,500 gold ahead. They are swimming in this game, whereas BLG are drowning. They are struggling to keep up pace, and you're looking at it across the board. You have a Divine Sunderer versus Luden's Tempest, Immortal Shield Bow, Night Harvester, Gore Drinker. There's just too much gold available to the side of RA for really any of this to be other than perfect for them, and you have such great tools to deal with what BLG have in the late game as well. You have good flanking opportunities. You have great DPS to burn down this Mundo, and great burst to kill off the backline.
Yeah, and we just saw at the bottom of the screen the gold income from the plate. 1,600 for Rare Atom overall. Pretty substantial, and they look to keep continuing this pressure. You can see wherever Lian leans, it has to be respected. Aiming has to just back off consistently. Almost a 7,000 gold lead at 15 minutes. It's, you know, I feel like we set this one up to be close, Penguin, and it's not so far at all. It's just BLG being stomped.
If anything, like we set it up to be close, but also we set it up to be BLG favored. We were talking as if, like, you know, oh well, yeah, the way matches have been going, the way everyone's results have happened, it feels like BLG should be able to come out on top of this. But no, RA are just clapping them right now.
RA lost to Rogue Warriors, you know? I don't think I need to emphasize that anymore. But this is the kind of play we saw from them early in the split when they were looking good, when they were looking like they were going to be in top 3 for the end of the split. RA were playing like this, and, you know, I love the draft that came out. I think it has a lot of strengths to it, and they're clearly playing to them. But the real question for BLG is they kind of fumbled things, and now they're in this desperate hole. They need to find a way to stall the game out. And then, you know, windows back in, find numbers advantage, because in a 5v5 you just lose.
You straight up lose. I think that BLG recognized that as well. They were trying to contest around the Rift Herald, but they just do not have the resources right now, and it's getting harder and harder for them to get themselves into this game. They just haven't really gotten up and gone. They haven't really set themselves up for any real success, and with the priority that you have in every single lane, it means that these neutral objectives are just not contestable. They're just something you cannot go through. As we hit the 16.5-minute mark, Rift Herald will go over to Rare Atom. They still have themselves a 7,000 gold lead, nearly 8,000, and or nearly 7,500. And with the Rift Herald, they can look to push up any waves they like.
And the thing is, as well, is I feel like Ivoy can just stat check when it gets later in the game. You know, he's going to have the survivability for Shield Bow, can build some more defensives, and then unless you're landing everything and every bit of CC, he's just going to be able to sustain through a lot of the damage from BLG and just shred everything in front of him when they're this far behind. So looking dire, and I think BLG is kind of damage control. It's looking for those numbers advantages, but mostly just, you know, putting things on a simmer and hoping it cools down quickly.
I mean, if we look at the vision scores, is that, you know, in a moment when they come back up, is that you have a 45 vision control score for Lian versus 19 or 20 for Weiwei. It's just the difference in resources. Vision is a resource. Not even 19 or 20, it's 17. So you're just almost 3 times the amount of vision control that you've had compared to BLG's jungler, and that's also reflected in the supports as well. 25 to 44. It's just better and more cohesive from the side of RA. They're getting the information, they're getting out onto the map, and they're clearing away BLG's vision as well, so that it's easier for them to be able to make plays.
Yeah, and this is where the value to Leona is, being able to pair up with Lian. And it's like, you know, top lane we have the stun for Renekton, mid lane we get the chains for LeBlanc, support we have the stun for the Leona. Everyone has a way of setting up Lian so he can easily land those spears and find the kill, and it means no matter where he is on the map, if he's paired up with someone, he's a threat, and we've kind of seen that consistently. BLG have to respect it. Pressure being applied to this mid lane tower, and I think they're looking for the rotate over. They can just pick up this tier 2 now, and if Fofo gets all this gold, it's gonna look even more rough.
Well, there's going to be a flash and a solar flare used to defensive for Hong as they jump now over to the buff, and Lian might be in a little bit of trouble. You're strong, but you still got to respect the one-item spikes coming out from BLG. They will take the tower, they won't lose anything, but there is still life in BLG, and RA just got a reminder that they have to respect them.
Yeah, and I think, you know, fighting in that choke point in the jungle without full backup, obviously not ideal.
Oh, that was so nicely done. They will not be able to kill off iBoy just yet. He flashes, he heals, he keeps himself alive, but Hong will die to the Mundo. Wei goes back in, but he will drop to iBoy with the Immortal Shield Bow. He's just sustaining so much. Zika in a 1v2 will get the Everfrost onto 2, but where is he gonna go? And you're just too far behind BLG. The playmaking time is gone. You just cannot sustain in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to find that initial pick, and it was a really nice kick coming out from Wei. But unfortunately, in the extended play, they lose out in kills. They lost that tier 2 top, which gave a load of gold to Fofo. They lose the tier 1 mid thanks to the Herald. It's just, despite like this window being found, which was positive, they're shut down so hard in return. 9,000 gold lead at 19 minutes from Rare Adam. I don't know how to describe it other than them feeling pretty doomed.
It does feel. Let's have a look at the replay, because this is great. And if they're at like maybe 3,000, hell, even maybe 4,000 gold deficit, this play works. But you're just too far behind.
Yeah, I mean, it was so clean, given iBoy very little reaction time to be able to do anything about this. Couldn't flash away. But the problem is, you know, they go in, iBoy very quickly finishes off the Lee Sin, and then you see Zika moving to assist, and Cube is so strong. Lian just so strong and lands that spear to finish off the kill. So despite, you know, and that's the thing you have to think about it, right? iBoy, a little bit overextended, walking up to the tower like that. Wei finds a flawless kick, and that was a losing play, right? That was kind of the window that BLG are looking for, and it was a losing play. And I think that shows how rough things are. Even when you find a play that on paper, you're like, this is good. It's like you're almost 10,000 gold behind. It doesn't matter how good the play is. The enemy team would slap you with their wallets.
That's literally it. That's the privilege you garner when you have so much gold in your team that even in a bad position, even in a bad play, or even an opportunistic play from BLG, it's just not enough to bring you back into this. And now with Dragon stacking in favor of RA, it's a Mountain Soul, so they're going to become harder and harder to kill off. This Mountain Soul going to do so much work to just keep them alive. You're not going to be able to kill off iBoy or Fofo as quickly. You're not going to be able to burst them down as effectively. You're going to have to just try and survive and get yourself into a position that the gold leads and the dragons don't make any difference, but that's about 25 minutes away.
Yeah, and the thing is, we haven't seen Rare Adam really slow down. I think maybe if you can find a pick on some of the squishier members of the team, that's maybe your window in. Again, find a numbers advantage, but it just feels like the momentum's been really consistent from Rare Adam. They're constantly finding these scenarios where they're the ones being aggressive, and it's rough. It's rough, is all I can really say. We can see the mid jungle AD carry grouping of Rare Adam starting to push forward and contest this bot side jungle. And at this point, you know, you see them pushing into your jungle, you're like, okay, it's your jungle. You can have it. You're welcome to it. Wei, just like, nah, I'm out. Takes a spear, takes a more poke.
Well, they will not get CC'd down as BLG forced to use his ultimate to stay alive, as it's just poke after poke after poke. And this is old school Nidalee stuff. This is old school style of how this champion works, where you're just throwing out spears. You don't need to engage. You don't need to fully commit. You just need to know that you're just landing the one spear. As I say that, though, Lian forced to go golden, has got his Zhonya's, but they are going to jump on top of him. That's a shutdown. That's a really good fight right now. That's 2 kills here. And with Cube now in the middle of this team, can he survive with the Gordrick and the Sterax? It's very, very difficult. He has to flash, and BLG find themselves an opportunity.
Yeah, they found a shutdown on Lian, and I think RA just got a little bit overconfident there. Didn't respect the CC potential, and that's the thing with the Nidalee is you get up close, you have the Zhonya's to buy you time, but things like the Braum will be able to lock you down and cause issue. A good punish. You can see how that one plays out. Lian maybe just stepping up a bit too far here. PP God coming with that flash slow so that the kick can come in, and at this position, it's really well synergized. The Braum ult, the Ezreal ult at the same time, and, you know, iBoy's not there. And you can't see Fofo really finding a way in on that fight, so they do have to disengage. Again, it's still an 8,000 gold lead, but it's BLG showing there's some life in them, finding that numbers advantage on the play.
And this is the big thing as well, is that this is one of the big issues that RA have had, is the overconfidence or the overzealousness to go for stuff where they feel like they can 1v5, and it looks like a bit of a solo queue blunder more than anything else. Like, every team in the LPL is a coordinated professional team. Be it the last place V5 or the first place UDG, you need to respect them, because if you do not, they will punish you. And 2 kills onto Ezreal for aiming, that's a really good win condition right now. He's equaled up the items. The Baron has been spawned. There's no vision whatsoever, and honestly, I don't even think that BLG know this is going on.
Yeah, I love this play. You know, you feel like the momentum slowed down. Let's just go for the Baron. BLG, with so many towers down, has such a long distance to traverse to get to the Baron. By the time they've sort of realized, it's gone.
It's absolutely gone, and you know who else is? PP God. He goes to live with the Angels, of which he watches over, and this is just RA taking a breath, realizing that they didn't need to go for too many fights, and they're back up to 10k gold.
Yep, back up and in position with the Baron to apply even more pressure at this point. Sieging, kind of traditionally hard for this composition, where there's no one who really can just sort of walk up and hit the tower thanks to the limited range, but with the Baron, far easier, and can apply that poke from the Nidalee, and also the LeBlanc as well is pretty good at just like dashing in, landing a quick combo, and even if you don't kill a target, often enough to chunk them out.
Well, aiming is pretty much the only one on the side of BLG that has any semblance of damage. You've got some pretty decent tank stats from BuBu. Got the Frostfire Gauntlet and, of course, on the Spirit Visage, but this Silas is very much struggling to pick up those items. Definitely something they need to try and work towards if they want to try and get back into this game. And with the Dragon spawning, I feel like BLG will just leave that one up, let Rare Adam take that one, try waste as much time as they can from this Baron buff, and just survive for as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, often we talk about how the third dragon for a team is the one you want to contest. You don't get that liberty in this game. You're not, the goal lead is too far away. Your lanes are too heavily pushed in thanks to Baron. You just have to let it go and hopefully play for the soul. Do see Zika applying some pressure on the top side, at least doing something across the map to get some of that standing gold, but it is going to mean that their tier 2 bot is sacrificed in return. And right now, looking at iBoy's items, completed that Wit's End, so he's actually pretty bulky. There's a lot of magic damage on BLG from Zika, BuBu, and even aiming just a decent amount. So he's got quite a bit of survivability, although has to burn the ult there, just from the engage attempt from Weiwei.
Yeah, this is where the game starts to get a little bit funky now for the side of RA, is that you mentioned their low range. You mentioned how it's very difficult for them to find these turrets, to siege them down, and this is exactly what we're seeing right now. There's good engage possibility. There's good ways for the side of BLG to make this one work. BuBu is now defending against Cube, as Cube still has the dominance available to him. Ultimate been popped there by BuBu, so he's going to sustain up nice and healthily. Fofo goes over the wall to see if he can find anyone just straggling off a little bit, and with 5 members down this bot side, RA just trying to brute force this tower that's already been taken down to about a third.
Yeah, I mean, the poke keeps coming through. You can see there Fofo and Lian able to apply a fair amount. It just makes things so difficult. As long as he can protect his cannon minion for the time being, he'll keep chunking away at the tower. Fofo once more looking, but at the point where Lian's kind of out of mana, so may end up meaning the end of this push. Dragon has spawned as well for them to move to when they want. It looks like they want to get the most out of this Baron buff. They're confident with this next wave they can take it, and they should be able to.
Yeah, we have some resets coming in for PP God, and of course for aiming to get back up his mana. The inhibitor turret falls. They may go for the inhibitor. Baron buff despawning after 2 more seconds. That's now gone. The inhibitor still alive, just about. Glacial Fissure and the stolen Solar Flare. Oh, it's perfect from BLG, but look at iBoy and Fofo. They're still on the backside as they look to try and get this one going. Cube is just a massive crocodile as he burns through these health bars. Fofo goes in. Zika trying to find him out, aiming at iBoy, but iBoy comes out the better, and there's nothing you can do now, BLG. You have to try and just keep yourself alive. The inhibitor has fallen down, and now RA look to try and end.
And it's only the solo lane is trying to defend, and there's too much power from RA. They're going to be able to take BuBu out, maybe? They get him. iBoy finishes him off.
And iBoy gets himself that kill. That's enough damage there from the Vayne. You can just do so much true damage to the Gwynzus. And of course, the Silver Bullet proccing. You still have minions available. The Nexus turrets have fallen down. It's Zika versus the world. Weiwei trying to come in on top of this. The Stolen Dominus. They haven't got enough damage to kill off the carries. And RA take the first game.
And honestly, kind of a flip of the expectations on that one. Based on recent form, this was going to look like favored to BLG. It wasn't enough to say it was going to be like a stomp or anything, but you know, our feelings coming into this was that BLG should be the team with the advantage, you know?
Yep.
However, this was not Rare Adam having an advantage. This was Rare Adam just plain stomping BLG, and I think the questions start in the draft. You know, Triple Lane's losing prior with the Nidalee. It's a bad time, right? The Nidalee is just going to be able to take over the game. That's what we saw. So I definitely think we can look at draft as something that needs to be changed substantially, re-established, because I think Wei did the best he could in the situation, but just couldn't do much. But even outside of the draft, the play from Rare Adam was excellent. And honestly, it's a breath of fresh air. We even said, you know, sort of at the start of the show, we had questions for them. We were sort of asking for the side, like, is this Rare Adam sort of losing steam? And I think we can say now with the form in this game, if they continue this for the series, they are back in the form we initially expected from them for the start of the split.
And honestly, it all started just with the bot lane able to get that first little bit of an advantage. Starting off with your Arcane Shift rather than your Mystic Shot as Ezreal is just so detrimental. That meant iBoy and Hong were never in any danger. There was never a risk for going aggressive or a risk for going a bit too far forward. And then Lian used the priority he had created by Wei having to basically babysit bot to just create such a difference. He had more than double the damage of Wei. Wei on this priority pick, Lee Sin, just couldn't do anything.
And honestly, that dive bot lane, the level 2 dive when iBoy got like 3-4 auto attacks off without taking a single tower hit, so clean, just absolute next level. And that's the thing is, you know, we can criticize the draft all we want, but the play as well. You talked about the priority pick, you talked about the fact that this was BLG coming in feeling confident and just completely outpaced in terms of every aspect. It felt like it wasn't even close.
It really, really didn't. We'll see if BLG can bring it back and maybe send us to a game 3, if RA will continue the steam train all the way through to the W as we go to a quick break, but when we return, pick bans for game 2.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the last hit. We are moving swiftly into week number 7 of the LPL, and as such, it's time for another episode. I'm Munchables, and we're joined by a very special guest, Emily Rand, over from the LCS. But I know that deep down, you're still an LPL fan. You were one of the original LPL fans on the Western side. For anyone that doesn't know you already, do you want to just say hello to our audience? Give yourself a bit of an intro, because I think perhaps the history of you and LPL has been lost to a lot of the public eye.
Yeah, so I started watching LPL in 2014, and the reason was because I was a huge KT Rolster fan, and In Second Zero had gone to RNG. So I was watching the stream that, Raz, Kelsey, Frostgurin, Pira, they had put together like an LPL English stream, and so I was watching that, and I watched RNG games, and I was like, I don't know if this team's gonna make it, guys, because they were actually really sloppy, especially their series against OMG during qualifiers I remember it being particularly bad. I haven't seen that series in years, but they made it to Worlds Finals that year. And afterwards, I was on China Talk because of how many South Korean players had made it over. Frostgurin was going to cast the LPL, and so she's like, I need someone to replace me on China Talk, and you'd be good because you know the South Korean players. And then I just fell in love with it after the teams failed, because it's like a sunk cost fallacy thing where you're like, wow, everyone is mad at me because Chinese teams did poorly, and I was like talking them up. So now I was like, now I'm really emotionally invested in the LPL. And yeah, now I'm on the LCS broadcast. Actually, it's funny, I got not in trouble, but jokingly in trouble I won the lane by lane show, and I was like, watch LPL because it's fun. And I got called out for that.
Really?
But yeah. I mean, joking. Amazing. I didn't actually.
Like,
I'm joking.
I appreciate the shout out, though. I do appreciate that.
Yeah.
And
Dash
hey,
was like, "What are you doing?"
Doing okay.
And I was like, "There's no time conflict, so it's fine."
That's
LPL
true.
doesn't
That's true.
conflict with LCS, so.
That is true. All right, so let's get this episode underway. We've got some LPL to talk about. There has been a lot going on this week. It's been honestly, the last 2 weeks of LPL have been mental. Very turbulent, to say the very least. But we have quite a bit to get through. We've got some really interesting talking points that we're going to get to later in the episode. But first, let's get into the meat and potatoes of the episode. Well, actually, no. Well, kind of. We're going to do failures and faves. Everyone's favorite segment. Every segment is everyone's favorite segment. Failures and faves. We'll start with the failures. As always, Emily is actually a listener of the podcast, so she already knows the rules. But for anyone that doesn't know at home, we're each going to come up with a failure of the week from LPL and a favorite as well. So we'll end on the positive. And Emily, as the guest, we'll let you go first. What was your failure this week in the LPL?
So my failure for this past week was sadly Rare Atom. Rare Atom is a team that I thought were, getting their shit together. I didn't necessarily like how slow they played early, but at least I thought they were mitigating it by making, slightly smarter decisions. And the Rogue Warrior series is just like, it's one thing to like lose to FPX. I think they made a lot of mistakes in that series as well, but the Rogue Warrior series, you go in, you have that Leon interview where he's just like, as long as we don't make mistakes, we'll be fine because Rogue Warriors are not a threat. And then like they totally like call him out, right? Like we kind of hinted at the difference that that Xiaohao has been able to make on Rogue Warriors, but you see their jungle styles clash like horrifically for Rare Atom, right? Because Leon is, even though I'm not saying Xiaohao made maybe the smartest plays all the time, he was, really tried to get into their faces very early, and I think it exposed a lot of openings that Rare Atom do leave, especially in their early game. Despite the fact that they do focus on having like, when we think about them, like they actually have typically like really good jungle control. They have really good dragon control. They have, like they do like to control these early objectives, but they typically do it through like, I guess like soft pressure instead of like, if you think about hard pressure, it's like someone being in your face and attacking lanes and stuff like that. And I just was really disappointed with them this week, like I thought this team was kind of turning a corner. I was pretty down on them last year when everyone was really up on them. And I thought they were at least like a little bit smarter this last split to this split. I thought they'd improved. And this week was a really big setback for them, especially if you go look at the Rogue Warrior series.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Emily. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on. It's been awesome to have another analyst who I think you're super underrated as an analyst, and I think it's really, really fun to have you on more long-form content like this where we get to really dig into some of your opinions and you get to flex that knowledge because, it's been a pleasure having you on. Okay, it's time to wrap things up. Thank you very much, guys, for joining me. Thank you, everyone at home, for listening, and we will see you next week. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.
与 BLG 选手对象的话就感觉我们都是挺稳健的吧，就都是发育为主吧，可能。然后英雄的话就还不确定。之前输的时候就暴露出来的问题其实挺多的嘛，但是如果其实我们状态好的话才是最重要的。
Nice little insight there. Got to be careful what they pick as they come into this particular one, as I got a very slouched Ox on my screen. Not quite sure what's happening with his V-Mix. I'm sure he'll be able to figure that one out a little bit as he looks into that one. But before he jumps back into it, I am going to assume that he is not here, even though the thing says it. And I'm going to go instead and talk about our man of the Rift. It's got to be iBoy on this vein. The man just had an incredibly impressive performance and really just came on top of this whole game in his own stride. And it all started from that level 2 play down in bot side, or hell, even the level 1 play down in bot side. Able to get out the arcane shift, able to set himself up for that unbelievable kiting out of the turret. And it all started from there. As Ox, I'm not quite sure. Are you back with me, my dude? I can hear you, but I'm not sure if the stream can, so we'll wait and see if our producers can tell me if you are back on the screen. But we'll see as we move on to the next game. I've just been told by my producer, sadly, Ox, you are going to be out of the picture for a while. I'm going to solo cast for a little while you're getting everything sorted. But coming back into this one, iBoy on this vein looked absolutely immaculate, was able to get himself ahead. And look at the kiting on this play. And even with Hong just going, right, I now take the turret aggro, I'm now able to get up the stacking. And even here, they almost get on top of him. He's able to go backwards and using the Immortal Shield Bow, getting that extra life steal, getting that extra shielding to keep himself alive. Just doing so much for Rare Adam. And honestly, this is a big departure from what we've regularly seen in the most recent games from the side of Rare Adam, and it's a great thing to see. This was almost a perfect engage for the side of BLG. They got the Everfrost, they were able to get the stolen solar flare down onto multiple members, and it still wasn't enough. The wallets were just too damn stacked as we jump straight into picks and bans straight off the back of that highlight reel, as Rare Adam now on the blue, BLG on the red, and we're seeing the LeBlanc band away, the Lee Sin band away, the Renekton and the Gwen. So we will see some very different picks coming into this next one. RA taking a little bit of time to see if they can get what is going on into their last ban. They're going to go ahead and take away that Akali. Of course, Zika and Zika and Bubu still very good at that particular pick. Still very strong at 11.13. And Ox, I have been told by my producers you are back and ready to bring us to Champ Select.
Yeah, a couple of technical issues, unfortunately. Got to see me in my chilled out position for a moment there. But I'm back and I'm excited, I'm ready. And yeah, so the big thing to talk about for the last draft was I think RA kind of draft kingdomed it. Great setup for the Nidalee, triple prio on lanes. And here we're seeing a side difference, and it's really on BLG to have a lane they can play through. I think Wei did the best he could given the context of the situation, but you kind of need to put yourself in a scenario where you have a strong lane. But RA quickly starting off by taking that Viego, but potentially just going to be answered here by the Xin Zhao, and that is a strong champion to apply that early pressure.
Yeah, you combo that in with the Sylas as well. That is a great mid-jungle 2v2 that you could maybe exploit into something like a Viego.
Yeah, and I think a critical thing as well is that one of the issues for Zika was he was into that LeBlanc, caused a lot of problems before. With that band away, you should feel a lot more comfortable in this mid lane matchup. Now, I think in this rotation, RA, like, you're going to pick up that jungler, so they are flipping between picks. Really strong early jungle. With the Olaf, I think it makes sense. You're up against Xin Zhao. Really strong early jungle. Olaf, one of the few champions who can actually go toe-to-toe with them in melee range, so it makes a lot of sense to lock that one in now. Make sure Leon's on something that can have some impact. But again, already, I don't think you're going to have as much of a problem as you saw in that game one. But still, got to see how things play out for RA. They could look to secure, you know, I guess they're just going to go for mid lane. I kind of felt like maybe they'd want to keep the Viego open as a flex, but they commit very early to that Zoe. So having a good matchup again for Fofo into the Sylas, able to apply that pressure. And in return, he was going to pick up the chase. And you talked about this. You said the jungle top duo for BLG are strong, and there was a pretty powerful duo.
It was indeed. got themselves the Lee Sin and the Xin Zhao. Hell of a lot of burst damage coming out from both of these picks. And I want to kind of quickly touch on the Zoe here for Fofo, one of his most picked champions. The things that we know as Fofo for are Azir, LeBlanc, and Zoe. Played 40 games of it. Is currently 21 and 19 in terms of the score differential. And the last time we did see him on it was in summer this year. It was a loss to Rogue Warriors in their last matchup. So seeing if he can redeem himself off of that particular loss. But loving this start now from the side of Rare Atom. Loving the fact that they're getting such early priority. And both sides just saying, look, bot lane, sort it out. We got top lane priority to get.
Yeah, and we've seen support bans. I think for BLG, Callista's a fair one. I think Rare Atom have to ban Varus here. I think the game's kind of doomed if you don't. Varus Jace, such a good poke combo, and kind of it's so oppressive that it would kind of nullify anything Zoe can do, because if she tries to like push forward, she'll just get hit by a shock blast and a piercing arrow. So I think for RA that makes sense for me. They are going to ban that one away, and now BLG, I prefer taking AD carry here. I don't think there's any standout supports with Leona, Nautilus, Thresh ban that you really need to prioritize here. I'd like to see them take an AD carry they feel comfortable with, and then on the second rotation they can pick up support, which obviously gives them a counter pick they can play around. They are taking the Ezreal, which, you know, it is a good pick for aiming, don't get me wrong, but we kind of saw what happened last game, and obviously the Aphelios now open available if iBoy does want to take that, so has the option to go for it.
Might look towards it. Is something that iBoy has had a lot of success on, but no, gonna go back onto the Kai'Sa, so doubling down on the idea of everyone jumping in and even tripling down as well with the Rakan. So good engage here, but you are very reliant on those skirmishes now for RA.
Yeah, but this opens up BLG to take a range support. Karma comes to mind. Bard makes a lot of sense. Rakan doesn't apply enough pressure. I don't think he can ever really get a W onto Ezreal unless Ezreal makes a mistake. It's too easy to arcane shift away. And so as a result, this bot lane for RA, great in skirmishes, right? Great in team fights. Good engage. You can follow it up with the Kai'Sa. But in the laning phase, aiming and PP God should feel pretty confident. And with the Ezreal Bard, they're able to sort of have aiming be safe and allow PP to roam around and influence the map. We're talking about, you know, the importance of mid-jungle matchups. You've now just put that roaming support into the mix who can help provide that pressure.
And of course, the Tempered Fate, great at just setting up those, or cutting off escape routes from people who are from the side of RA if they do decide to try and run away. That if you can get that good ultimate down onto multiple members, gives you those extra 2.5 seconds to just jump up on top of them, get all your cooldowns back, and get the fight in your favor. For BLG, they've got themselves a much more cohesive composition that should have priority in the lanes. It's exactly what you said you wanted to see from them. But RA, they are no slouches either. This Zoe gets going, you get hit by a couple of trouble bubbles, you get hit by a couple of paddle stars, you're gonna feel it.
Yeah, I think this is a more even draft, and I think both teams is going to come down to who's found the early advantages. I do have some concerns for RA in this one. I think top lane matchup's going to be a bit rough. I think bot lane matchup's going to be a bit rough. Mid, they should be fine on, and the Zoe can apply pressure, but obviously if you have that support freed up and able to move, it can be problematic. But, you know, we have the Olaf, right? Olaf Zoe, strong 2v2 in the mid jungle, and I expect to see RA able to do a bit more than BLG were in the last game, even if I do feel like maybe they're at a little bit of a disadvantage in the draft initially. And obviously, you know, as it goes later in the game, we have pretty powerful engage potential of this Rakan and this Kai'Sa. And Kai'Sa traditionally seen as a counter to Ezreal. When Ezreal was super strong, it actually didn't really work as a counter just because of how broken Ezreal was, but you're able to dive onto that Ezreal and duel him in the backline. So I'm sure iBoy will be hunting for those windows.
We'll see if they're able to do it. iBoy having a fantastic game one. We'll want to keep the momentum into game two, but BLG, they've got a couple of answers that need to try and, you know, be reviewed as we come into the Summoner's Rift of game two. And again, BLG, there was no other word for it. Y'all got smashed. Y'all got clapped. You know, team diff, whatever way you want to put it. Bodied, there we go. Another great word to use to describe the last game. And now you've got an opportunity here to make back a game, to show that you can beat Rare Atom. Because something that we talked about at the start of this series, the momentum, the idea that can you even beat this team is just so important to solidify and confirm before you even get close to trying, you know, actually beating them.
Yeah, and it's a value. Oh, I always like to see an Olaf level 1. If you're picking the champion, has that, it's just so strong, you can push in aggressively. So you have to be a little bit cautious, because if you walk into the queue from Bard and get 2 people stunned, they can definitely turn it around. I think, though, the decision to be made from Weiwei actually to rush the Wolves. If he gets the Wolves, he can come in level 2, and they might be able to contest this, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it done in time. I think they're just accepting the blue's gone, respecting the level 1 of Leon, and a nice invade. I think if you have champions like the Olaf, like the Bard, you should always be looking for these level 1 invades. Just the power of the champions is there, and it gives you that instant advantage. We talked about how Weiwei is going to be a threat on this Xin Zhao. After the champion we see banned, with that advantage, may slow down his impact in the game.
And important to note here, we actually look at the summoners and the keystones. It's a electrocute here for Fofo and Ignite, so has got the laning pressure, but, and it's a big but, you do not have the global presence, if you will, to try and go up against this. As we can see Cube and BuBu going in, and speaking of going in, we can see the bot lane now as well going in. PP got forced to flash away and get the heal out of aiming as the Ignite was down. Yes, they may not be able to catch the Ezreal, but they can damn well sure catch the Bard.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you kind of have to respect the enemy team's level 2. If you're walking up in that scenario and iBoy is sort of able to find that engage, you're gonna have a bad time. Just need to play it safe into that level 2 point, give a little respect, and now Weiwei's actually... Oh, this is great.
So clever. So clever to jump in on top of him. It will be a skirmish here, and this is why we see Olaf into the Xin Zhao. He's one of the few champions that can go toe-to-toe, but when you add in a BuBu, but now here's a Fofo, he's got himself the trouble bubble. Nicely done. We can see BuBu trying to just keep himself alive, keep himself sustained. First blood. Weiwei using the smite to his advantage. Now Fofo in a lot of trouble. Not able to get himself killed, but with a picked up smite, he should be able to secure himself the blue buff and get himself back into lane, but Weiwei, nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, he just honestly just really played that one well. Was close in the 1v1 against the Olaf, in all honesty. Was down to the wire, but able to use that smite for the extra healing there. Able to just about pull him ahead in that matchup, despite the fact Leon had the advantage, found him first. So we'll see the replay of that. Obviously, the big thing is that there's no red buff Leon, right? Because he invaded that blue, doesn't have the extra power of the red buff, and that makes a pretty big difference in this initial fight. The Shock Blast comes in, gets him low, and then we see, I believe, smite from both parties, but the later smite from Weiwei. And now, I mean, we're just getting constant action, it feels, in this early game already. Both teams looking to establish that advantage.
It really, really does. And this is, again, we talked about why I think that, you know, Weiwei and BuBu are such a great jungle top duo, is that Weiwei was supported by BuBu. Weiwei was able to get himself back into that fight because the Jace from down was able to keep 2 people at bay versus while Weiwei took that 1v1 against Leanne. So it does equal out in the same regard, and now we can see now what way BLG want to try and take this advantage. It is only a kill, it is only a little bit of priority, but the Xin Zhao with an early kill and an early Iron Spike whip is a very, very good place to be.
Yeah, and it allows you to establish that pressure in the lanes, and there's plenty of opportunity to do that. The Xin Zhao, I mean, banned away heavily because of that early skirmishing power, because of that ability to get onto targets from a long distance. But now, though, kind of had a little bit of a lull. Teams are just farming up. We do see bot lane. That's one of the things, the Ezreal, you're not going to achieve priority too easily in most matchups, but you have to scale up and play it safe and find windows for PP God to impact the map. But now, though, see a tense just lead in the mid lane, and actually, I think Hung and iBoy might be fishing for something here. If they land a PP God, he's still flashless.
Still flashless, but this time around has the magical journey, so difficult this time around to make anything stick. And of course, BLG very aware that people are going to be hanging around. There's no real reason for iBoy or Hong to reset, get themselves out of this lane, and it's just going to stay in the same position. There's no change in that bot side, and this is a much brighter start for BLG. This is kind of what we expected from game 1, and this is where we can start to see now if BLG are going to have the same mettle to maybe make those advantages count.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a fact that they've squared themselves up a lot better than we saw in that game 1 draft. But also the play's been pretty solid so far. We do see we were sweeping out, applying some pressure in the middle lane, but nothing really to come for it. And now, and he knows exactly where the Xin Zhao is. He can be a little bit more aggressive. There's, you know, the Scuttle spawning bot side soon. There's the blue buff spawning bot side soon. The Dragon's up and available. a lot of things to play with. And this is his lane that has pretty strong prio in terms of the Rakan and Kai'Sa. So he knows he has assistance to move if he needs it. And as a result, he's going to be able to start off this Dragon with no real contest looking to come out from this. Despite on the way pings coming out from BLG, I don't think you're here in time.
Nah, I think they're just a little bit too late to the party. iBoy and Hong going to be able to help out their jungler Lian in taking out this objective. But I think the on-way pick is just more so to maybe see if BLG want to try and contest for that blue buff. Of course, Zika would love to be able to get that one into his hands. Of course, Weiwei would love the idea of having this one go for him. As we now see, there's going to be an engage onto Lian. He has no ult, he has no flash, and he has nowhere to go. Another kill over to Weiwei as he is starting to roll on this Xin Zhao.
Yeah, really good to see PP got in a position where he's able to move. And again, it's that waiting in the brush, knowing roughly where someone is, and then being able to capitalize on it because you get the first action when they don't have vision of you. And Weiwei there to follow up with the numbers advantage. So more kills for this Xin Zhao, putting the Olaf behind. And Olaf, he is a snowbally champion. If he gets ahead, it can feel like, you know, this guy's immortal, unCCable, doing a ton of damage. If he's behind, it's kind of just like he's, you know, a sponge to sort of pump damage into.
Yeah, not a great sponge either because he doesn't absorb it and, you know, keep all the water inside him and not go away. He just kind of falls away. He just brittles off. He's so brittle and dry. It just doesn't really do its job. So
it's like
I completely
episode. You know what?
Yes, I need it. Exactly. But again, this is what we expected from BLG, and this is why we had such high hopes from them coming into this series. Of course, RA with a fantastic game one. They are not to be discounted, but coming into game two, BLG is showing that they are not any kind of chumps and they are here to play this game. I would like to see Weiwei and BuBu combo up a little bit onto this top side. I feel like the Viego is free farming to an extent to get to that ridiculous point in the game, and I feel like right now with Weiwei starting up this Rift Herald, this is a good start to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's using that priority that Jace has, but also PP got just able to roam so freely. But there's an issue here. We don't see aiming on this side of the map, and iBoy is already here. So this is a 5v4 in favor of Rare Adam, and I think BLG are aware of this. They're trying to buy time for the Ezreal. They may be able to just use his two-shot barrage for enough of an advantage, but that shock blast missing actually pretty big. Going down to the wire here.
Here we go. It's going to be the Rift Herald taken by BLG. They will go over and take that one as well. There is a stolen quickness here for Zika, and they cannot continue the fight. Still level 5 for Hong, so they don't have that engage, and that's what we kind of talked about in Champion Select as well. There is the only really engaged for the side of RA is this Rakan. He's the only hard CC to start a fight, and before 6, it's kind of a death sentence.
Yep. You saw how much he got chunked out there almost instantly. And obviously doesn't have the ult to really provide that level of CC. Kind of a scam how Zika can steal his ultimate before he even has it available, but you know, I digress. We see BLG once again looking to apply that pressure on the bot side, and I think this has been the story of this early game, is BLG pushing those minor advantages and finding those windows to apply pressure, and RA's just had to respect it. Other than that level 1 invade, it kind of feels like they've been on the back foot for the rest of the game.
Gotta be careful on bot side now if you're RA. You know that the red buff's been stolen, so you got to assume that Weiwei is around. They will give full respect to aiming, having no real support, but no real vision in favor of RA, so they can't really walk up and contest this right now. PP Gun and Hong gonna throw in some auto attacks on top of each other. No real damage done either way, but BLG, they're going to go back. They're going to be able to set themselves up for success. They have a Rift Herald now in the back pocket, as we can see. Flash in. Oh, the knockback. Cube has to use his ultimate, but you're going nowhere. BuBu, that was beautiful.
What an outplay. The flash knockback, essentially the J-Sec under tower, and then Cube just didn't caught off guard. And then the shock blast to finish off the final kill when he was trying to get away with the ult and the camo. I got kind of caught off guard by that, but BuBu just really finding a massive advantage there and smithing in the 1v1. We were talking about how we wanted to see Weiwei pairing up. Looks like BuBu doesn't even need it.
Doesn't need it right now, indeed. I'd love to get a replay of that top lane fight because he just recognizes, have a look at the pro view, he recognizes there's no minion wave, so there's no real reason for this. There's just no reason whatsoever for this Viego to go for that. It's just a pure mistake on the side of Rare Adam's top laner Cube, and BuBu 100% punishing.
Yeah, I think it's a combination. It's the disrespect from Cube combined with the quick response from BuBu and the slick answer. Now, Weiwei's looking here, but it is a 2v1 for now.
It is a 2v1. Quickness has been used, but a TP's coming in as well. Wei taking a lot of damage, but he's not quite dead just yet. No flash onto Cube, and this Viego's going to be running for the hills, but to the skies and back to the fountain. Another kill for BLG as Wei turns a bad situation into a good one.
Yeah, and Wei just a bit too tanky to take down. The damage from the Olaf not really enough, and they have to be so cautious about the rest of BLG. BLG super strong right now, and could he get stronger? Because they're just looking to take this tower in the top lane.
And this is what I was talking about. BLG's top jungle synergy. 2-0-1, the Jace 2-0-0 on the Xin Zhao, and they have each other's backs. It's a mutually beneficial combination between these two guys. And Rift Herald not only is going to get the top tower, but they're also going to get a charge in the tier 2 as well. So that gold lead now up to 3,500. This is looking like BLG taking a leaf out of Roar Adams' book out of game 1.
Yeah, it's just mirrored. You know, it's like, you guys want to crush shady game? Okay, now we crush shady game. And I think draft's definitely a factor in both of these that we talked about, but I think BLG, their play just so much better, and looking for more here.
They are looking for more. Leanne has been ignited. I don't know if there's much place for him to go, but the Tempered Fate is good enough to keep him in place. And Leanne 0-3 on this Olaf. We talked about how he's turning into a snowball. He's barely even a snowflake at this point, as he's just being absolutely just decimated in the jungle.
Yeah, and you know, they prioritized this Olaf pretty early, and Weiwei's just been able to answer every sort of point. You know, we saw the Xin Zhao left open. It's often banned in a lot of our games. It's first rotation banned. It's that powerful. The skirmishing power, the fact it scales up well. It's the later game just with the ultimate absorbing so much damage. And Rare Adam left to open it. You know, they obviously felt like they had an answer, but Weiwei, even with being shut down and losing his blue buff level 1, it just wasn't enough to really force him out of the game.
Really wasn't. Now we're looking at a 4,000 gold lead for BLG at 13 minutes into the game. Like we said, kind of mirrored from the last one, as Leanne almost messes up the Grump, as Leanne now pushes himself up towards this top side, but they know that he's there. They know where he is, and that gives aiming all the agency in the world. We see the quickness being used. He does get a grand entrance. They're going to use the ultimate from the Kaisa as well, but it's exactly what you talked about. The safety you have with this Ezreal means the Rakan just hasn't got enough. They have information now on the top side that Leanne is here with Cube, and BLG, he's just never going to be caught by it.
Yeah, I mean, they keep trying to find these windows, this numbers advantage to gank and apply pressure, but BLG almost has a sixth sense and is able to spot them out again and again. And Eamon did lose both summoners for that, but he did trade a Flash from Hung and obviously survived. It's the critical thing. The tankiness of the Ezreal with that Divine Thunder already, a lot of extra HP, 400 in the pocket, and then obviously the Arcane Shift making you hard to pin down. And it just kind of feels like, it's not like Rare Adam aren't trying, but they're just not able to really find anything. It's like they go for a play, someone survives on lowish HP, and then the turnaround normally comes through.
And this is the big thing as well. Like, we're seeing Fofo on this Zoe, and if we look at the last game on the LeBlanc, was roaming around, able to create pressure in his lane. He hasn't had that same level of impact in this matchup against the Sylas, the LeBlanc that, by the way, Rare Adam banned away. They had an opportunity to priority pick it if they so chose, but they decided to ban that one away. And BLG, they're just not being punished. They're just being given time to roam around the map, to set themselves up onto plays. And with 0-5 on the scoreboard, Rift Herald now on the cards, you can see now BLG, they're feeling comfortable.
Yeah, and you know, we saw the Sylas struggle because of the LeBlanc, right? That was what made that pick not ideal for Zika. But now, you know, the Zoe hasn't been able to apply as much pressure. And I think critically, it's not just the Zoe. It's the fact that there isn't as much setup as we saw in game 1 to really punish the Sylas. And so as a result, it's just been a scenario where he's been pretty chill to just scale up and feel comfortable.
Yeah, that's the top lane tier 2 going down. So that's a very, very long lane for this this Viego to try and just defend into with the Xin Zhao and the Jace on the top side, though. Rare Adam recognize they have themselves a unique opportunity to have the numbers advantage in bot. They won't get the tower just yet, but they have another minion wave coming in, so it won't be long for this world. But again, another opposite reaction coming out for BLG. They're recognizing, cool, 3 down in bot. We know we have pressure top side. Let's drop down the Rift Herald and get ourselves a tier 1, maybe even a tier 2 in mid.
Yeah, there's a lot of burst damage from the Zoe, but it's still not really going to be enough to take down a target, and they should just be able to go for this tier 2. I kind of respect the decision from Rare Adam to trade cross map because I don't think they contest well, but just because I respect the decision doesn't mean he turned out well. It's now a pretty substantial 5,000 gold lead for BLG. Tier 2 down mid means it's going to be very difficult to contest that mid priority and lean it into the objectives in the river. It's like we said before, it's looking like a mirror of game 1, but it's BLG finding the massive advantage here. And you know, they are going to continue to be relevant throughout this game. The Jace obviously is a massive threat with those shock blasts on these squishier members. The Ezreal scales far better than he used to, with just the itemization with ability haste. And we do see RA potentially fishing for aiming. No flash, but does have the arcane shift, of course.
Yeah, you mentioned that, you know, you respect the decision, but I can respect someone and not like them. There are two, you know, very, very separated things. And this is the problems that we've seen with RA in recent days. They find themselves behind. They look to try and find that, you know, mistake as such from a player, from a teammate on the opposite side. But if you don't give it to them, then your rotations are faster. Your turret taking is better. You're almost extending your advantage more because they've invested so much time and effort to try and get that one random play. And with that tower going down a bot side, all tier 1s are down. You can see Cube, he's really, really struggling just to find a lane that he feels safe in.
Yeah, he's supposed to farm. He's supposed to be left alone, but keeps just getting threatened by the side of BLG. Now, is Jace not quite doing as much damage as Yahoo's Jace did earlier, thankfully for Cube, but still a scary prospect. Now, Dragon is up and available, and I feel like BLG probably is going to pick this one up uncontested. They have a lot of vision control in this area, and I want to give credit to PP God. I think game 1, pretty underwhelming, I'll be honest, especially that level 1 death under tower. This game, a lot more proactive on this Bard, really pairing up well with Weiwei and establishing pretty solid vision control in whichever area of the map they're playing on.
Yeah, well, they go get the grand entrance on top of aiming, who only arcane shifts out to give his kill over the Fofo. So that's the first kill of the game for Rare Adam, but it's a kill for a top bot lane tier 2. You can just see BuBu, he's just waiting until that minion wave dies. And we talked about how it's so great to watch Xiaohu do that earlier in the day. It's amazing to see just the level of thought that goes into all of these small little plays.
Yeah, they want to deny as much as possible, which makes complete sense. And that tier 2 in the bot side means it's going to be 6th tower for BLG. They've taken every tower outside of Rare Adam's base and the extra gold that was added to those tier 2s a couple of weeks ago in the pocket of BuBu right now. So he is pretty monster fed, as really can be said for most of BLG, and we'll get a replay of this mid lane. And they've been looking for this for a while, and it's the right play. It's not going to amount a massive advantage for Rare Adam here, but it's the kind of play they need to find where they have a numbers advantage, where they find a pick. So I'm glad to see they are looking for these, but again, it didn't really translate into anything substantial off the back of that. It's kind of just like, you got a kill, you got a little bit of gold, can't complain, but you know, BLG have been doing a lot more with their time.
And that's it really, isn't it? It's like, yes, gold and a kill is an objective in itself, but it's not bringing the game back by a whole lot. It's a couple of hundred spread across a couple of players. It's not really going to change the dynamic of how this game is playing. And now BLG, they've taken the easy objectives. They have taken, like you mentioned, all of the outer towers. The only ones left are those inhibitor towers, and this is where the game gets a little bit more dicey for them, because yes, you're ahead by 6,000 gold. Yes, you're very much in control right now, but the longer this game stalls out, the longer you give time for Rare Adam to get items, to get gold and resources, the more likely you are to just give them an opportunity. We almost saw it in the last game for Rare Adam versus BLG, where they almost found themselves a perfect team fight if it wasn't for their massive gold leads. We now see Hung going in, but I don't know if that's the fight you want to take.
Going out.
Pop! Deleted. The Tempered Fate going to be used, forcing the flash away from Fofo, as we can now see Leanne forcing goes into the Ragnarok, but he is also moving backwards. Force the flash, the Gore Trigger proc, not enough, and now Weiwei has to flash himself away. The True Shot Barrage was not good enough, but Kaisa is dead. Fofo only just landing a little bit of damage, but that magical journey is just too damn good at getting everybody out scot-free. And now, with the bot laners dead, BLG, they turn back for Baron.
Yeah, I mean, the junglers forced away. They still feel confident. It was a bit scrappy. Wasn't the cleanest fight considering the gold lead. But the big thing is there's so much ground for RA to cover to move into the Baron. You can see Leanne's approaching, but he's going very slowly. He's scared. What if they're waiting in the brush for me? What if they're going to one-hit me? I can't get there soon enough. Oh, and Baron's gone. And that's the issue. When you take down those tier 2 towers, there is so much ground to cover before you reach the Baron. And every brush, you're like, is Bard in here? Is Jin Zhao in here? Is Jason here? And it just means you have to very slowly approach that objective. And with 5 members of BLG, they can take it very quickly. And now Baron in pocket, just under a 9,000 gold lead. BLG firmly in control, and we'll get a look at that replay. So, you know, Hang tries to find this engage window where they're like, maybe we have a numbers advantage, but realistically, no one can quickly follow up, and kind of gets deleted. So it becomes, you know, everyone just needs to disengage and get out of here. And in fairness, BLG do overextend a little bit in this situation, but are just about able to make it out. I thought this ult was actually going to hit Leon there. He managed to sidestep it. But, I mean, even though they're able to get some members out, iBoy just gets a bit too close to the sun and gets completely burned.
Yeah, we look at the items now. 3 items onto BuBu in this top side. He's got the Eclipse, the Manamune nearly finished up as well, and of course the Serpent's Fangs. You've got 2.5 items onto Weiwei. Actually went with the Kempunk Chain Swords just to try and get some of that extra damage down. Doesn't really feel like he needs the survivability, and now with the waves crashing in, we can see BLG, they're going to be able to put down a lot of damage onto these turrets, and if they may be able to crack open these inhibitors, that's where the game really starts to get dire for RA.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point where there's, you know, it's going to go a little bit further. There's going to be that ability to threaten the inhibitor, potentially threaten backdoors. At the moment, BuBu isn't really someone who can be dealt with in the side lane. And Zeke is a problem as well. They're just taking this tier 1, but a flank's coming in.
These flanks coming in. Look at the quickness on top. They do drop down the Tempered Fate to try and keep everyone alive. iBoy gets 1 kill, but if they can take this fight, it'll be fantastic for the side of RA. They trade 2 for 1. There's a good Everfrost though onto 3 people, and this Weiwei pick is just too damn good. Triple kill for Weiwei. He's going for the quadra kill for Weiwei. Penta kill for Weiwei, and BLG strike back with a vengeance.
And that looked like a good fight for RA. That looked like the one that could bring them back in their game, but Weiwei was just too darn strong on this Jin Zhao. Finds a pentakill to round out a brilliant game from him to bounce back in that series. They're just going to be able to end the game here. The minions have died. They don't really care. BLG bounce back and answer the crushing game 1 they faced from RA. Looks like the respawn's coming in, but the Nexus is a bit too low.
What a response from BLG, and again, Weiwei on this pick of Jin Zhao. Why it's so powerful, getting a pentakill just as the cherry on top, and RA are scratching their heads. They're like, hang on, did they sub out like their entire roster? Did they change everybody out from game 1? Because this feels like a completely different team.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like the way I look at it is it's hard to just purely credit the draft because there's a lot more at play. But game 1, RA had all the tools. They had a stacked deck, and it felt a lot easier for them just to play with that. In this second game, it felt like, you know, BLG had an edge, not as significant, but they definitely had an edge, and it felt like Weiwei, now that he wasn't trapped in his jungle, I think it's the thing you look at in game 1. Weiwei actually played game 1 pretty well from a jungler perspective. He was just doomed to fail. He was set up in a situation you can't flourish. You're against a Nidalee who can invade you constantly because there's triple lanes, no prio. In this one, though, Weiwei gets to show his caliber. And honestly, I'm just going to say, he flat out just ruined Leon in that one. Was so on point in the Jin Zhao. And I think the pentakill, you know, everyone's going to look at that and be like, it's super hype, super amazing. Don't get me wrong, it is. But the whole game leading up to that is why that pentakill was so cool, because this was Weiwei absolutely dominating. And I mean, you even look at the damage. This is Nezreal who barely did any damage. Zika barely did any. This was all Weiwei all the time.
This was Weiwei, and not only was he just taking out Leian, you can see Cube, 4,400 damage. He did less than the Bard. Like, this Viego, this first pick Viego, I feel like these first pick priorities are a bit of a curse right now in this series, but it just didn't do anything. And they just, with Weiwei and BuBu roaming around with PP God, making sure they had that global presence as well with Zika on the teleport, there was just nothing they could do. And this is such a great series to watch because we've now watched 2 stomps in a row. And I'm just hoping that both teams now come into this third game and really come back and say, look, we're going to go head to head. I want a close game. This series deserves a close game 3.
It always is. You get the first one's a stomp, second one's a stomp, and then game 3 is like neck and neck. massive slugfest as both teams have kind of worked out how they want to play, but aren't quite enough to overcome the other team. So my fingers are crossed. I'm hoping for that, and I guess we'll get to see soon.
We will not be waiting too long, my friend. We're going to set it to a quick break, but when we return, the final game of this epic best of 3 will finally come to a close. You do not want to miss it.
So I'll go into my failure as well. And I don't think this is the most unpredictable failure I've ever come up with, but it is what it is. Top esports are going to be my failure coming into this one. Because they were up against, first off, in week 5, they lost to Suning, which I take as a bit of a win for Suning, because Suning looked really good. But to be honest, I actually, maybe I'll just rephrase this. My failure isn't top esports. My failure is Jakilov, man. Like, Jakilov, he is an outstanding player. He's a world champion. We know that he is exceptional. However, he is pretty regularly having really, really bad performances, and not just getting caught out in the mid game like his customary. He's actually losing lanes pretty regularly right now, like to the point where they're losing 2v2s. Yu Yan just come in instead of Joe. I don't really understand the substitution personally, but you know, I'm sure that the team has reasons to go with that. But it just feels like they're starting to draft these compositions that entirely rely on Jakilov being the carry, but it doesn't feel like Jakilov is in form enough to carry right now. And Knight is. Play through Knight, play through Qingtian. Like, there are options here, guys, but they keep on going into this style where they run through Jakilov, and then Jakilov will die 3 times in the laning phase. And it's like, okay, well, what do you do when you're against like an FPX? Like, how do you come back from that? You don't is the answer, because FPX are gonna just finish you in that situation. So that for me is why top esports are my failure. What do you guys reckon?
I'm going to save, because I know we're going to do like an entire top esports thing. I'm going to save my top esports opinions for then, because I don't disagree necessarily with what you're saying, but I have some like additions that have to do with how TES play, specifically how they swap away from priority sometimes. But like, so when we get into the TES section, I'll give my full TES pick.
Okay, we'll dive deep. We'll dive deep into top esports, and we'll go beyond my very surface level evaluation of the team. All right, let's talk favorites. Let's talk the good stuff. So Emily, I think you've got the team that I think pretty much everyone that watches LPL could have as a favorite right now. Gonna kick it over to you. Tell me about RNG.
All right, so RNG, I thought they were done. You know, I thought MSI had boomed them. No, I'm just kidding. They just seem, and hopefully this will continue on 11-14 as well. But they just seem so much more comfortable on the latest patch when they can give Cryan his champions, and I think this is actually so important for RNG's success, because a lot of the time they don't necessarily make like the best trade in the moment for them, but they do have a very specific game plan of what they want from certain trades that they take, even if they're losing. And if your mid lane is getting shoved in a lot, or if he's not able to like push out the wave and affect side lanes, which happened a lot at the beginning of the season, then a lot of RNG's game plan falls apart, because they are so side lane focused and they are so heavily like cross map trade focused. And so now that they are able to get, you know, Cryan on a lot of his champions, and then additionally like have side lanes that go really well with a TF pick, for example, right? They can really focus on making Cryan a part of this team again, whereas it felt like a lot of the time if he was straight up losing lane at the beginning of the season, they tried to mitigate that, and then it would ruin what they were trying to do in side lanes, and then it was just kind of a mess. So I'm not even necessarily blaming him, but I do think he has a specific champion pool that he is significantly better on, and they've prioritized making sure that he's on stuff he's comfortable with that also fits into their game plan. And I think it's been a massive, massive change. Obviously, everyone wants to talk about how good Xiaohu is, and I'm just so glad. This is a like been a long time coming for Xiaohu. He's had just years upon years upon years of criticism, to the point where I'm kind of surprised that he's still playing because of how much the community has criticized him in the past, even though I did find him to be like a very smart player, even when he was a mid laner. So I just am really happy for Xiaohu that he's getting all this recognition now. And, you know, now that Cryan seems a lot more comfortable, it just helps him everywhere.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Emily. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on. It's been awesome to have another analyst who I think you're super underrated as an analyst. And I think it's really, really fun to have you on more long-form content like this, where we get to really dig into some of your opinions and you get to flex that knowledge because, it's been a pleasure having you on. Okay, it's time to wrap things up. Thank you very much, guys, for joining me. Thank you, everyone at home, for listening. And we will see you next week. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.
Guys in all lanes like we supposed to. I just wanna play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, exact like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coders. Crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep we cut. We hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it. Yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach. I cook like I'm frying up chicken and ain't no debate on the hood, man. And catch it. I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it. Yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah. Oh, hot. First out the skillet. Yeah, busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy. I got a whole lot on my plate.
针对 RA 的话，注意他们打野就行。对上乐言的话，我觉得我野区只要不失误的话，就可以玩。
You were more than fine, my friend. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our third and final game of the series and of the day. I am still Penguin. I am still joined by the absolutely fantastic Ox. And we got to talk about our MVP. I'll give, come here.
We don't have to talk about this with Ox. We can talk just me and you in Twitch chat. I'm going to go ahead and say who it is, but like he needs to guess, okay? So it's going to be Wei, but we won't tell him.
I mean, who do you think it is, Ox? Yeah, I wonder who do you think it could have been. It is, of course, Wei getting the pentakill. Really put the team on his back, and there he is smiling with his plus toys. I know, right? They get such amazing photos in the LPL, but 7-0 and 3, 5 of those coming in within the last 60 seconds of the game. And honestly, this Xin Zhao needs to be banned away from him or first picked away from him. He cannot get this pick again.
And I think we saw from that game one as well. I mean, the thing I want to hit on is I think Wei did what he could in that game one. It's just you were met with a composition which didn't really function well. The enemy team had Prior on 3 lanes, he had Nidalee invading you, but in this game, there was windows where Leon invaded you level 1, and then in this contest, it looked like it was going to be rough, but he finds the turnaround kill. A lot of moments like this where PP God's pairing up with him and he's punishing this Olaf. This Olaf was picked because he's able to go toe-to-toe in melee range with Xin Zhao, but he's never really got a chance than this. Obviously, this is the big moment at the end of the game that I think solidified the MVP status.
Honestly, even look at this right now. I kind of having a proper look at this fight and watching Weiwei throughout. Weiwei is in the thick of it constantly, and he never drops below about 2/3 HP. He's just on top of every single carry. He's forcing out every single ability he possibly can from all of the enemies, and it's just a fantastic performance there from Weiwei, truly worthy of MVP. And now we come into the second game, or sorry, excuse me, the third game with a 1-1 scoreline. This is exactly the matchup that I wanted. This is exactly the banger of a setup I needed, because these are two teams that are, by all intents and purposes, going to be finding each other against each other in a best of 5 after the split's finished.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams pretty close to each other in playoffs and a lot of value from winning the series, but it's neck and neck. And I think, you know, going into it, kind of felt like, based on recent form, we're leaning a bit towards BLG. But, you know, we got that strong game at a Rare Adam, and I don't think you can forget that. Obviously, we've just come off that BLG stomping, but it's been pretty balanced overall. And I think, you know, the draft in game 1 really set Rare Adam up for success. So I'm looking towards what they can do there to find them an advantage again. Because I think if they can shut Weiwei out the game, that's what gives them their biggest chance for success to close the series out.
I think that's the big thing there, and we can see how just imperative both of these jungles are to their team and to the success they're able to do, to make from this series. And one having a good game or one having not a good game is the difference. Literally, game 1, it was Leanne running around, making sure that he was in the face of Weiwei at all times, taking away camps and putting down pressure into those lanes. Game 2, it's the exact opposite. Uno reverse card, no you, and it's just Weiwei doing the exact same thing. And right now, I want to see what the adaptation is from both of these squads as we come into draft, because these junglers are just too damn important to their team.
Jungle is a broken role. That's what I'm going to say. You know, mid diff is jungle diff. Top diff, jungle diff. AD carry diff, jungle diff. And support diff, also jungle diff. It's just jungle diff all the way down. That's just the facts of it.
I have a couple of people who might argue with you on that one. It's just...
And I will take that argument, but for now, let's focus on the game. And yeah, so again, we've seen the sort of importance of priority in lane. The Jin Zhao, obviously, really excellent for the side of BLG as well. So might see an adaptation in terms of banning that or just denying it with the pick for themselves.
Yeah, they do ban away the LeBlanc again, and the Xin Zhao and Lee Sin. So Rare Adam actually opting in to 2 blue side bans of those very, very powerful picks. But now the Gwen, Viego, and the Renekton all banned away. We could see some very difficult picks find its way through the picks and bans, and that is going to be the Akali picked up here for Rare Adam. I almost certain I'm going to see that in Fofo's hands.
Yeah, I think, you know, there is still the possibility of that being flexed if they want to, but Fofo is the player that, based on, you know, his performances, we expect it to be in his hands. BLG gonna answer quickly, and I like the fact that they're given a priority on a jungler towards Weiwei if they do lock in this Volibear. It can flex the top, of course, there is that option, but it just means that no matter what happens in the rest of the draft, you're guaranteed to have something that has that early pressure to be able to contest, because we saw how important that was in this series.
Well, jungle and what we would imagine is Zika on the Sylas for the 3rd time in a row, locked in for BLG. Now, RA have an opportunity to give iBoy and Hong a nice bot lane. It did obviously sink it down all the way to the last picks in the last game, but they lock in the Thresh and Aphelios. But you have a rare opportunity now here for BLG. You lock in maybe your top lane, you can ban away a lot of the OPs. Your top side is what won you the game last time, but no, looks like they want to try and secure a nice support for whoever aiming decides to pick, so they go with the Leona.
Yeah, so I actually really like this from Rare Adam that they picked up the Thresh early. This is often being banned in the second rotation, and, you know, Aphelios was left open and available in the last draft, but there's a very big difference between Aphelios with Thresh and Aphelios without Thresh, especially since Tahm Kench isn't the same as he used to be since his rework. So this means you're going to have an Aphelios you can shred these short-range champions you've already got from BLG, but also a safety net. And BLG take the Leona because she's just generally strong and a good engage option, but it's not actually that good of a lane matchup with the Thresh because the Flay can interrupt your Zenith Blade, the Lantern can get people out of a Solar Flare. So I like this from Rare Adam, and now they're targeting 80 carries, particularly that Varus. You could also look to ban away the Ziggs. I actually think, you know, as much as maybe having the Sylas in the mid lane might be an issue in terms of AP, I think you can take Jace in the top lane. Volibear normally goes Divine Sundra in the jungle, so you're fine in that regard. And Ziggs is a really good matchup into that Aphelios, so we'll see if they opt to ban that one now. BLG has just been targeting junglers away from Leanne.
I like this, though, from the side of BLG. They said, cool, we got away a lot of them. The Ezreal's going to be the ban away here from Rare Adam against something aiming is very, very comfortable on. But with the jungle pool as pinched as it possibly can be, Gwen, Viego, Olaf, Trundle, Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, and, of course, the Volibear being picked, there's not really a lot of champions left. Yes, we've seen more fringe kicks, the Shaco, the Kha'Zix, the Nidalee, which we've seen earlier today, but Nidalee won't have the same level of agency against something like a Volibear. Very difficult kind of setup to go for, but with the Ezreal and the Varus locked away, the Kalista slips through those bans, and this is honestly a really good kill pressure lane now for BLG.
Yeah, you can see them toying with the idea of the Ziggs here, but it sort of serves two different purposes. Do you want that long-range poke and harass on the Aphelios, or do you want more aggression to really lean in on the punish on that Aphelios? When they go for the Kalista, really allowing you to challenge in that 2v2. Rare Adam now able to respond, and they're going to take the Nocturne. Remember, 11-13, he's super strong. Hasn't been nerfed yet, which we will see coming through tomorrow, and Strybreaker also very effective. It looks like Leanne may be taking that in the jungle. They're toying with the idea of taking that Camille in the top lane. Camille and Nocturne are a really threatening combo, but we'll see what they end up locking in. Either way, I think Rare Adam in a decent spot altogether from their picks, but I think it's kind of like we had that Stomp game 1, Stomp game 2, and this is feeling a bit more even between the two teams.
Yeah, with all the priority going now onto the jungle and, of course, into those big solo carry picks, we can see now that a couple of OPs get through on either side. You're getting a lot of priority as well into a lot of your lanes, and it could go either way. I think that Zika, again, on the Sylas hasn't been terrible, but definitely hasn't had a massive impact in these fights. It has very much been about these junglers of Leanne and Weiwei, and then the set top going to be locked in purely to deal with that split push threat of the Camille.
Yeah, and I feel like the kind of dynamic we're getting here is both teams will try and kill the enemy's AD carry, and it really comes down to who does a better job of it. There's so much dive threat on both sides, but both Kalista and this Nocturne are very good at dealing with dive threats. As long as they can keep them at like a reasonable distance, they can kite back, they can deal a ton of damage up close to them. And so, you know, I look top lane. Cube's going to have the advantage early, but Cube will scale well. Weiwei's going to have the advantage, but Leanne will pop up for 6. I feel like, you know, it's kind of the early advantage are edging towards BLG in this one. They have the slight favor there, but once level 6 gets hit, I feel like Rare Adam will get a lot more momentum on things like that Akali, like that Nocturne, and that's when they can look to start answering back.
See what way this game all fans out. We're going to be keeping a very, very close eye on the junglers of Weiwei and Leanne. Both of them pivotal in both of the wins so far in this best of 3. And this is a series now defined by one game. A 2-1 for either of these teams. And like we said, a win here puts you on 8 wins and just does so much for your playoff position. Gives you the head-to-head, gives you that belief that you can't beat this other team and later on the season as well, should you meet them in playoffs. There's so much riding on this one game.
Yeah, a lot on this one. It's been a hard-fought series. Both teams with a pretty convincing game win. And I like to see there's just, you know, a lot of those power picks we see typically banned away have been left open as these teams have adapted. The fact that we're getting both the Akali and the Kalista coming through in this situation, I expect to see an explosive game, and there's a lot of champions where individual skill can really shine in this one. And overall, I think we're getting the most balanced draft we've had of the series yet, and I think that should lead us in for a pretty close game.
We'll see how it all ends up going. Game 3 of this best of 3, Rare Atom versus BLG. Both teams had a stomp, and now they look to finish off the job. Very equally matched, both very heavy momentum teams, as we finally jump onto Summoner's Rift for the final time today.
You see BLG looking for a bit of an invade here. Pretty strong on it, in all honesty. You obviously was going for the E from the Volibear just to find the slow, and then you have the chains from Zika as an option, but won't be able to find anything there. Just putting a ward down on the blue, wanting to track this Nocturne. And again, I think BLG are going to have that earlier agency for the most part. The only exception, possibly mid lane, just the Akali having the Ignite gives a bit of an edge, and also that matchup's a bit more even, but I expect top, jungle, and bot lane for BLG to try to be applying that pressure and trying to garner a bit of an early advantage before Rare Adam get to a point where they are feeling more comfortable when a Nocturne hits that level 6 point.
And this is the big thing as well with the Nocturne. The Volibear has got agency to swap things up, to maybe go for a level 3 gank early on. You know, take red, take Raptors, take blue, go mid or bot or mid or top or whatever way he wants to work it. Lian not so much on this Nocturne. Nocturne very, very heavily reliant on either having the paranoia to get on top of someone or having innate CC in the lane to set him up. So not as good at setting that up, and there's that flay you were talking about, but this is pretty standard to what we expected in this lane. The Thresh Ophelia is going to struggle for a couple of levels. The Kalista and Leona are going to flourish while they have the early advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've been seeing a lot in this series, just Leona's, well, I mean, in general, in the LPL, Leona's leveling E level 1 and just using it to apply that pressure. And it's like the proc damage from your passive is pretty significant at that point. And, you know, they can't really be punished thanks to the Aftershock.
Well, someone who is being punished here is actually BLG. He goes in with the Haymaker, but that was not a good trade, and Cube ends up getting much better off of that particular skirmish, as they now have level 2s in the top side. We can both see both junglers. Actually a little bit of a quicker clear right now for the Nocturne. Lian able to take down his entire blue side and his wolves just before we see the Volibear onto his bot side. So I think BLG's looking to try and crash this wave, maybe get an early reset and just make sure that he's not in any real danger of getting dove.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing as well is you might take a bad trade on the set, but your passive really helps out with sustaining up. And, you know, for other champions, health is a resource. For set, it's a mild inconvenience before he gets it back. And he has gone for that reset and had a good time. You know, Leon's on the top side. He'll be nowhere near. The wave's going to push into him for when he returns, so he's going to be pretty comfortable. Zika doing a pretty good job in this 1v1 matchup against Akali. Traditionally, a lot of people have seen this as a bit of a skill matchup between the two. More recently, I think it's still quite skill-based, but I think the Salif has a bit more of an edge than he used to. I felt like the Ignite might swing things in his favor, and speaking of swinging things in his favor, Leon's showing up. I'm not sure he can really do anything here. Zika's positioned quite safely.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we was just talking about. Lian can try and go for a gank, but if you don't have any hard CC on top of your laner, it's just not a lot you can do there. Wei gets stopped on his back. The Springer are going to be enough to keep him away, as we can see Lian just eating a spell shield on the Storm, but again, nothing too untoward. Very difficult for a Nocturne to make anything happen. Both junglers just happy to reset, get back, get in those first items, and then back onto the map as quick as they possibly can. Actually, as I say that, Lian did stop his back and ended up going back towards his Krugs to try and get that reset.
I think we're kind of seeing the difference is that Lian just wants to farm as much as possible up to 6. Wei wants the early impact. He wants to have his boots there, so he has that extra movement speed, has that extra cooldown reduction. So we can try and find some windows now. KC Cube is going to reset and TP back in with the Sheen. You know, this actually puts him in a bit of a vulnerable spot, because if he gets ganked here, he has no way of getting back to the lane. And Wei is in the vicinity, so BLG, you can go for a trade here and try and get some damage down on a Cube, potentially set him up to be in a vulnerable position. This is the timing to do it when your jungler is on your side of the map.
And I see the pings going down. Cube will drop down that wards, or not actually quite dropping it down just yet. So they still know, though, there is a very high likelihood that this volleyball is around this top side. We do see the set finally going for that reset after taking that cheater recall to get that early Doran's Blade, and now can just get himself back into the lane as quick as he likes. Zika, though, taking a very unfavorable trade. Fofo not quite level 6 to have that perfect execution, and now BLG just really putting down a lot of pressure on the Cube into this matchup.
Yeah, and the big thing with this matchup is landing your Haymaker with the true damage. And the reason why that's so important, I mean, it's always, like, valuable, but the reason it's so important in this matchup is when Cube trades with you, he gets that physical damage shield. If you land that final Haymaker, it essentially ignores it, but I'm going to hold that thought. We see... Yeah, never mind. Just steal the ult, dash away. Okay, see ya. Wei, though, looking, but won't be able to find anything. But yeah, as I was saying, so we saw in that last trade between the two, BLG didn't hit him with the center, and as a result, it just didn't really do anything other than, like, finish off the shield. So definitely important to find that advantage. Now, Leon's looking. This isn't a level 6 set, but 6 has been hit by this Camille, so could trap him in place, but I think they will just back off. It's a hard target to try and gank, in all honesty.
It really, really is. Even if you do land the Hextech ultimatum down on top of him, if you just step behind him, then he just ults you out. You're in the turret range. There's so many things you have to think about. And while the pressure of Lian was being used on top side, BLG used that opportunity to then take themselves out into this dragon. They're going to be able to take it. iBoy feeling frisky, but not frisky enough to continue with the Scuttle Crab contests. And this is just a much more tempered game from both of these sides. Neither really coming out with a huge advantage. There's slight wins here or there, and it's a lot more tempered than we saw in the first two anyway.
And I think that's really good for Rare Adam, because we said, you know, pre-6, some concerns. Leona and Cluster a pretty aggressive lane. The Volibear has that early agency. But so far, nothing's really come to fruition. BLG just not being able to find too many windows to apply pressure. Now, Lean's at the level 6 point. Obviously, Fofo has had his ult for a little bit of time. It's about to come off cooldown. These champions are getting the agency they need to make an impact. And now, anytime you go for a play, BLG has to be like, right, could Nocturne be in the vicinity? Could a Paranoia fly down? And you have to be concerned about that.
You really, really do. And everyone just taking their time. No one wants to go too crazy right now. iBoy trying to get in position to take up the plate, and he will. We'll take a spear in the back and a Ren just as a payment for his 160 gold. And again, waiting to see what way this one works for both sides. Neither side really fully committing to any big rotations or big ganks, and I think we won't really see anything until probably, I'd say honestly, about the 12-13 minute mark, where this dragon will be available, the Rift Herald will be able to be, you know, up on the map again. So this is a moment here where we can just take some time, relax, you know. It's rare we get these in the LPL.
Yeah, got a bit of time to vibe. We'll see that they may interrupt it with the Rift Herald attempt, but for the time being, maybe, yeah, just kick things back, see. How you feeling? How you feeling, Penguin? How's your day been so far?
It's been good. It's cooler today in Ireland than it has been for the last few days, so I'm enjoying that quite a lot.
Thankful for that, honestly.
Honestly, 32
so
degrees is
warm.
not built for me. Like, I'm not built for that kind of weather. I love the hot weather, but we don't have air conditioning in Ireland. It's just not a thing. All our houses are exceptionally well insulated for heat.
That's the thing. Like a lot of times, like some other countries in Europe, especially, you know, like Spain, will or Italy, will hear those temperatures and be like, that's not so bad. But like, those countries are used to that weather, so they have the infrastructure for it. Whereas
Oh, PP God gets hooked and has to use the Fate's Call to keep him alive. Fofo jumps in. There's going to be Paranoia to try and dissuade any other re-engage here from BLG. They started the Rift Herald, but it is going to have to reset off the back of that. But now big cooldown down. Another great hook, but it is onto BuBu. Not exactly the target you want to be grabbing. While this has all been happening, Cube has been pushing in the top side. He was quite enjoying our conversation about air conditioning because he didn't want to be a part of this fight at all. Now we can see a fight coming in. PP God jumps on top of them. Great flay to try and disengage. The Rift Herald down to about 4,000 HP. That's a really, really good ultimate and enough to secure first blood. Rare Adam were patient and they were rewarded with first blood in the Rift Herald.
Yeah, so good. All the engage tools trying to come out from BLG to find that window in, but they just weren't able to. It was just RA constantly disengaging. Credit to Hung on this stretch, who was just able to keep them at bay for a pretty long time, and then iBoy landed that big ultimate just to finish off the Leona. Just really patient, excellent play from Rare Adam. And considering the pace we've kind of seen in the other games, it takes a lot of restraint not just to rush into these things. And we can see they know that BLG have a long time on this Herald. That's that play so good. They're just disengaging PP God. And then, you know, BLG keep taking harass, keep taking poke. This ult comes down, 4 members, and then that auto from the Calibrum with the Chakrams just to finish off the Leona. Really excellently played.
That's about 1,000 gold lead for Rare Adam.
Now we can return to air conditioning.
Yes, so back to our air conditioning conversation. Of course, we're not going to jump back onto that weird tangent as we were waiting for everyone to fight. But good start now for Rare Adam. They have a little bit of agency now to push forward and maybe look for a play, get those plates down. Of course, great to have that Rift Herald onto Leyan as well. We'll have his Paranoia back in about 30 seconds or so. We will see no TP available here for BuBu, so he's going to have to walk back to lane, so he's going to miss about a wave of CS. And this is where the matchup of Sett versus Camille starts to skew back into Camille's favor. The early stages, yes, you get a lot more agency with the Sett, but now with levels being put up, with cooldown and ability haste being picked up, Cube has a lot more options available to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Cube you know, once he hits that 1-item spike, I think that's the thing, is that you start doing a ton of damage, but it's really 2 where Camille starts to come online and becomes that massive threat in the side lane you can't really handle. But for now, a lot of time just been happily farming up this Camille in any lane where you're kind of unchecked early. You're not dealing with something like Renekton who's trying to trade with you every second. You're good, but speaking of trading with you every second, BLG not happy to let this dragon go, but RA should just be able to disengage on the back of these 2 TPs.
Double TP there towards the Dragon Pit as BUB puts himself in. They will get the Facebreaker as Fofo takes a little bit of an uncomfortable trade, but RA just not willing to feel like they could commit to that fight fully. They back away 100%, retreat. They don't want anything to do with it. And it is BLG. Yes, they committed 2 teleports, but they got the objective, and honestly, they don't lose anything for it.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that it's really important BLG gets that dragon, because you have to think of these dragons as like a 5-minute like game extender, right? If you don't get that dragon, RA takes one. It's now 15 minutes until you can, you know, have soul, and as a result, RA can give away more dragons. They can take a bit more time. But by doing this, it kind of means that there is a definite, you know, timing point, and I'm looking at it, and it's essentially 21 minutes in the game is when soul could potentially be there for BLG, and it means that in 4 minutes RA might be forced to try and contest this in a fight. And bear in mind, RA ahead, right? I'm not saying that they're not going to be able to do so, but I think BLG are definitely concerned about if this game goes later. There's an Aphelios, there's an Akali, there's a Camille. I think they want the fighting to be sooner rather than later in this one.
Yeah, and you look at the 2,000 gold leads, and it is still good, of course, for RA, but probably here or there about 8 dragons worth about 1,000 gold in stats across the team, so it is equaled out in some way, shape, or form. There is a Divine Sunderer now for a cube, so he's going to be in a much stronger position. Riptile going to be dropped down towards this bot side as they try to keep iBoy going on this Aphelios. Is about 15 or so CS ahead of his counterpart on aiming on this Kalista, and should be an easy push up. 160 gold there into the back pocket of iBoy, and it's exactly what RA wanted. They got the place, they get out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously in an ideal scenario you get the tower, but they'll take the extra gold in Fluxion, and the big thing is they're going to be able to use that gold, hopefully complete some of that mythics before that dragon spawns, and be in a good fighting chance to contest that one. And again, the gold lead isn't insane. We've definitely seen bigger ones in this series, but it's a nice advantage to have when you're a team who, you know, do feel comfortable going later. And I think execution has been good from RA. They have to be a bit concerned if PP God wants to look for something here.
Oh, PP God goes in, but they're going to use the paranoia straight away. The flash forward, flash away. They're going to be able to keep him alive. No! Leyen, enough of a damage dealer to take down the AD carry. Everything was used there by aiming, and just not enough to protect him or the tower.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough, and you can see the power of that Nocturne coming in, able to land on top of the Kalista. And it's very difficult to deal with, because one of the things with the Kalista is, you know, I said before, Kalista and Aphelios like champions diving into them if they can keep them at a healthy distance. Nocturne, let's just say he's difficult to keep at a healthy distance, you know. He's a bit of a hugger. He likes to get a bit up close and into your personal space, and you can see aiming didn't really appreciate that in this one. No real way to kite out here, especially with the flash closing in. It's actually the Fear Tether that connects and is able to finish off the kill. But now that Strybreak has been picked up for Leon, it's just going to get worse. That 90% slow is honestly crippling for the Kalista when she's trying to kite.
Yeah, it does feel that way, and Kalista has been one of those picks where there's a little lot of priority on it over the last few patches, but specifically in LPL, hasn't had the greatest of times. It does feel like LPL teams just know how to deal with this particular pick, and the early game advantage that you should get from it just never seems to come to full fruition, as we can see Zika running away from the top jungle duo of Cube and Leanne, but we're going to see the cleanse used here by iBoys. He just get caught out by the solar flare, and an ultimate for a summoner spell, you take that all day, every day.
Yeah, absolutely, and it means you potentially have a window in which you can punish. You know, when you're setting up these fights around these critical objectives, it's actually really important whether or not someone has a summoner available, and teams will actively play around those and go, okay, this person's done this is going to be a primary target for this reason, that reason, and they will invest based on that. So, you know, it may seem like a minor thing, but as you're able to capitalize on that, and because of the short cooldown, you know, PP God will have that ultimate backup and available.
Well, we see now Wei moving up towards this top side. The stolen Hextech ultimatum, and Cube has already used his hook shot, wall shot, so he will not have anywhere to go. He flashes away, but the Stormbringer is here. The paranoia has been committed. Fofo is there. They're going to try and continue this dive. It's a very risky dive to go with. The Nightmare will actually proc off, so Wei will go down. Now, can you continue this fight on the side of BLG? I don't think they want to. They will get the Aphelios ult out of it, and they will put aiming down to about a third of his HP, but very difficult for them to do anything else after they've used so much.
Yeah, and the important thing here is you take down the jungler there, your top laner's got TP and died sooner, so Cube can join the fight far sooner if you need, and it's going to mean that RA are just able to pick up this Herald. However, this is going to cost them a lot of time. Leon's low on mana, no paranoia available, no pivot execution from the Akali. BLG are just going to beeline straight for that dragon, and honestly, I don't know if RA will be able to necessarily contest this one with the lack of ultimates to have available. We'll see. You know, they still have a gold advantage, but obviously they just picked up more gold there and weren't able to spend it. So I think BLG should look to secure this third dragon here, although the Herald might stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, I like this play from RA. They recognize they haven't been able to reset. They haven't been able to get back onto the map as quick as they would probably like. There is a TP available for BuBu as he's sitting in base, waiting for his opportunity. Rift Herald goes into mid, so as does the TP, so this is going to be a full-on fight. You would love to go back and spend some of that gold. Yes, it's a 4,000 gold lead now for RA, but about 2,000 of that is just sitting on them, not really using it. They're just unspent gold, and now with this dragon spawning, you've got the Rend, you've got the ideas here from the side of BLG. Let's see if they can go for it. Hook does land, that's onto the set. BuBu able to keep himself alive. He does get himself out there as the paranoia coming back in. BuBu has gone down. Hexagon momentum is there. The Nocturne has been traded. They're jumping back in on top of this. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. It's very, very scrappy as BLG are heading for the hill. Flash hook, but the cleanse is good, but not good enough. Double kill here for the Aphelios of iBoy, and that means that RA should feel comfortable to come back to this objective and stop the stacking.
Yeah, RA bought enough time for the ult to come back up, and the teamfight execution was absolutely there. They denied the third dragon, and this is where things start to look a bit dire. This dragon adds 5 minutes on to that contest, and the thing is, you know, I'm talking about this from like a best case scenario for BLG. It's like, if BLG get every dragon, then in 10 minutes they can have Soul, and obviously RA want to stop that. But the thing is, RA is so strong now, I don't think they even really care about BLG looking to sort of force them to fight. They are taking these fights, and they are really doing well with them. You can see here, this engage comes in. Everyone's clumped together from the side of BLG, and the AoE damage coming out from the Akali, from the Nocturne, just so much work. And even though it's a 2-for-2 initially, everyone from BLG gets chunked out, and then as a result, they're able just to collapse and take out aiming. But honestly, even if aiming lives there, the health bars are too low. You can't move back in on that dragon, and they end up losing it. And on top of that, you start to see the items coming in, a lot of like gold being spent. Morella Nomicon for Fofo, drastically going to shut down the sustain of aiming and Zika. And on top of that, Runans for iBoy. You know, I look at the composition of BLG, very short range. There's a lot of value you're getting off this second item.
Yeah, big mistake there from BuBu. Just didn't respect the hook and the damage that could come out from RA after he got hooked. So he ends up flashing anyway afterwards when he's already taken about 2/3 of his health bar down into the dumpster. So a little bit of disrespect there from him, and really needs to find himself in a much better position. Didn't even get the showstopper off to try and get anything going for him. And just a very good fight coming out from RA. We can see now BLG falling behind, 4,000 gold, 4,500 gold realistically, but there is still opportunities for the side of BLG. They just need to try and find some way of killing this Aphelios, because 3-item Aphelios, as we said a million times on a million broadcasts, is scary.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, especially, you know, whenever I see Aphelios, I always think about the composition he's facing into. Long range probe comms, you can see him, you know, even if he's fed, not finding too much value. But it comes like this, like the win con of BLGs go in, but you go into an Aphelios, you can just shred everyone who comes near him. If you don't instantly delete him, you will get massacred, and that's the scary thing about this. RA can kind of pick and choose how they want to fight. They can dive in, they can use things like the Paranoia, the Hextech ultimatum to lock people down and have iBoy just freely auto, but if BLG try to engage in return, you know, Camille, pretty hard to pin down. Nocturne has a spell shield, obviously. Fofo, I mean, Akali, I don't even say it. You know how hard that champion is to pick up. And there's that Lantern. And it kind of feels like because of this, RA set the tone of the fight. And I think this is why BLG needed that early advantage to come in. And now that they are behind in gold by about 5,000 at 20 minutes, they haven't been able to secure that third dragon. Things are looking rough.
Very, very rough. I feel like I'm casting with a dog right now. How rough it's been sometimes with you, as yeah. Honestly, like you've 2 items versus 1. Like you mentioned on the AD carries, you've almost got 2 items now onto the Camille. As we see a hook, Paranoia, Leanne with iBoy and Hong going to be very, very easily dispatching PP God. And this is the criticisms we've had of PP God in recent days of just getting caught out, really not putting himself into a good position. They will have the Calibrum and the Crescendum here to try and take down this Baron, but there isn't a Kali up on this top side. They don't have full vision of exactly where everyone is. Now, BLG will walk into Fofo. TP coming in on the back end of this one as well. They still have themselves an opportunity. Wei Wei can get back into this Baron pit. With Baron resetting, though, it looks like RA are not willing to take that flip.
They're happy just to take the teleport. You know, they got the pick on a PP God, and after the pick, they use that to leverage a teleport from the opposite side. You know, when you have Cube in one lane, Fofo in the other, who are both massive threats on their own right, eliminating these teleports from BLG is actually a massive threat. And now you see BLG has to make his way down bot lane, where formerly we saw Zika, because they need someone to answer who can assist on the other side of the map. And I just love the restraint from RA, because why coin flip it? Why go for the sort of smite contest between Leanne and Wei Wei, especially when Wei Wei has, you know, his flash and his ultimate, makes him very capable of sort of getting close to the pit. So I think they make the right call. They get a small advantage, they leverage it, and now they're looking towards this dragon, I believe, although I think first and foremost they want to just re-establish some vision around Baron. But again, this is another excuse to fight for RA, and with this massive gold lead they have, they should feel very comfortable to look for it.
I mean, this is do or die right now, I feel, for BLG. The Aphelios not quite on the Infinity Edge, but you have just finished up the Guinzoos, and you have 2 stopwatches here for Zika and aiming. So you are in a good position of power. Cube is going to be untouchable in a side lane, as is Fofo, to be perfectly honest, as he's now pushing into that top side. Didn't take Flash, has the Ignite instead. TV God does not get caught out by Hong, who has been 100% on point with these hooks. I really do want to call out a quick little item choice here from Hong, gone with the Mikhail's Blessing to try and make sure that even in a world where iBoy does get caught out like this, they're not going to get caught out completely, as iBoy now flashed onto, but there's no thresh there. Hong isn't there. He does get the Lantern though off of the flash. There's going to be the Paranoia and the teleport coming in. There's a great hook to start this one all off, and there's just too much damage off. Nothing for BLG to do. Leanne and everyone just doing as much as they possibly can. Everyone will pretty much fall for BLG, and there's no way they can contest this dragon anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Cube trying to chase down aiming. But Shift, actually will find aiming here and take out the Callista as well. It's a 4-for-1 in favor of Rare Adam, and I'm going to be honest, I think that was the right approach from BLG. They go for the flank angle because clearly running at RA doesn't work. They ult the Aphelios away, but unfortunately the follow-up wasn't there. The Flash Lantern gets them out, and this was kind of critical mass for BLG. This was like the point where you had to find that favorable fight, because losing this, again, the soul is not even a talking point anymore. It's too far away for BLG. More gold for RA, and we can see, I mean, this was the right call. I honestly feel it's just a follow-up, not quite there. The face breaker from BLG maybe a little bit delayed, and then you can see this return engage. The AoE damage there with the AoE slow from the Stride Breaker, so effective from the Nocturne. And then Akali just has free range and just decimate. And sure, aiming gets a kill onto Leanne, but his job is done already.
This game is starting to flow away from BLG. It was close in the early game, but slowly but surely, RA have chipped, and now find themselves with nearly a 8,500 gold lead. They are in such ascendancy, and it's just going to get harder and harder because there's just nowhere for you to go. As my voice decides to crack out right as this fight just come in, and I feel like BLG, they're left up. They have no hopes or prayers. They need a miracle at this point.
Yeah, and honestly, they need iBoy to overstep. I think that's the critical thing. There's a very limited window when his flash is unavailable. I think they need to start a fight on that, kill him, get that shutdown, and be able to take something off the back of that. Because right now, it's looking dire. You do not win front to backs at all, because it isn't really a front to back. Your backline just gets dove instantly. The Nocturne, it's just, you can't really prevent that engage, and that's the thing. He's like a win more champion. When he's ahead, he can just dive straight onto you. Is strong enough to do that AoE Stride Breaker slow at 90% initially, remember, on this patch. we only have to deal with that for one more day. Thankfully. Like another thing as well is you look at Leon's built Anathema's chains. So think how bad aiming feels. I'm assuming it's on him. He's going to have a much harder time killing this Nocturne. The slow, the fear are going to last longer because of that increased tenacity. It's just really, you know, again, it's a win more scenario where RA are already ahead and they're just shutting down any hope BLG has.
Just slowly bringing them down to their knees and saying you must bow before the kings as RA just continue to push in vision around this Baron buff. And there is an opportunity to steal, of course. You look to try and get that as much as you possibly can, but the damage isn't really there. They're waiting for items. Of course, the new build for the Volibear is to rush that Zhonya's afterwards. Of course, he hasn't got that one just yet, so there's just so many if, buts, and maybes for BLG to try and come back into this. But like you mentioned, I look at RA and I'm like, they've got 3,000 gold in top side alone in this game. They have so much going for them that it's just becoming so difficult for the BLG actually come back into this. Now with the Baron going onto the map, people on BLG trying to run around it. There is a good hook, but it is only onto PP God. Baron down to about 4,000 HP. They have enough vision onto it, but it doesn't look like they want to try and finish it off just yet. As I say that, it's actually a fight on two fronts. RA came off the Baron, and BLG went back onto it, so they steal away that objective. Nicely done there by BLG, but at what cost? What will they lose because of this fight? You can see Fofo just keeping everyone at bay in the top side. They do get the Baron, but they lose 3, and these death timers are getting long.
Yeah, and honestly, it looks a bit messy here because we're going to see a scenario where RA can push down the base and we see what they get. 3 kills from a Baron is kind of like the point where it becomes not really worth it. But in BLG's situation, you don't really have a choice. They got the Baron, means they deny it. You know, you take it in this situation. If you lose that mid lane inhibitor, tower inhibitor, again, you take it. But actually, it looks like they're going to be able to defend. So, you know what? I'm going to call this a win for BLG. Small win, but it's a win, and I think they need those in this game. Just the fact that they made that decision to look for the Baron instead of the fight, and were able to at least disengage 2 members. Now, they are looking for Fofo. The CC comes in.
Yeah, CC is there. They do have the scanners to know exactly where he's going to be going. He does have the perfect execution available, but so does Silas as he steals that one away. Okay, this is good for BLG. They get away the Baron. They also pick up a couple of stragglers. They're getting back something, but it's still a 10,000 gold lead in favor of RA.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, you know, we saw the TP come in, and after that, I think Ivory hit it a couple of times, did about 1,500 damage, in a couple of autos. And as a result of that, it got to the point where, you know, Wei could jump in and finish it off, get it low enough. It's kind of difficult because I understand RA, you know, on the one side, don't want to coin flip, want to look for the fight, but when the Baron's that low, you're handing it over to the other team.
That was 1 auto attack from the Aphelios. Now 3.5 items onto Wei. Arguably your tankiest member, and this is just not looking good. Still hasn't picked up the Zhonya's, but look at the items now. You have 3 items onto the Kalista. You have 3 items onto the Silas as well. We'll see what they want to go for. TP coming in off the back end of this fight. That's going to be Fofo joining in. The paranoia has been used to deny all vision, all idea of what is going on. You can see Cube and Fofo jumping in, trying to get on top of this Kalista and Silas, the Soulstopper, to keep the Camille away. The Nocturne is dead. We can see a couple of GAs go down, but it's the Aphelios now versus Zika. It's iBoy versus the world. It's a 3-for-2 trade in favor of RA, but critical to note that it is still BLG who are on sole point. You can see PP God and Zika scattering themselves. They're saying, look, if one of us dies, at least the other one gets out, but it is still a 1 fight for RA.
Yeah, it's definitely 1 for RA, but even so, BLG are somehow managing to make this closer than it should be. They secure the dragon once again. They get the objective. Yes, they lose more members, but when you're this far behind, you gotta say, you take these. You know, you don't really have the choice of being like, let's just win a 5v5 flat out. The fact you're getting the objective and at least taking down some members of RA puts you in a decent spot now. He might actually be caught out here. Does he burst iBoy? No. Ooh, he's actually dipping away. They see the Baron of minions.
Yeah, he hasn't got it right now. He hasn't got it right now. Trying to get out with the Baron wave, so he's just going to be able to push this one out. Make sure that they do not get any more objectives off of this one. The box has been stolen as he maybe tries to go back in on top of that, but no. Just going to use it to slow down. And Zika, he is delaying quite a lot. Forces the flash and has the Zhonya's, so they're going to have to commit a little bit more time to this. iBoy has to use the cleanse as well, and yes, you do get the kill, but those are 2 key summoners now gone, and the Mikhails.
Yeah, it was the Mikhails, not the cleanse that came in there. But yeah, Mikhails have flashed down. Mikhails not super long cooldown, but not exactly short for an active item. But the flash being unavailable, we talked about this before, it being down opens up opportunities for BLG to go for that play, that flanking ult coming in. And, you know, it's just these scenarios where, like, it's still winning for RA, right? They killed Zika.
Absolutely.
This is still a one fight for RA. They got more kills than they lost. But BLG, they're getting something out of this. And when you're this far behind, you take those, you know? You actually see aiming survive for such a long time. You can see that extended fear because the anathemas reducing tenacity lasts for so long, but he actually manages to live for a fair bit. They're just not able to get in on this backline. And the thing is, iBoy's still untouched, right? He's still an absolute monster. Cube's still running rampant, but even so, it's always those butts coming in. You're like, even so, BLG, for a team who are 10k goal behind, they're looking all right.
I mean, they are on Soul Point. They got the dragon in that fight, so they could get that and lead themselves to less burst damage from the Akali, less burst damage from the Camille. This puts this, you know, Kalista pick in a lot more safety, and we saw Zika in that last skirmish up topside. He can force summoners. He is still absolutely insane in this game, but it's still RA's game to lose. I think that's very, very important to recognize. Absolutely. And I think for the side of RA, they should still be feeling confident. You're 11,000 gold ahead. You've got 4 items almost onto your Akali. You've got 4 items onto your Camille. Nearly 5 items onto your Aphelios. He's on full damage mode. 5, 0, and 10. iBoy has not died yet. So you're still feeling good, but it does good. The longer this game goes, the less that gold lead means, and you start to get a little bit worried about how this game starts to turn out if BLG can just hold on for, again, another 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, like, as we said, I feel like the scaling is edged in RA's favor, but, you know, there's still a lot of windows, a lot of opportunities. If you kill iBoy at the start of the fight, you know, there's a lot of scenarios that's enough just to win the fight off the back of that. And I think RA, definitely a really strong early to mid game, but it started to feel like it slowed down a fair bit. These mistakes around these objectives costing them. Like, bear in mind, the last 2 objectives they didn't get, despite winning the fights at the back end. So,
yeah,
look to see if they can sort of capitalize on that better. They're still very much ahead, very much in favor for this game to close it out. But there's always that little if when you're thinking about BLG's position in this game. PBU's moving forwards. It's a hook on PP God.
There's the paranoia coming in as well. Cube kind of jumping onto this backside, but they haven't really coordinated this one that great. They're jumping in now to get the showstopper in. It's going to be the ultimate to try and get down on top of this AD carry. They will get him down, and now RA look to end this game. The perfect execution from Zika does basically no damage, and again we're seeing PP God and Zika left to try and scatter themselves and defend against this absolute onslaught from RA.
They finally find that clean fight. No members drop, no objective to be stolen, and they're able to instantly segue into the extended fear onto aiming. So punishing in that situation. They're going to try and fight this off.
I mean, here we go. We're going to jump in on top of this. It's going to be very difficult for Zika to get anything done while he's in fear stasis, and absolutely no chance. It will be RA in 34 minutes taking the 2-1 victory over BLG and put themselves back among the top 4.
And it wasn't as much of a stomp as the previous 2 games. There was definitely a little bit of give from BLG where they try to contest, they try to find windows. But I think with their composition, the fact they didn't get that early advantage, the fact they started to fall behind, ended up being really punishing in that situation. And I think the Nocturne pick with the Anathema's change was so good. You saw it fly on aiming, and the fear just lasted so long. It was really suffocating. But yeah, you know, solid game from RA, and I think we have to say we had our doubts coming into the series. Their recent form hasn't been ideal. They really needed this sort of confidence boost, and I think this is the sort of game where this sort of series where you can take that confidence boost. You know, BLG are a good side, and this was a hard-fought but convincing victory.
Absolutely, and that puts them now up to 8-4 in the standings. They join the likes of FBX, they join the likes of LNG on that top 4 of the table, and puts a little bit more distance between them and the rest of the chasing pack. For BLG, though, they now drop to 7-6. They will go down a couple of places now in the standings, and this is why we're so caught up on everyone's position, why we're so putting so much emphasis on, you know, every game coming into the last few weeks of the split, because one win, one loss can be the difference of you getting into top 10 or even you getting into top 6. It's that close.
Yeah, and we can kind of see how much damage in this game, by the way, iBoy was able to do. Fofo as well, though, and it really felt like iBoy was just, I mean, he literally was, by the way, but it felt like he was just untouched throughout the entire game.
Yep.
And I think we saw this Kalista Leona come in, and it just felt like they were permanently threatened. You know, the Kalista in particular, they weren't able to find that agency in the laning phase. I don't think the draft from BLG was bad in this situation. I think that's something to be said, is that the previous two, I felt like a side had an advantage coming out of the draft phase, but here, I think it's just BLG didn't hit their win conditions, didn't find that early agency. It was a slower paced game than the previous two, and as a result, you know, we saw RA lean into the spikes and able to really execute on the back of them. And if you look at the goal graph, as much as we sort of talked about those moments where BLG were finding fights that they would lose, but they would get something out of it, it was still very much like a heavily gold-favored game towards RA. It was just a bit of a mistake around some of these objectives.
Honestly, it does feel like that, and BLG tried their very best, but we gotta talk about our MVP from game 3. It was hung on this Thresh. He was just so damn good. His hooks were pivotal at making sure that priority carries were put under pressure at all times.
And I think as well, we're talking about iBoy as being untouched. This really came from having this Thresh and being able to peel consistently. A lot of times just, you know, landing those hooks, providing that pressure, but also being available to peel and keep iBoy safe consistently throughout this game.
It really, really was. And you can see the fight's almost won before it starts. That hook onto the set. This was as even as a game was pretty much at this point once we started getting those big objective team fights. And it was just hook after hook after hook. And teams are showing time and time again that they have a massive proficiency on this Thresh. Thresh is something you have to respect. Not even just with the Raphelios, but with any AD carry you want to combo with it, because it's so good at just facilitating the rest of your team.
Yeah, and you know, we saw a lot of great hook moments there, but I think as well there was the lantern moments, the flame moments. I remember around that Herald. There's also when we saw that flank from BuBu and the flash lantern got iBoy out. I think that's why we see such strength in Thresh, because you can play that more aggressive or that defensive role. And I think that the true sign of a great Thresh player is when you can do both so seamlessly within, you know, even a single team fight. And I think that's really what Hung just hit on there in that game.
Yeah, really, really did. And that's a great win for RA. They move up, they move forward, they've cemented themselves a little bit more securely into that top 10 playoff bracket. And for BLG, it was looking great for a while, but all good runs must come to an end. And we're going to send it over to Sam, who has an interview ready with Leyen.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and I am now standing with the jungler from Rare Atom, Leyen. So this is a victory, and this is a hard victory against BLG Gaming, and it is after their 2 loss streaks. So my first question is about this: what kind of adjustment do you make during the break? 那么首先恭喜你们今天2-1战胜了哔哩哔哩 Gaming。那么想要问一下，你们在经历了2连败之后，队伍里面做出了哪些调整呢？
两连败对我们来说挺伤的嘛，因为本来我们那2胜拿到的话，也可以继续保持冲前2嘛。然后没拿到有点可惜，然后就输完方博大师之后，我们心态可能有点问题吧，然后就最近也在调整嘛，也状态不好最近打的。
So I think the 2 loss streak is quite give us a hard time, because if we win the 2 games previously, we can try to fight for the top 2 on the rankings, but it is so hard now. And I think our mentality got some hard time also, and after the loss against FunPlus Phoenix. So my second question about today's game is, in game 1, you got a very stylish draft, and you picked Nidalee. So we all know that you are a very talented player on Nidalee. So do you have some special tips for this champion? 那么其实在今天第一把比赛当中，你们选到了非常有个性的 BP， 也是给你拿到了豹女这个英雄。你作为豹女的绝活哥，有没有对于这个英雄特别的使用心得？
因为比赛前我跟教练说，就第一把就先玩个我想玩的英雄，找一下手感嘛。然后就跟他说，跟我选豹女吧，我们有鳄鱼的话，然后就豹女这英雄，我觉得这版本还比较强嘛，野区压制力非常好，只要对面打野失误一波就很难玩吧。然后我觉得豹女上中选个有控制的英雄好一点。
So I think before the matchup today, I talked to my coach and I said that in game 1, I want to play what I want to play. So this is the time I choose Nidalee as my game 1 jungler. And I think if the enemy jungler had some mistake in the early game, I can punish him easily with Nidalee. And if you pick Nidalee, you better get a Renekton or some other champion, out of some solo lane champions with CC. And my third question today is about the game 1 as well. In the early game, you try to make the invasion and try to search for Lee Sin all the time, and you scale up very well. And at 10 minutes, you got 4K gold lead as a whole. So how can you play so aggressively? 那么今天的第3个问题也是问到关于第1局的一个问题，就是说你们在前期10分钟的时候就有了4000的经济领先，而且你的豹女也是打得非常凶，说一直在追着对面的人，追着对面的盲僧，在他野区里面横行霸道。想要问一下，你是怎么样做到这么激进的呢？
做到这样激进就2点吧，上单是鳄鱼，可以一直给对面上单压力，越塔的压力，对面上单在塔下。第2点就是注意对面的打野开野路线，然后你规划怎么入侵他。
So I think there are 2 points for my invasion. The first is I got a Renekton as my top lane, so there is always a potential top lane tower dive on the top lane. So that is the first reason. And the second is I mainly focus on the plan of my camps, and then I can try to make the invasion. And my 4th question is about the game 3. And you make the tower dive gank around 14 minutes in the bottom lane. What is the condition there? 那么今天的下一个问题是关于第3局比赛，你们是做了比较出色的下路越塔，在第14分钟的时候，想要问一下那一波越塔的时候是什么样的一个情况呢？
当时越塔下路就说你待一下吧，对面下路就是对面辅助会闪现开他戳，然后让我蹲一下，然后刚好我对面被我们下路预料到了，然后就顺理成章把他杀了。
It's the time when our bot duo says their support may engage on us, and then I can stay. They told Leyan that he can stay there and make the counter engage, and then I was there and tried to make the tower dive. And the last question today is about at 21 minutes in game 3, you try to rush the Baron, but you stop at the 5k health when the Baron. So what was the condition there? Why you stopped to rush the Baron? 那么今天第3局比赛当中，21分钟的时候，你们其实有尝试 rush 大龙的一个举动，但是打到一半的时候就停手了。想要问一下，当时什么样的一个情况？
当时我们优势挺大的吧，我记得，可能是我怕对面打野跳下来把龙抢了吧，然后就收手了吧。讲道理应该关灯，直接把龙打完了，应该自信一点的。
At that time, we were in a huge lead, and I was afraid that the enemy jungler can steal my Baron, so we just stopped. And I think I should have used my ultimate and try to rush the Baron. I should be more confident. And you are confident today. That's all for today's interview. And back to you guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, San and Leyan. Good interview there, of course, recognizing the slight mistake about the Dragon, or the Baron, excuse me, but still a very confident performance here from Leyan, specifically, obviously, in Game 1 and Game 3.
Yeah, I think we saw Game 2, Wei obviously kind of showing a bit of a jungle gap in that one, but over the course of the series, and particularly that Game 3, I really loved the knocked-in play, just completely shutting down Eamon on this Calista. And I think that's the thing, is that this wasn't a flawless series. You know, there were mistakes, and I think this is what we expect from 2 of the upper-end teams, too, that even with this loss from BLG, 2 that we're still expecting to see in playoffs, it's going to be close. There are going to be mistakes. The other side are going to punish them, but I think Rare Adam can be pretty happy with the outcome from this one. Not just the win, but the confidence boost, the feeling that they're back on form.
Yeah, honestly, it does feel fantastic. And if you're just joining us, sadly, we are coming to the end of our broadcast. But we'll give you a quick look at what happened today. We look at the results of the day, and it was a 5-game day. 2-0 for RNG as they absolutely slapped down Ultra Prime. And then in a much closer, but not in a way you would think, series between RA and BLG, it was RA that took the victory 2-1.
Yeah, and I mean, Ultra Prime, they did what they could, is all I'm going to say on that one. But, you know, it was expected RNG would come in strong and have just slid into that 10th place spot. And we can see the other end, RA pulling up to 3rd while BLG at 8th. And I think it kind of shows how much one series can make a difference between teams, how much you can sort of split them apart. But still a lot to be sort of decided. It's just there's that massive clump of teams in that middle of the pack section. And with RNG steadily climbing up, starts to feel a bit concerning for those on the lower end, those who've just taken losses like BLG.
Yeah, things in the mirror may be closer than they appear. Of course, TT and V5 are now officially out of playoff contention. They can no longer make it into the top 10. For TT, yes, they can make it up to 6 wins, but because they are on minus 14 game score, they can only guarantee themselves up to, I think it's minus 8, whereas RNG can only fall to minus 4, so they would already lose that one out. And then we look at tomorrow's matches, and again, we're starting to pick up the pace a little bit more as we start to hit these big, important matches. Top Esports starting off the day against Rogue Warriors. That's going to be an important one there for them. And for Suning versus FBX, Suning on a little bit of a hot streak, definitely taking some decent wins off people. It's going to be a slight banger at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think that game 2 is really one to watch, a bit of a banger. But, you know, as much as you would think that Top Esports against FBX would seem one-sided, Top Esports against Rogue Warriors. Rogue Warriors have been, you know, looking better recently. They've had some kind of upsets come through, so I don't think you can rule them out ultimately. And, you know, we may get a similar day today with the first series of Stomp, second one's closer, but, you know, we've been surprised before.
Yeah, we have been, but that is all we have time for today. Thank you so much for joining us. Ox, thank you for joining me and bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you to our producers, our directors, our audio, and everyone else behind the scenes, because without them, none of this would be possible. And again, guys, we will see you guys same time, same place tomorrow.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
It's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and it bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, auto wins at it. Need a new patty, it's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick game, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just got it shown. Got a whole game prepped up, got them like it's loaded. Ooh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just wanna play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just wanna play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do,
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all didn't notice, excel like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest, crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and a step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.